my Doomsday Train. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 289, Vast Civilization. But Master Mang, what do you mean by specific civilizations? Oh, Chen Mang just remembered that he hadn't mentioned civilization to Erden yet. After a pause, he pointed to the sky above him. See those stars? Yes, those aren't stars. What are those? They're bombs, ready to explode at any moment. Good news, the monsters on Blue Water Planet are just a few eggs released by the Zerg civilization. They're not a large force, not even a regular army. It's safer for you to follow me. Bad news, we're behind the Zerg civilization's base camp. 10 minutes later, Erden stood inside the Star Train, staring at the galaxy map on the control panel screen and muttering, I see. Those Federation people really should be taken out and shot. Didn't they realize there were so many civilizations near Blue Water Planet before the apocalypse? This scene, along with everything Master Mang had said in the past 10 minutes, somewhat shattered his worldview. However, during the apocalypse, he had basically destroyed everything he could, so he quickly accepted it. Then isn't our situation very dangerous? Yes, Chen Mang sighed lightly. Theoretically speaking, we are now the cat in Schrodinger's box, in a superposition state of life and death. The moment the lid is opened, our life and death are also determined. Go to the colorful area as soon as possible, and then prepare to escape from here. After you develop well, come back to fight the Zerg civilization. So, Erden hesitated for a moment before continuing, it is certain that only you, Master Mang, have the ability to rebuild the civilization of the Blue Water Star. What do you plan to name it? Fuck all civilizations, how about it? It's okay. Although it's a bit crude, I like it very much. Chen Mang sat on the chair, looked at the galaxy map on the screen and said with a smile. Well, I think human civilization could be a good option, Master Mang. Someone forbids calling it that, so I have to fuck him up. Only after I fuck him up can I call it human civilization. That guy is really domineering. Indeed he is. Alright, Chen Mang patted Erden on the shoulder and whispered, go see how the upgrades are going on your train. How can we really call it fuck all civilizations? What if we have to deal with other civilizations in the future and it looks so unrefined? I'm just teasing you, I've already thought of a better name for this civilization. What name? Mang civilization, huh? Erden's hesitant voice came from behind him. Master Mang, actually, I think fuck all civilizations sounds pretty good. Chen Mang chuckled and didn't reply, simply walking out of the train room. The name didn't matter, the final name would definitely be human civilization. As for the one mentioned later, that was just a joke. Human orthodoxy. It definitely should be his. After all, he's lived 2 lives, both of them genuinely human. If his time travel wasn't a time travel, but merely a special one, he could even find Blue Planet in the universe and incorporate it into his own civilization. Great. All the territory is his. He loves this kind of territorial conquest. As long as he can thrive. Meanwhile, Erden's traveling frog had successfully upgraded from level 12 to level 15. A total of 15 million units of iron ore had been consumed. The armor had been upgraded to level 14. Your armor cannot be upgraded for the time being. Chen Mang tilted his head to look at Erden beside him. There are not so many Murphy stones in the train, so your armor will have to be upgraded later, but your train is flexible and fast, and you don't need to fight, so it shouldn't matter if the armor is a little lower. When encountering a crisis, ask for help in time. Even if you can't contact me for the time being, I will send Viper unmanned fighter jets to support you. Okay, Erden nodded seriously. I won't deal with other trains and monsters, so I will just look for adventure maps with peace of mind. Level 14 armor is enough. Maybe many trains in the red area don't have level 14 armor, that's true. Chen Mang nodded with some emotion. There are indeed many trains in the red area whose defense accessories are not at level 14. Don't look at their strong firepower. They are all fragile tanks. Right, he suddenly thought, I remember your train's top speed is 6,000 kilometers per hour. Are there any armor level requirements? Yes, but level 14 is enough. My top speed is supported by the train's special abilities. When activated, they protect the train. Got it. Chen Mang didn't exchange any further words with Erden, each heading towards their own train. Let's go. Chen Mang sat in the control room, gazing at the 4 large characters Dusk Coast on the huge screen before him. He slowly pushed the control lever, and the star, like a giant mechanical dragon, roared into the red zone for the first time. The higher the level of the zone, the higher the monster level and the mine level. As the train entered the red zone and stopped at the edge, the sound of waves crashing against the reefs resounded like a thunderbolt from the blue. This area was by the sea, and Erden's train had already transformed into a streak of gilded light, shooting off into the distance. Let's go see the sea. He turned the train and steered the star towards the cliffs by the sea. Inside the train, the enemy radar and resource detection radar beeped continuously. He glanced at the train screen. All he saw were low level 16 monsters and some level 4 junk mines. But then, he was stunned. The highest monster level in the red zone was only level 18. A level 16 monster was already quite high, and the capacity of a level 4 mine was basically 10 million units, which was not a small amount. Then he smiled dumbly, somewhat helplessly. The Dead Tree Resurrection adventure map had lifted his spirits. He had even killed 1,000 level 19 zombies, so how could he possibly take a level 16 monster seriously? He had already mined 50 level 5 mines, so a level 4 mine hardly excited him. This guy. Once he's had a good meal, it's hard to go back. Under the starry sky, the star train slowly stopped on the cliff. The deep blue to pitch black water almost merged with the sky, carrying an extremely oppressive feeling. The fishy smell that filled his nostrils was like the bloody maw of a celestial beast. Chen Mang exited the train alone and stood on the cliff's edge, overlooking the ever-undulating waters in the distance. It had been a long time since he had seen the ocean. Perhaps because he was born in the inland, he had longed for the sea since he was a child. He loved this area. Just then, Zio AI emerged from the train cabin and whispered, "The search radar has detected numerous high-level monsters and some rare minerals on the seafloor." Chen Mang turned his head expressionlessly towards Zio AI. After a long silence, he softly replied, "I'm the train conductor. You know everything. So how could I not know it? Do you have to report to me when I'm relaxed? Really? Never mind. Let's go back." Returning to the train cabin, Chen Mang glanced at the information on the screen. In the depths of the ocean before him were numerous level 18 high-level monsters, the limit of this area. This sea wasn't entirely within the Dusk Coast area, only a small portion remained. The rest belonged to other regions. And on the seafloor, there was a unique mineral he had never seen before, the sea green mine. At a depth of 30,000 meters, about 10,000 meters from the coastline, there was a level 5 sea green mine. "This seabed is quite deep," Chen Mang murmured in a low voice. After a while, he said, "Do you have any information about the use of sea green ore in your database?" "Yes," Zio AI, who was standing nearby, said hurriedly with a look of grievance in his eyes. He knew that the value of the sea green ore was extremely high, so he couldn't help but get out of the cart to remind him. As a result, he was scolded and felt very aggrieved. "Before that, I need to explain to you, Master Mang, the formation of mines. Mines are formed by the leakage of energy from the core of the planet. You know this, Master Mang, but the mines on the Blue Water planet are accelerated. It was the shuttle ships of the mechanical civilization that injected a drug into the core of the Earth, which accelerated the growth of various mines in a short period of time, but the mines produced by this method are generally not of high grade, and the number is not large. The core energy of the Blue Water planet was originally not leaked, and in the universe, only planets with this core energy that is locked deep in the core have the basic conditions to become habitable planets. Such planets are rare. The core energy of most planets is in a leaked state. These core energies will leak into the universe and become nutrients for star beasts. Although the core energy of a few planets leaks, it is locked on the planet. These planets are mining planets. Any mining planet has a large number of mines that are both high-grade and numerous. The mines with the richest output can even produce one mine at a time. There are many types of mines, such as iron ore, copper mine, etc. Iron ore is the most important and the one with the greatest demand. The remaining rare ores are used in a few areas, and this type of sea green ore is a rare ore, which can only be found deep in the seabed of some planets. And the upgrade and crafting of the colorful grade accessory annihilator ion cannon requires sea green ore. Chen Mang frowned slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, "Annihilator ion cannon, yes, it's very powerful." "How powerful?" In the database, the main gun on Princess Tutu's train is a level 78 Annihilator ion cannon, very powerful. Tell me about the effect. What effect? It's the effect of Princess Tutu's weapon fired in your database, whether it killed a space beast or destroyed a planet or something. Azio AI, who was standing aside, hesitated for a moment before speaking. It has no effect. Princess Tutu has never fired a shot, she just knows it's very powerful. Most firepower accessories consume iron ore and copper ore, only this firepower accessory consumes sea green ore. What a fucking waste of resources. Chen Mang couldn't help but sigh again. You old man are not going to the battlefield. So what are you trying to gain by spending resources on your own train? But he soon remembered something else. What's the maximum upgrade level for the colorful accessories? Red accessories are capped at level 20, gold accessories are capped at level 30, pink accessories are capped at level 50, and colorful accessories are capped at level 100. Level 100, Chen Mang nodded thoughtfully. The highest it can go is 100. Princess Tutu has only reached level 78, which is not bad, not a huge waste of resources. Upgrade. He took a deep breath, temporarily ignoring the sea green mine deep under the sea. The mine couldn't be mined. His train could dive, but how would he mine it? The mining robots would be turned to steel pancakes the moment they left the train's waterproof cover. As for the residents, they were practically meat pancakes. There was no means of mining at the moment. He would first upgrade the train to level 16. He couldn't wait to reach the colorful region, unify the world, leave the blue water planet, and then mine that mining planet. He looked at the upgrade requirements for the train to level 16. Upgrade requirements: consume 70,000 units of level 3 iron ore, and all car accessories must be at least level 240. The upgrade requirements are much simpler than those for a level 15 train, requiring only 7 million units of iron ore. As the 7 million units of iron ore dissipated within the train, two familiar lines of small text suddenly appeared on the control panel. Your train has reached level 16. No further craftable accessories have been unlocked yet. Level 16. Chen Mang muttered, dazed, as he gazed at the train panel. The mechanical civilization leader's mechanical train is the strongest, at level 91. It doesn't feel that much behind. A level 16 train isn't much behind a level 91 train. When the train reached level 16, there were no additional buttons on the control panel. This meant no new features were added. There were no craftable accessories either, meaning that, aside from a base speed increase, the train remained largely unchanged. He then looked at the upgrade requirements for the level 17 train. The requirements for upgrading to level 16 train are almost identical, except the iron ore requirement has increased to 8 million units. Upgrade again. Your train has been upgraded to level 17. No further craftable components have been unlocked yet. Level 17. Still no features, no additional components. Without a pause, Chen Mang spent another 9 million units of iron ore, upgrading the level 17 train to level 18 in one go. This time, things finally changed. Your train has been upgraded to level 18. More craftable components will be unlocked. New buttons and several more craftable components have appeared on the control panel, and the requirements for upgrading to level 19 have become much stricter. Clearly, level 18 is a hurdle. Chen Mang sat in his chair, lit a cigarette, and stared at the control panel. After consuming 24 million units of iron ore, he had upgraded his train to level 18 in one go. And so, he was finally a level 18 train. He had always thought that level 18 trains were the best, and now he had finally become the best he once thought he was. Just as he had imagined. The train conductor who once collected kittens in Neon City was indeed after the Star Beast. After the train reached level 18, a new button appeared on the control panel, called Star Beast, a newly added feature. He placed it in Zio AI's Mecha Research Center. The effect was simple. By adding different animal cubs, there was a certain chance of mutating into different star beasts. For example, adding a tiger cub would mutate into D-rank star sword tiger, with a 0.0007% success rate. Adding a cat cub would mutate into D-rank star nine-tailed beast, with a 0.004% success rate. Adding a crocodile cub would mutate into C-rank star crocodile, with a 0.00009% success rate. There were only 3 options. Chen Mang looked at them thoughtfully. No wonder the man collected so many kittens. Kittens did have the highest success rate. With a bit of luck, You could mutate 1 out of 70,000 to 80,000 kittens. However, the full name of the mutated star beast is mutated star beast. While its potential and combat power are lower than those of the normal star beast, it is absolutely loyal to the train and its conductor, becoming a killing machine. They're both pretty lame, Chen Mang said. He then picked up the S-Class star beast, Little Green, and played with it in his arms, fiddling with its rosy pink mouth. He tilted his head and looked at Zio AI. Is there any information in the database about the habits of star devourers? Why do I feel like Little Green is a bit depressed? After waking up, he doesn't go anywhere. He spends his day sleeping or daydreaming. There's no record of his habits, but that's probably normal. Little Green doesn't show depression, but rather laziness. He's a cub, after all. Isn't sleep and daydreaming the way cubs are? Indeed, Chen Mang nodded, placing Little Green on a chair nearby. You're still the best. Even if that nine-tailed fox were to emerge, it wouldn't be able to defeat you, he said softly, checking the time on the console screen. Is Old Pig ready? Today is Neon City's first official full-scale opening. Everything is almost ready. We'll open as soon as midnight, okay? According to the original plan, mining the 50 level 5 mines took him over 10 days. During those 10 days, Neon City opened twice, and he kept all the profits there. After tonight's opening, Neon City will be open daily. The train conductor has already reached 5,172 people. It's almost time for daily operations. He looked at the iron ore balance on the train panel, 525 million units. He had no plans to stay in the red zone, Dusk Coast, for mining. He planned to rush directly to the gold zone, upgrade the train as quickly as possible, and then craft colorful firepower components. For example, particle shield, gold grade component, requires 100,000 units of iron ore. Particle main cannon, gold grade component, requires 100,000 units of iron ore. Particle wheel, gold grade component, requires 100,000 units of iron ore. A 3-piece particle set. All gold grade components. They are superior alternatives to the Star Ring energy shield, comet cannon, and infernal wheel, respectively. They consume a significant amount of resources, so he has no intention of upgrading these components. He intends to reach the colorful zone in one go and acquire these components. This method will allow the train to skip the intermediate growth period and experience explosive growth. Of course, assuming he can survive. Other trains wouldn't dare do this because their defensive components are too low level. They wouldn't dare to skip levels like this, as they would easily be destroyed. But he has no such concerns. With his exceptionally high armor level, he intends to skip the intermediate growth period and reach the colorful zone. If you're going to upgrade, upgrade the best. Intermediate upgrades are a complete waste of resources. Chen Mang looked at the upgrade requirements for the train to level 19. Upgrade requirements: consume 100,000 units of level 3 iron ore. All components in the train must be above level 300, complete an S-level mission, and at least one gold-grade component must be upgraded to level 20. All requirements must be met. This upgrade requirement might seem demanding to others, but with a star's depth, it was no problem at all. Especially the requirement to complete an S-level mission. That day, he had sold a level 1 mine so that other trains could complete that S-level mission and obtain the drill Ruai order. If those trains could ever reach level 18, he might be glad he made that choice. After Neon City closes tonight, I'll take all the profits, upgrade my armor to level 20, and then head to the golden area. So soon, Zio AI, standing nearby, was slightly taken aback. Isn't that level 5 sea green mine in the ocean being mined? It's a rare ore. Once I reach the colorful area, the star will be able to ignore regional restrictions and go wherever we want. It won't be too late to come back and dig then, since there won't be any other trains to dig it up anyway. Then what about Erden? Before leaving, buy some Murphy Stone in Neon City and upgrade his train's armor to level 18. Have him stay in Dusk Coast for a while and slowly explore the map. Understood? By the way, didn't Mondo just come back? Have him come over, we've replenished some Neon City tickets. After a few minutes rest, we're off again. Thank you for your hard work. Neon City officially opened. Chen Mang, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of a high-rise building in Sun City, looked down at the bustling crowd below. After a long trial run, Neon City had gradually improved significantly. Today was Neon City's first official opening. The free trade market had already started charging a handling fee. Transactions between train conductors would each take a 1.5% handling fee from both the buyer and seller, for a total of 3%. There were far more pedestrians on the streets than at the beginning. Even in the AI database of the mechanical civilization, 7 color accessories were the most powerful, with no higher grades. This stage marked the true beginning. In other words, from here on, the curtain had been raised. Everything before that was just transition and adaptation. It was somewhat similar to the game Dragon Nest he had played in his previous world, where the game truly began only when a level reached a peak. His trains were developing rapidly. In the past year, they had gone from level 1 to level 18. He believed that no train on the entire Blue Water planet was developing faster than his, but he wasn't satisfied, he wanted even faster. As the saying goes, one who sleeps soundly in his own bed cannot allow others to sleep soundly. The Zerg civilization hung like a sword of Damocles over his head. He couldn't sleep or eat unless he quickly found a safe place to hide. Is the highest level of train in Neon City currently only level 20? Yes, Uncle Lee flipped through the notebook beside him. Level 20, that's the train in the gold zone. This should be pretty much the upper limit. Assuming you obtain a train order right after the apocalypse. Constantly build and upgrade your train, encounter many opportunities along the way, and have good luck, you'd probably be around level 20 by now. In that case, the pink zone likely has no trains at all. The colorful zone is even more so. After closing tonight, transfer all profits from today and the previous 2 times onto the trains. Yes, Neon City was bustling tonight. Thousands of train conductors and their thugs walked the streets, chatting with each other as they gazed at the shops on both sides of the street, while residents who had already found jobs in Neon City also shouted their wares. For a moment, the atmosphere was even more lively than the commercial streets before the apocalypse. There was no trace of apocalyptic atmosphere in the space. It felt like peacetime. 2 men, accompanied by a group of thugs, crouched in a corner near the restroom. Their expressions were somewhat complicated as they whispered, "I'm telling you, this Neon City definitely belongs to Mang." "Need I say that?" the other man said, a little dejectedly. "I was initially suspicious when I saw so many stellar train items in the mechanical train parts shop, and even the currency was stellar notes, but I wasn't sure, until I saw those guys on the street, and then I was completely convinced. The guys he was referring to were stellar train residents. Few had seen Chen Mang, and even fewer had seen stellar train residents. But unfortunately, they had both seen them. Stellar train residents had appeared in front of the shops, hawking their wares. What else was there to say? It was basically confirmed that they were the train conductors of the only love 1 person in 10 steps to kill 1 person trains, now level 7 trains located in the zombie basin area. They had had close contact with Chen Mang. Back in the green zone's shape lane, they had, at Erden's introduction, attended a wedding hosted by Chen Mang for the train's residents, enjoying a delicious meal. However, the stark difference in treatment between the slaves led to a stark disparity between the slaves on their respective trains upon their return. At the time, it felt like Master Mang was quite fond of us, so why didn't he continue, sighed the conductor of the train, who loved only 1 person. They had simply sought Master Mang's support, believing they had performed well and even presented him with a gift. Master Mang had smiled and spoken to them throughout, without any airs, and even gave them a gift upon parting. They had always thought they had formed a friendship with Master Mang. But for some reason, contact ceased, and by the time they confirmed that the city belonged to Master Mang again, the gap between them had drastically widened, a stark difference. Their train, in this city, was merely a minor player, with far more powerful trains than theirs. But this city belonged directly to Master Mang. There was no comparison. How could there be a sequel? The conductor of the Kill 1 in 10 Steps train saw it clearly and said with a hint of resignation, "Interpersonal communication requires more than just friendship. There must at least be an exchange of resources. We're completely useless to the star." Most importantly, after the wedding, Mr. Reckless fled to the zombie basin. If we want to get close to him, we need to be able to contact him. Just then, a naked man, bent over, ran out of a nearby restroom. After stepping out, he slipped back inside. It was quite comical. But the 2 of them were already accustomed to this scene. Public restrooms in Neon City had this rule: time-based payment. Free for the first 5 minutes. After that, a fee of 100 star coupons per half hour is charged. Any time less than half an hour is rounded up to half hour. So some people who needed to poop would do this, They just get out mid-poop without even pulling up their pants, reappearing to refresh their free timer, then return to continue. If they had a stomach ache and were pooping a lot, they'd make multiple trips. It was also unacceptable to urinate anywhere. That would incur a fine. This is what happens to people on lower-tier trains. After all, it's the end of the world, and everyone's sense of shame is already low. Even if you see them, what's the big deal? Wait, this scene was originally normal, but the conductor of the only one-person train froze in place after noticing the man's face. He said in disbelief, "I know this guy. He just spent 2 million stellar tickets on the free trade market to buy 3 purple-grade accessory blueprints. I remember he's the conductor of a level 14 train. How could you be short of 100 stellar tickets? Even the 2 of them, though only on a level 7 train, didn't need these stellar tickets. They always used the restroom until they were free, never checking the time. They exchanged glances, each seeing the complexity in the other's eyes. I finally understand how these powerful men are so strong. They save where they should, spend where they should, never spending a penny more, and spend it all on steel blades. We both need to move towards this approach from now on, and not be so extravagant. I'm sure Master Mang is the same." Master Mang is definitely not. Why? If Master Mang were like that, his slaves wouldn't be eating so well. Look over there, they're also rosy-cheeked and look better than me, but I have to say, Master Mang's slaves are incredibly motivated to work. They all look so hard-working. When the clock struck midnight, Neon City was still open, but the streets were deserted. Starting today, Neon City would be open 24 hours a day. Anyone could come to Neon City at any time. Sitting on a star train in the wasteland, listening to Uncle Lee's report, Neon City's total profit during this period was 124 million units of iron ore. That's not a small amount, and it's been steadily increasing. The total iron ore balance on the train had reached 649 million. His train's armor level was 19. To upgrade it to level 20 required 800 million units of iron ore, a bit short. Let's dig some more. Chen Mang pondered for a moment before heading to the showers to wash up and sleep. He instructed, "Tonight, look for level 5 iron ore and send the mining robots off to work. If you can't find level 5, level 4 will do." "Understood," Zio AI's voice echoed from the train cabin. But then, "Conductor, the cyber mine has produced 2 shipments at once." Finally, Chen Mang, who was just about to shower, threw on his clothes again and strode to the rear of the train. Finally, another shipment. For the past 10 days, the cyber mine had been practically dead, completely silent, leaving him feeling rather frustrated. He didn't know the exact probability. If there were no shipments, he could only wait. Let's go check it out. With a 1/20 chance of yielding 2 items at once, even if one was a pickaxe, the remaining item should be a grade 9 ore. Dreamstones are hard to come by these days, as if the initial batch he bought had wiped out many people's stockpiles. The cyber mine has no hope of expanding anytime soon. Inside carriage 10, Chen Mang frowned, looking down at the 2 grade 9 iron ores in his hands. Both items were grade 9, which was supposed to be a good thing, but he looked up at the man before him, who had been summoned out of the spatial portal and was standing there with a look of uneasiness on his face. He tilted his head to look at Zio AI beside him. "Did he dig it out last time?" "Yes," Zio AI replied. "His name is Dameo. He not only dug out the grade 9 iron ore last time, but also the first one. Let me see his resident dashboard." "Okay." The next moment, Dameo's resident dashboard appeared on the screen on the wall next to the carriage. Name, Dameo. Number, 4998. Train, Star. Position, Cyberminer. Balance, 3031 stellar tickets. Benefits, Level 1 resident benefits. Promotion progress, 100%. Mental strength, 13.1. Overall physical fitness, 12.2. Chen Mang looked at the resident panel in front of him, brows furrowed. There were a total of 50 cyberminers in the cyber mine. Over the past few days, he had only obtained a total of 4 level 9 iron ores, 3 of which were taken out of this big guy's dream. The odds were ridiculous. Over 3,000 stellar tickets, an absurd number. Not many residents on the entire train could possess that many stellar tickets. Although things in Neon City are expensive, those items are sold to the train conductor, not for ordinary people. With over 3,000 stellar tickets, as long as you don't consider buying a refrigerator, you can be the boss on the train and buy anything you want in the resident store. free melon seeds, free fruit, free cigarettes, free meat, all basically possible. He was only one step away from becoming a millionaire. He looked Dameo up and down, his eyes narrowed slightly. After a long pause, he gently patted Dameo's shoulder. Don't be nervous, you're doing great. Do you have any tricks to increase your chances of finding level 9 iron ore in your dreams? I don't know. Dameo nervously pinched a corner of his clothes. Every time before falling asleep, I hypnotize myself that I'm guaranteed to find level 9 iron ore. I'm guaranteed to find level 9 iron ore. Maybe it's the power of hypnosis that makes my chances higher. Chen Mang was silent for a moment before turning and walking away. I'll go back to the train room. Find someone to take him to Neon City, and have Li Shiji come along. This probability was clearly abnormal. There were only two possibilities. The first was that a strong sense of belief increased the probability of finding level 9 iron ore. The second was that this guy's luck was far superior to that of an average person. To find out which possibility it was, we'd have to go to Neon City and experiment with the prize pools Li Shiji had created. Luck is such an elusive thing. Could anyone really be born with good luck? He just couldn't believe it. Inside Neon City, Chen Mang, Lao Zu, Bai Ozi, Zio AI, Uncle Li, Li Shiji, and other high-ranking members of the Starship team gathered in a shop, looking at Damao as he prepared to start the lottery. Let's begin, Chen Mang said calmly, leaning on his cane as he stood at the shop entrance. Just this wheel. Keep spinning until you win the jackpot. Then he turned to look at Li Shiji and asked, have you adjusted it? Yes. It's set to completely random, with a 1 in 1,000 chance. Li Shiji was preparing to keep the accounts. The income from this roulette wheel needed to be offset, otherwise the accounts would be messed up. This guy doesn't look like a lucky person, Bai Ozi standing aside whispered. I remember that he was originally on Erden's Kanglong train. If he was lucky, he wouldn't have been a slave for so long and would have been a train conductor long ago. That's hard to say. Lao Zu looked at Bai Ozi meaningfully. It was because he was a slave on the Kanglong train that he had the opportunity to come to the star. So what if he was a train conductor? Many train conductors die every day. Being a resident on the star is much better than being a small train conductor, and you may not know how he was promoted to the second-level resident treatment. I know this. At that time, in order to help the traveling frog complete the S-level difficulty adventure map mission, Mengyu created a level 1 iron mine, and then some residents were sent to mine. Among them was Damao, who showed up in front of Master Mang. After that, they were treated like level 2 residents. Doesn't this prove this kid's luck is indeed better than the average person's? So that's it. Bai Ozi scratched his head and grinned. Then it seems our luck is pretty good too. Mine's the best. Number 0002. Mine's not bad either. Number 0003. I must remind you, I'm the real number 0002. Your number is 0003 simply because you were the captain of the thugs when the numbers were assigned. Don't worry about how it came about, just say it's true. Just then, congratulations on winning. A crisp and cheerful voice rang out from the shop. Damao picked up the Murphy stone, turned to look at Chen Mang, and said, somewhat bewilderedly, Master Mang, I won the jackpot. How many times did you draw? 797 times. Chen Mang frowned slightly, paused for a moment, and then continued, let's try again. The probability of winning is 1 in 1,000, and it took 797 draws to win the jackpot. This doesn't feel like luck. Is it really necessary to rely on faith to hypnotize yourself? P.S. I'll correct the typo later. Please give me some guaranteed monthly tickets at the end of the month. Your monthly tickets are about to expire. Wow. Chapter 290 Speedrunner. The second time, 1,283 hits. The third time, 129 hits. The fourth time, 912 hits. The fifth time. Confirmed. Chen Mang glanced at Lao Zu beside him and instructed, it probably has nothing to do with luck. It might really be what Damao said about using his conviction to hypnotize himself, increasing the probability of bringing in level 9 iron ore from the cyber mine. The cyber mine will be shut down tomorrow. Have Damao teach the other miners and see if it works. Yes. After completing all this, Chen Mang returned to his train compartment and looked at the 2 level 9 iron ores he had just acquired. This is the benefit of having multiple sources of iron ore. There's always a little iron ore popping up from time to time. Including these 2 level 9 iron ores, the train's iron ore balance now stands at 849 million units. More than enough to upgrade the armor to level 20. Chen Mang looked at the 2 level 9 iron ores, chuckled, and headed for the showers. He'd sleep first and upgrade tomorrow. He'd been anticipating the supermetal effects of his level 20 armor for a long time, but now he was too exhausted and didn't have enough energy. He'd wait until he woke up tomorrow. He'd light a cigarette, sit in a chair, and read slowly. Good news should be read when you're at your best. Continue mining tonight. I'm going to bed. Under a sky filled with stars, the star train sped through the Dusk Coast region at breakneck speed. 81 level 20 Viper drones with permanent endurance followed closely behind the train, like a protective escort. At that moment, the train was quite quiet. Most people had already fallen asleep. A few were still moving, but they were careful not to disturb others. Inside, messages flashed across the dimly lit control panel screen. There are 12 level 4 iron mines within range. Skip them and prioritize level 5. There are 11 level 4 iron mines within range. Skip them and prioritize level 5. There are 13 level 4 iron mines within range, including one level 5 mine, but a train is already mining it. Skip them and prioritize level 5. Withdraw and skip them. The train has stopped mining and departed, leaving the level 5 mine unclaimed. Prepare for mining. Under the night sky, the star train slowly stopped near a level 5 mine, landing firmly on the ground. A burst of puffs of air could be heard. The doors of Car 10 opened, and thousands of mining robots, pickaxes in hand, disembarked with mechanical movements and headed towards the mine. The entire scene was quite stunning in the night. Zio AI resolutely carried out the instructions Chen Mang had given her before he fell asleep. Just somewhere on the coast at dusk, a man in the train compartment, feeling a chill run down his spine, gazed back, a breath of relief after surviving a disaster. He breathed a sigh of relief when he was sure the 81 fighter jets hadn't caught up. He was lucky he'd escaped quickly, or he'd have been buried with that level 5 iron ore. Level 5 iron ore was rare, but it wasn't as valuable as his life. If he hadn't possessed a special accessory that could detect other train components, he might have had to endure it. After all, he wasn't weak. But when he saw the train, boasting level 19 armor and 81 level 20 Viper drones, he was completely stunned. Was this the power a red zone train should possess? Without a second thought, he just ran. He glanced at the train radio, hesitating slightly whether to spread the news. He'd been in the red zone for a long time and had seen almost every train there. This was clearly a newly upgraded train. And it had been upgraded all the way to level 18. A newly upgraded train. He thought about it and decided to discuss this with a few of his closest train conductors. It was completely counterintuitive. How did the green-grade steel armor on the carriages reach level 19? Upgrading a carriage to level 19 required 16 Murphy stones. That train had 14 carriages and a locomotive, which meant 240 Murphy stones. 240 Murphy stones. Hey, you thought Neon City was yours, and you had an unlimited supply of Murphy stones? Just then, the man froze in place, an unbelievable possibility flashing through his mind. His voice trembled slightly as he said, God of Wealth, can you help me check the surveillance footage to see if there's any footage of the side of that train? I remember seeing spray paint on the side. Okay, conductor. A quick electronic sound echoed from within the train. God of Wealth was the name he had given his AI. Quickly, the surveillance footage appeared on the console screen. Slowly playing frame by frame, the side of the train just now appeared slightly blurry on the screen. Fuck everything. Stellar. Damn it, the man swallowed the saliva rising in his mouth, his throat rolling, and shakily lit a cigarette. What a coincidence. Neon City has been all the rage in their area lately. He'd been there several times, and many of the goods in the mechanical train parts shop were labeled as supplied by the Stellar. The Stellar tickets in Neon City were also named after stars. Many people secretly suspected that this Neon City might belong to the Stellar. It wasn't just because of these coincidences, but more because they'd all been to the adventure map, and none were as user-friendly as Neon City. It was user-friendly, as if there were multiple people managing and operating it. He'd never imagined he'd see the Stellar in real life, but it seemed a bit too overbearing. He was mining well there, and they were robbing him. Could he just find another mine? But he glanced at the parts information for his train on the control panel. It seemed the other party had some impressive power. They were on a completely different level. I finally found a level 5 mine, the man cried, his voice tinged with resentment. Why? You're so powerful, why don't you go find a new level 5 mine instead of bullying me? Just because you're strong, you can bully others at will. Is there any justice in the world? In his resentment, he turned on the train radio and told a few friends the news. Tell everyone to be careful. If you see the star coming to grab the mine, run away. Don't lose your life for a little iron ore. With that level 19 armor and 81 level 20 Viper drones, perhaps only those few masters in the red zone could withstand it. It would be difficult for anyone else to withstand it. Director Zhang, Lao Zu frowned and looked at the script in his hand. After a long silence, he said, "Can you tell me why you want to write this script?" "No problem," Zhang Yiren said with some interest. "I'm not the only one making movies on the star now. I think movies should be diversified. We can't just shoot one subject, we should shoot multiple subjects. This is a good script I thought of these 2 days, a horror theme. The protagonist finally escaped from a female ghost wearing embroidered shoes with great difficulty and returned to his family safely. Everyone gathered together to celebrate and presented the protagonist with a cake with candles. The protagonist who survived the disaster looked at his family and friends with gratitude. At the moment he blew out the candles, he saw out of the corner of his eye that all his family and friends were wearing embroidered shoes. How about it? Isn't it interesting? Lao Zu returned the script to side to Zhang Yiren. It's really interesting. Is it so easy for you to write a script today? You have so much inspiration. This script is not worth filming. Mr. Mang hates these two types of movies, horror and romance, the most, and you also know that Mr. Mang likes to watch movies. He will watch all the movies you make. This one is definitely not worth filming. How is the zombie movie that Mr. Mang asked you to shoot last time? It's almost done. Zhang Yiren hurriedly pointed to the filming crew not far away and said after hesitating for a while, "Captain Pig, there is something I want to tell you. My crew is not enough. I want to recruit some people, then I can pay them, but I don't have any means of making a profit, so I was thinking, can we try charging for movies first? The movie ticket price is set at 0.1 star coupons or something, and we can do a pilot program first." "No," Old Pig shook his head, dismissing the idea. Promoting a free market economy within the train is a complex matter. It has to be approached dialectically. Putting aside other considerations, if you want to embrace the market economy, the locations, space gates, holographic images, and various props you're using for filming all belong to the star. Why are they free? Will you have to pay for them? And won't you also have to pay for the protection of the star during the apocalypse? It's impossible to promote a market economy in a short period of time. Forget about that, especially with so many residents being laid off recently. Everyone is anxious to find suitable jobs in Neon City. Who wants to spend money on a movie? Let's talk about this later. I'll go somewhere else. Zhang Yiren watched Old Pig's retreating figure and quickly added, "When the new film comes out, I hope you'll be able to watch it and give me some advice." Only after Old Pig completely left the film base did he sigh, light a cigarette, and remain lost in thought for a long time. During this period, he'd actually been thinking about something. His resident number was very low, 5,122, which wasn't a good sign. He interacted with many of the higher-ups on the star, so he had his own perspective and judgment on the situation. From now on, the most important thing on the star was the resident number. The higher the number, the higher the status. So, he actually wanted to try and move his resident number up. Normally, this was impossible. Everyone had their own position, otherwise no one would trade with you. But, as far as he knew, a thug had died while on the Green Zone's shape lane. That thug's number was 78, and with his death, that number became vacant. He wanted to get that number, but he was a bit clueless, especially since there was no precedent on the train. He tried to get the number, but it was completely unreliable. Daybreak arrived. As the sun rose, Chen Mang also rose from his bed. He stood by the bed, getting dressed, and gazing out the window at the mining robots that had been working all night. Then he washed up, sat in a chair, lit a cigarette, and began to check the train log. The whole routine had become a habit. Every morning, as long as he awoke and went through it, he'd feel a sense of comfort, a sense of being in a safe zone. If he couldn't follow the routine, he'd feel a bit uncomfortable. It's like a hotel mattress, clearly cleaner and softer than one at home, but it just didn't have that same comforting feeling. People are meant to be in their own little kennel. No matter how messy or awful it was still theirs. The train's expansion had significantly increased the area of the cabin, and from the initial discomfort, he'd become completely accustomed. Get ready to upgrade. Chen Mang rubbed his hands, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes, preparing for the supermetal effect of his level 20 armor. Just then, Master Mang, Xiaofang approached cautiously, carrying a bowl of steaming noodles. She placed it on the table. "This is breakfast for today." Chen Mang was taken aback as he looked at the noodles on the table. It had been a long time since he'd seen new food on the train. A bowl of steaming scallion oil noodles, smeared with chopped green onions and scallion oil, a poached egg half buried in the noodles, its surface seemingly inviting and inviting. The air permeated with a faint onion fragrance. A small bowl of scallion sauce sat beside it. "Master Mang, if you think the flavor isn't strong enough, you can add some scallion sauce. Did you make this?" Try it." Chen Mang rolled up his sleeves and took the chopsticks from Xiaofang. He sat down in a chair with some anticipation, gazing at the bowl of scallion oil noodles on the table. He picked up a piece of chopsticks, blew on it, and brought it to his mouth, chewing slowly. His eyes lit up slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled up. "It tastes good." He then picked up his chopsticks and devoured it with relish. In just a few minutes, he finished a bowl of noodles and drank the entire bowl of soup. The noodle soup, saturated with the scallion oil, was incredibly salty and fragrant, and paired with a hint of egg slag, it was incredibly delicious. "Okay." Chen Mang put the bowl and chopsticks aside with some satisfaction, and looked at Xiaofang beside him in a good mood. Suddenly, he felt that Xiaofang was very pleasing to the eye today. "You can do this too. I didn't know that before. Last time, Master Mang, you said that you hope I will learn to cook, so I went to learn. I just said that casually." "Forget it. Where did the noodles and green onions come from on the train? How come I didn't know there were these on the train, Master Mang?" Xiaofang stepped forward to clean up the bowl and chopsticks and whispered, "You are standing too high and looking too far. You almost forget where you are under your feet. Neon City has a turnover of tens of millions of star coupons every day. The number is too large. Master Mang, you have considered everything. It's a big thing. I don't have much ability, and I can't see too far. Last night, I borrowed some star coupons from Sister Chuchu and the others, and bought some green onions, noodles, seasonings and other things in Neon City, and made this bowl of scallion oil noodles. It cost more than 800 star coupons. It's a pity that I didn't save too many star coupons. Otherwise I could buy more ginger and cucumber shreds and make a bowl of fried noodles for you, Master Mang." Chen Mang was slightly stunned, and his eyes became softer when he looked at Xiaofang. "Put the bowl of uneaten scallion sauce in the refrigerator. I will eat it at noon. I will make a few more bowls next time. I can't get enough." After Xiaofang left, Chen Mang lit a cigarette and looked at the control panel screen. He tapped his knuckles on the table, exhaled a long puff of smoke, and said calmly with some aftertaste, Zio AI, you said that there are so many people coming in and out of Neon City every day. Why doesn't anyone think of buying some food in Neon City and making something good for me? I didn't think about it. Don't these people want to come?" "Conductor," Zio AI's helpless voice came from the train room, "maybe no one has thought that your daily food allowance is actually similar to that of residents. Everyone assumes that you eat better. After all, Lao Zubiaozi and others often only see you once every few days. They don't know, and you don't know either. I'm AI. I don't need to eat. I have no idea about this." Chen Mang thought for a moment and said, "Appoint Xiaofang as the head of internal affairs, who will be responsible for the train room full-time and have the right to enter the train room and mobilize some resources at any time. The treatment will be upgraded to that of a second-level senior talent. Reimburse Xiaofang for the expenses she spent on buying ingredients just now." Yes, it seems that Lao Zu is in charge of internal affairs. But while Lao Zu was a master of train housekeeping, he wasn't as attentive to detail as Xiaofang, especially regarding his eating habits. Yan Yao, in car 5, looked bewilderedly at the message that popped up on her iris chip. Train-wide announcement, personnel changes. Resident number 99, Xiaofang, has been appointed supervisor of housekeeping, responsible for all miscellaneous tasks within the train, with partial resource allocation rights and the equivalent of a level 2 senior talent. After a long moment, Yan Yao looked at Ji Chuchu, a bit dazed. "Sister Chuchu, if I remember correctly, Xiaofang lent us her star certificates, right? How did she get promoted, using our money to run her business?" Ji Chuchu looked down at her manicure, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. After a moment, she forced a smile and looked out the window. "Men, either feed him up top or down below. Apparently, Xiaofang cooks pretty well." Just then, the door to carriage number 5 opened, and Xiaofang trotted over excitedly. Sister Chuchu, Master Mang said the scallion oil noodles I just learned to make are delicious, and he wants some for lunch. I have to especially thank Sister Chuchu and Sister Yanayao for lending me the stellar voucher, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to make this bowl of noodles. Sister Fang, what are you talking about? Ji Chuchu was the first to greet her, embracing Zia Feng's shoulders and smiling. Don't call me Sister Chuchu anymore. Just call me Zia Chu. Sister Chuchu, don't be like that. I have to thank you for teaching me so much. In my heart, you will always be my sister. After this little interlude, Chen Mang, sitting at the control panel, glanced at the screen. As 800 million units of iron ore were crushed and integrated into the carriage, the green-grade steel armor accessory finally reached level 20. Level 20 armor. Immune to all level 20 attacks. Furthermore, it gained a brand new supermetal effect, level 20 supermetal effect of the carriage steel armor. The surface is coated with an iron coating, allowing the carriage to repair itself quickly if damaged. Not bad. The armor components level 5 and 10 supermetal effects are both quite good. The level 5 supermetal effect grants immunity to corrosion from liquids, mist, and other gases, while the level 10 supermetal reduces upgrade costs by half. This supermetal effect saves the star billions of iron ore resources. Without this supermetal effect, upgrading from level 19 to level 20 would require not 800 million iron ore units, but 1.6 billion. That's an astronomical figure. 16 level 5 iron mines are needed. If the star didn't have so many other sources of iron ore, it's hard to say how long it would take to stay at Dusk Coast to gather 1.6 billion units of iron ore. To accumulate 1.6 billion units of iron ore, at least 20 level 5 iron mines would have to be mined. It's not like you can just mine and use it. Just like someone making 10,000 yuan a month, if they can save 50,000 yuan a year, they're considered geniuses. If they can save 100,000 yuan, they're gods. If they can save 120,000 yuan, they're like a wandering pixie in the park, always taking in, never giving out. He was quite satisfied with the quick repair effect. A few days ago, in the map of dead trees resurfacing, the rear half of the starship's carriage was damaged. He used the mechanical nano-spider to repair it. With this supermodel effect, it would automatically repair itself. The most important thing was, this rapid repair doesn't require iron ore, it's a natural effect of the iron coating. This also means that, assuming the vision reappears, even if the train finds itself in that same crisis again, even if the armor level is lower than the monsters, the rapid repairs will still allow the train's armor to last much longer. Combined with the mechanical nano-spider, the repair speed will be even faster, allowing it to last even longer, perhaps even directly competing against the enemy. It's a very nice supermetal effect, and he really likes it. After upgrading his armor, Chen Mang picked up the nearby intercom to contact Erden. He didn't plan to stay in Dusk Coast for long, heading straight for the golden area at top speed. However, can't get through, he tried several more times, only to confirm that the other party was unreachable before he put down the intercom. He must have wandered into an adventure map. That's pretty efficient. It had only been a night, and he had already found the adventure map. He simply left a message for Erden, asking him to come to Neon City after leaving the adventure map. He had left some Murphy Stone there for Erden to upgrade his armor, and as for the iron ore resources, he would deal with them once Erden returned. How much of that level 5 iron ore is left? Chen Mang tilted his head to look out the window at the mining robot still busy at work. It was just dawn. Everything was reviving. We're expected to complete the work in 30 minutes, Zio AI's voice echoed from the train cabin. Chen Mang nodded, then glanced at the galaxy map on the screen and whispered, "Are there any differences from yesterday?" The galaxy map spanned 100,000 light-years, an incredibly large distance. It's difficult for the human brain to discern the difference between today and yesterday. Especially at a glance, where much of the information is abbreviated. One must zoom in on a corner of the map to see more. Of course there are differences, but they're not major. Like many stars constantly moving, there aren't any black holes, nor any stars on the brink of collapse. Perhaps it's because the area near the Zerg civilization's base camp is so clean. The area has been thoroughly cleaned. Chen Mang remained silent, staring at the image on the left side of the galaxy map. The Zerg civilization's territory, shown on the galaxy map alone, spanned over 30,000 light-years. And that was just a portion. The entire territory was surely much larger. He needed to get to the mining planet as soon as possible. The galaxy map was fascinating. He could spend even half an hour looking at it without getting bored. He zoomed in a little bit, each glance deepening his understanding of the civilizations beyond the universe. Half an hour passed quickly. All the mining robots returned to the mining base in Car 10 in an orderly fashion. The train set sail again. This time, instead of using magnetic levitation wheels, it switched to bunny clouds and flew deep into the ocean. There were two golden areas connected to the Dusk Coast. One was located on a huge island deep in the ocean. The other was located north of the Dusk Coast, where a mountain range formed. He yearned for the sea more. So, he chose to go to the golden area, the deep sea island. After flying about 10,000 meters, he saw a huge light curtain ahead, with 4 huge light characters written on it. Without stopping, he passed through it and entered the golden area. Deep Sea Island, the area ahead was the golden area, the Deep Sea Island. Monsters up to level 21 could exist. The current train level was 18, so the risk factor was high. Please be careful. Sitting inside the train, Chen Mang gazed out the window at the surging waves and chuckled. Plans can never keep up with change. While he was in the purple zone, the red zone had left a deep impression on him. Each train had its own unique weapons, and he'd made numerous preparations to survive safely in the red zone. But once he was ready to enter the red zone, he realized he was practically invincible. He hadn't even spent more than 2 days there before embarking on his next journey. Perhaps this was life. Things you once thought were difficult, when you've fully prepared to face them, turn out to be much easier, even simpler. He loved the sea. It always held a fatal romance. But now, with the sun high in the sky, mid-morning, he could clearly see the deep blue waters and the scattered seagulls. He preferred the ocean at night. That pitch-black darkness. The despairing oppression of not a soul or land around. The sea breeze ravaged his body, robbing him of warmth. All he could hear was the roar of the waves. He tried to moisten his dry, cracked lips with saliva, but the taste of sea salt only made him thirstier. He loved this feeling of despair. That is, as long as he stayed on the train. He loved savoring this feeling of despair. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as wonderful or engaging. It's like the difference between some gameplay and torture, perhaps the lack of a safe word. If torture could have a safe word, I'm sure many people would still be willing to try it. Conductor, do you like the ocean? Yes, then you're in luck. How do you say it? Zio AI said from inside the train. There's a planet 2.3 light-years from Aquamarine. It's 100% ocean. You should like it, conductor. We could go and explore it someday. I'll consider it. Chen Mang laughed, suddenly feeling a little excited about his future interstellar journey. Leaving already, at the edge of the Dusk Coast, a train parked beside a cliff. The man inside the train looked bewilderedly in the direction of the receding starship. The other train had just entered the Dusk Coast yesterday and robbed him of a level 5 mine. And then, without stopping at all, heading straight for the gold zone? At least you could grab a few more level 5 mines. That would make him feel more balanced. At least he wasn't the only one being robbed. Why did you only rob him, and then walk away without even looking back? Was he just unlucky enough to run into this? But the man frowned, thinking. This train clearly didn't seem like a normal train. Logically, the first thing a normal train would do upon entering an area wouldn't be to rob others' mines, right? And the second thing wouldn't be to head straight for a higher level area, right? It looked a bit like a speedrunner. Could it be? He nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps the speedrunner had restarted the game and was now challenging himself to speedrun from the white zone to the colorful zone? He had thought himself world-class, but it was clear he was no match for the starship, not even on the same level. Could that be the reason? That was good. No one would try to rob his iron mines after that. We're here. After advancing about 100,000 meters, Chen Mang's expression grew serious. He sat in his chair and gazed at the massive island not far away. The center of the island was a dense jungle, surrounded by a barren beach, like a bald head. Huh? Looks familiar. He saw that the island was actually quite populated. At a glance, they were densely packed, at least 10 or 20,000. If he hadn't known about the apocalypse, he might have thought he'd arrived at a resort. Numerous wooden cabins and tents had been built on the land surrounding the island. Trains could occasionally be seen emerging from the sea like fish around the island. Is this the Golden Zone? Chen Mang frowned slightly, glancing at the radar. He had assumed the Golden Zone would be sparsely populated, but he hadn't expected so many people and so many trains. But why were all those trains level 1, and why wasn't there a single monster? Could the Golden Zone be a peaceful zone? That shouldn't be the case, because the resource detection radar clearly showed abundant level 5 ores, both on the seabed and on the island, and even several level 6 mines. A single level 6 iron mine held 1 billion units of iron, guarding a mountain of gold, yet there wasn't even a single level 2 train. What's the difference between you and Liu Xiaohu? He'd seen this island before. He'd once had Mondo use the mechanical eye to teleport randomly to other areas. One of the images depicted this area, but he hadn't known it was actually a golden area. Filled with confusion, Chen Mang slowly flew the star train over the island and landed on a stretch of desert. Survivors scattered below. Boom, the train crashed to the ground. The door of guard car number 7 swung open, and Baozi and the others quickly alighted, their faces stern as they pointed their guns at the survivors. Several black hole-armed robots followed suit, disembarking and providing armed security. Then, Chen Mang took the elevator from the train compartment to the ground level. He gazed at the nearby residents, their eyes tinged with anticipation and apprehension. Their brows furrowed as they gazed at them anxiously. Strange, really strange, this place is so strange. Everyone is wearing clothing made of animal fur. They look like savages. He'd seen plenty of train conductors who treated their slaves poorly, but even the worst wouldn't be so stingy as to forge a single set of clothing for their slaves. One set of clothing only cost 1 unit of wood, and that would require several level 5 lumber yards in the center of the island. That's enough to craft tens of millions of suits. And since there was no other use for this wood, why wouldn't they bother forging a single set of clothing? Xiao AI, who was following him, spoke through the external speakers, echoing across the island. Anyone who can speak, step forward. Everyone's eyes turned to a middle-aged man at the back of the group, also dressed in a fursuit. He took a deep breath before stepping out from the crowd and speaking seriously to Chen Mang. My name is Chen Guanping, a professor at Zhe University. In the past 2 years since the crisis, I have led everyone to survive. Everyone respects me, so I can say something. Excuse me, is this the rescue sent by the federal government? Rescue? Baozi and others standing aside looked at each other when they heard this, and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. What an old-fashioned word. They hadn't heard the words federal government rescue for a long time. Chen Mang looked the middle-aged man in front of him up and down, confirming that he didn't carry any special props and didn't look mentally ill before he whispered, "The end of the world is coming. Did you know that? We know that nearly 2 years ago, when the end of the world came, many of us suddenly fainted and woke up in this place. I haven't seen anyone else since then. Which train are you the conductor of? How many slaves do you have, conductor?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "I'm not a conductor, and I don't know what slaves are. There's so much iron ore in the center of the island. Why don't you dig it? There's no level 1 ore. We only have level 1 pickaxes, so we can't dig." Chen Mang fell silent after hearing this. This made sense. If they were randomly drawn to this golden area after the end of the world, it would be ridiculous. If they couldn't dig a single ore, there would be no point in guarding the gold mountain. Is the outside world quiet now? The middle-aged man asked tentatively with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. It's almost quiet now. After a few days, most of them will be dead. Chen Mang's eyes passed over the middle-aged man and pointed to the steel cans scattered on the ground not far away. What are those? He was very familiar with these steel cans. There were broken holes on the bottom, and they looked like a large amoxicillin can, and they were pitch black. He now has 2 in the train. One was found by Baozi when he was collecting waste materials in the city. There were some livestock hiding in it. The other was found by Erden in the village of Zombie Basin. There were some survivors in it. This thing is not small in size. It can also block radar detection. He tried it, and even though his search radar is now level 100, he still can't detect the creatures hiding in the cans. He has always kept them as treasures. But there are hundreds of them on the beach here? Oh, leader, are you talking about that? The middle-aged professor glanced back before hastily explaining. When we suddenly appeared on this island, we had no food. We found a lot of broken cans on the beach, and from them, a lot of slimy insect eggs were leaking out. It was a terrifying scene, but when we were starving, these eggs were a great tonic. The eggs were huge. Some were the size of a fist, some were the size of an ostrich egg, and some were even as big as a refrigerator. Some people had lighters in their pockets, so we all got together and went to the island to cut wood for the eggs to eat. That's how we survived. Later, we used these steel cans to make pickled fish and other things to preserve food. He was a little unsure of their identities. They didn't look like military personnel, and the long, Mechanical train didn't look like Federation technology. It looked more like an upgraded version of the train they'd built using the train order. But he remained respectful. After all, those robots and the Gatling guns in the hands of the burly men were no joke. They were real carbon-based bio-destroyers. A burst of fire. No wonder could survive. Chen Mang was silent for a long moment before he pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and exhaled a puff of smoke. Did it eat any dead bodies? No, it's all protein. How could it possibly eat dead bodies? How did it taste? There was meat inside. The texture was good, but I couldn't tell what kind of meat it was. It had a fishy taste. Later, we dried some sea salt, and the taste improved. Although untreated sea salt is not suitable for long-term use, we didn't care at the time. After you killed the insect eggs, did they drop anything? Like Murphy Stone or tokens? No, that's good. Chen Mang nodded slightly and said softly, the Doomsday Train was a good place, but you guys helped us survive in the wilderness. He finally understood the specific purpose of the steel canister. He also finally understood why there were no monsters on the island in this golden area. Only a few monsters existed in the sea. That steel tank is used to transport insect eggs, ensuring that the insect eggs can land safely on the planet from outside the planet. After hitting the ground, the steel tank shatters, and the insect eggs flow out, and begin to prepare to dominate the world. But, unfortunately, by mistake, all the insect eggs on this isolated island were roasted and eaten by this group of hungry survivors. This is considered to have nipped the thread in the bud. Otherwise, if a monster breaks out of its shell, there will not be a single survivor on this deserted island. It's fortunate that the monsters in the sea will not attack the island, otherwise this place will also die out. The whole world is running for life. This group of people are playing wilderness construction here, and it is not known whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. He pointed to the group of houses made of wood not far away. Did you build those houses too? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 Without 9 lives, who dares to play like this? Yet, the middle-aged professor nodded and explained, there must be a house in the wild, so everyone started to build some houses. The axes should come from the axe production line, right? How did you make axes without resources? Without axes, we all slowly sharpened stones, cut down trees, and then cut off branches and leaves, and finally built houses. Although it is time-consuming, but when we are stranded on this deserted island, time is the most abundant thing. The middle-aged man thought of the past, looked at Chen Mang and said hoarsely, to be honest, we thought that our collective I've traveled through time, thinking I wasn't even on Blue Water Planet anymore. It just so happens that movies before and after the apocalypse all have this novel element of time travel. Later, we chatted and realized we were all from Blue Water Planet. We figured it wouldn't be a collective time travel. What's the situation out there now? Can we still go back? Has the government rebuilt? Do I still need to pay off my mortgage before the apocalypse? No. Chen Mang looked at the train not far away and whispered, no need to pay back any loans. The government's long gone. Old Pig, come over and tell him about the situation out there. Then he strode back into his train. Slowly pushing the joystick, he soared through the air, hurtling towards the depths of the island, as everyone watched in astonishment. This was the first time he'd seen such an area. And it was quite possibly the safest spot on the entire planet. Even a baby or toddler might survive there. The high-quality ore in the center of the island, if no one wanted it, would have been his. Only after close encounters did he realize that the trains constantly plunging into the sea lacked deep-sea shields, the waterproof coverings used to protect them, nor did they have propellers, the special wheels that allow them to navigate underwater. There were no accessories at all. It was just a primitive locomotive. Several trains were parked on the shore. Vines were then woven into a rope, and one train was dropped into the sea. Inside the train was some bait to lure fish, and then, as the train on shore began to move, the train was pulled ashore. A slightly strange fishing net. The star train quickly landed in the center of the island. 10,000 mining robots, carrying pickaxes, disembarked from Car 10 in an orderly fashion, quickly reaching their workstations and beginning their tasks. This was a good deal for him. All the mines were in a state of respawning, and no one else could dig, only he could. Chen Mang, however, stepped down from the train compartment, leaned against the train, and gazed at the towering forest around him, lighting a cigarette with a calm expression, saying nothing. The forest was filled with the chirping of birds, and from time to time, squirrels could be seen perched on treetops, nibbling nuts. Perhaps because there were no monsters, this area was extremely rich in animals, while the animals elsewhere had been largely devoured by monsters. The entire forest seemed vibrant with life. He was pondering a question. Should these survivors be brought aboard the star, numbering over 10,000 people? The star certainly has enough survivors at this stage, but in the future, he'll need a much larger number. 10,000 wouldn't be enough. If possible, he'd want over 100 million. Providing him with dreamstones is the bare minimum. He hopes to establish his own civilization. However, these survivors haven't experienced the cruelty of an apocalypse and don't fully understand what it's like. They're likely to take the benefits aboard the star for granted and act unreasonably. Conductor, Zio AI, who had just stepped off the train, said, "We can't avoid doing something just because we're worried about minor consequences. We'll solve problems as they arise." The overall direction is still correct. Chen Mang tilted his head to glance at Zio AI, then nodded slightly. Without saying anything, he'd already made his decision. There were still many survivors and trains on the Blue Water planet. He was considering whether to resort to forced measures, bringing everyone aboard the star slowly, or to adopt a voluntary approach, allowing everyone to choose whether to join the star. Many conductors were unwilling to live under someone else's roof. It seems that the news of the Zerg civilization needs to be spread soon. With enough panic, the star is the only salvation. After making a decision, he put out his cigarette in the ashtray held by Xia Fang beside him and looked at Xiaoyi. "Don't just focus on mining, let the residents go out to work. Try to clear this island in a few days, put away all these trees, birds, squirrels, monkeys, and even earthworms. I'll build a higher level space gate later, and get some of the fish in the sea. Those are sea fish, then you can get some seawater, or find a way yourself." Chen Mang patted Xiaoyi's shoulder with a serious look. "Solve the difficulties if there are any. This is not a big problem. When we leave the Blue Water planet in the future, we may never see these things again. The entire ecological park is out. Even if other planets have these, they are definitely not as friendly as those on the Blue Water planet. Go. Oh, don't worry about those who have found jobs in the Neon City. Let those residents who haven't found jobs come out to work." Biozi squatted on the ground, looked at the middle-aged professor who was also squatting on the ground in front of him, and pointed to several trains not far away. "You guys, don't you have a lot of trains? Without iron ore to make energy stones, what will you do if you run out of energy stones? Just use them to build houses or fish baskets, and then build another train. You have a lot of train orders." Biozi glanced around in surprise. "You don't even have monsters here. Where did you get the train orders?" "I picked them up. I picked them up in the forest in the center of the island." Picked them up. He looked up at the forest in the center of the island. "Are train orders so easy to find these days?" Then he stood up, put his hands in his pockets, looked at the survivors in front of him and sighed. "Poor children, although these people have lived safely in the apocalypse for nearly 2 years. But, the new world is about to be opened up by the star. These people have also lost the opportunity to show their talents in the new world." "Leader," the middle-aged professor said in a trembling voice, "outside. Is the world outside truly destroyed?" "Yes, it's the real deal." Biozi casually took a piece of watermelon from Shanmaozi beside him and took a big bite before casually saying, "At least 2/3 of the population of Blue Water planet has died, maybe even more. Almost everyone is dead. Blue Water planet will explode in a few years, outside the universe. We're still right behind the Zerg civilization's headquarters. It's a crisis at every step." "What is Zerg civilization? How can I explain this to you? It's very complicated. It feels like you're reliving the story from the beginning. Anyway, it's basically over. Doomsday, the end of the world. You know, our star is the most powerful train. We'll be fine. If we were, we'd all be dead, inside the train." Inside resident space number 1. Dama was standing in the middle of the pavilion with a serious expression. He looked at the cyber miners sitting in a circle and said in a hoarse voice, "The cyber mine has been open for a while. I dug out 3 level 9 ores by myself. The profit is also the highest. Here, I want to tell you a little story. There was an extremely tragic war before the end of the world. It was a war between various countries many years ago. In that war, Because the transportation routes were cut off, many wounded patients on the front line could not get timely medical treatment, and they were howling in pain in the rear. At this time, only the injection of painkillers as soon as possible can relieve their pain. But what if there are no painkillers at all? At this time an officer made a suggestion to inject a little glucose into each wounded, but deceive them that it is a painkiller. Guess what the result was? The wounded really didn't feel any pain. Everyone survived until the medicine arrived, and the survival rate increased greatly. Damao paused, standing in the pavilion and scanning every face again. Let me tell you another story. A long time ago, medical science was not very developed. There was a disease that had a cure rate of only 3%. At that time, a very prestigious doctor in the industry claimed that he had developed a special medicine with a cure rate of up to 60%. He invited 100 patients to try the medicine. In the end, the cure rate even reached 72%. But the special medicine given by this doctor was actually just ordinary candy. It's just that the patients thought they had really taken the special medicine, and thus their bodies got better on their own. There are countless examples like this. Damao walked to a chair and sat down. This is the power of belief. The human body is a very magical existence, especially the beliefs in the mind, which can even create creatures out of thin air, change reality, and are difficult to explore. For example, when you have a strong sense of belief in doing something, even if you encounter many setbacks at the beginning, as long as you absolutely believe in it, you will definitely gain something. We are the last batch of miners on the star. Since the birth of mining robots, many residents have lost their jobs and there is currently no channel to earn star coupons. We can still get a guaranteed 1-star coupon every day, and there will be a reward of 1,000 star coupons if we dig up the mines. Before you fall asleep, you must tell yourself, I can definitely bring it out, I can definitely bring it out, I can definitely bring it out. Engrave the power of this belief in your mind. This is my experience. Do you understand? The cyber miners around looked at each other hesitantly, feeling that it sounded a bit like theology. At this time, a young man next to him raised his hand weakly. I brought out the fourth ore, and I have some experience. My method is similar to that of Brother Damao. I thought I must have shipped something today, but I didn't expect it to be true. This can be regarded as the power of belief. Damao looked at everyone seriously. Before entering the cyber mine next time, everyone will deepen their beliefs with me. Outside the train, Lao Zhu frowned and pondered. After a long while, he raised his head and looked at Damao beside him. Your plan will cost the star a lot of extra star coupons. Yes, but I believe it will definitely make money. After hesitating for a moment, Damao gritted his teeth and said, as long as we set an example for everyone and deepen everyone's beliefs, it will be fine. Okay, I'll go to report to Master Mang. Wait for my news. I understand. Chen Mang, who was sitting in the train room, said thoughtfully, what Damao means is to use beliefs to increase the probability of shipments, but the beliefs of other cyber miners are not very sufficient, and they need to be helped to deepen their beliefs. When mining tonight, intentionally put a piece of iron ore under 1 or 2 miners' beds. Tell the miners they dug it out. Let everyone know it really works, and that will strengthen their faith. Right, very good, very interesting idea. Chen Mang smiled and said softly, you can give it a try. Don't come to me for things like those involving thousands or tens of thousands of star certificates in the future. If my subordinates have ideas, let them try them out. The star has no shortage of these resources. Your role on the train isn't just a messenger. You have to make your own decisions. Understood? Old Pig was slightly taken aback, then quickly nodded in agreement. After Old Pig left, Chen Mang looked at the space gate accessory on the control panel screen. It was a yellow-grade accessory. Its interior was a square space, 100 meters long and wide at level 1. Each level increased by 100 meters. The space gates on his train were generally 1,000 meters long and wide. Building a level 100 space gate required 1.31 million units of iron ore, a price that wasn't too expensive and acceptable. After a moment's thought, he paused. He immediately built a level 100 space gate and placed it in carriage 10. This was his 5th space gate in carriage 10. After reaching level 100, the length and width reached 10,000 meters. This might not be intuitive, but let's be more specific. A level 100 space gate is equivalent to 14,000 football fields, roughly 1/10 the area of a second or third tier city. An average adult would need 2 hours to walk 10,000 meters. After eating and strolling around, it would be almost dawn. This is an extremely large-scale project. Efficient movement without transportation is difficult. And all of this, for a mere 1.31 million units of iron ore, is incredibly cost-effective, especially with 3 supermodal effects. Level 20 Spacegate's supermodal effect contains Earth oxygen, which can generate oxygen, but consumes energy. Level 50 Spacegate's supermodal effect, the soil within the Spacegate allows crops to grow faster and taste better. The 100th level supermodal effect of the Spacegate, the internal space is stable. When the Spacegate shatters, all living creatures within are transported to another Spacegate within the train. All 3 supermodals have good effects. There's no need to worry about how many oxygen concentrators he'll need to install for such a large area. Furthermore, with the 100th level supermodal effect, there's no need to worry about the possibility that the space gates in these 2 cars might be destroyed, shattering them and burying all the residents. However, the resident space gates are only level 10 and don't have this effect yet. It's not enough right now. We can get them a level 101 later. After all, if a level 100 space gate is to function as a residential area, it needs a lot of transportation facilities. Otherwise, those living in the innermost part will have to walk for an hour or 2 to reach the exit each time they leave the space gate. Chen Mang looked at the control panel. The yellow-grade space gate accessory requires 1.31 million units of iron ore to upgrade from level 1 to level 100, but 1 million units of iron ore to upgrade from level 100 to level 101. But the original length and width also increased from 10,000 meters to 20,000 meters. While each upgrade cost more, judging purely by the stats, the latter was actually more cost-effective. Very good, Chen Mang nodded slightly. Starting from level 100, the growth was essentially exponential. Accessories like green and yellow wouldn't be considered high quality in the universe, where pink and colorful accessories were the norm. But if the stats could increase exponentially, then low-level accessories like green and yellow would also see their own rise. Trains were the primary means of mechanical civilization. Every civilization capable of leaving its home planet to participate in the War of Civilizations actually utilized the planet's core energy. Though the means of utilization were different, mechanical civilizations used trains, while Zerg civilizations used it somewhat like the flesh. It was unknown how other civilizations utilized it. The mechanical civilizations had all been destroyed. On planet Aquamarine, there were still adventure maps to obtain accessories. Without them, he could only see where to find the colorful accessories. Zio AI, Chen Mang paused for a moment, then spoke thoughtfully. Mechanical civilization should have a lot of Murphy stones, right? Even if the number of Murphy stones needed for upgrading after exceeding level 100 will be much larger, it is entirely possible to build a train with level 200 armor, right? Wouldn't that make us invincible in the world? Not really. The voice of AI rang out from the train. Murphy stones also come from core energy and are not so easy to obtain. Moreover, the War of Civilizations is not a matter of just one train. The shortest battle line may span tens of thousands of light years. Under this kind of battle line, even if a train survives to the end, the civilization will have been destroyed, and it will be like rootless water, drifting in the universe like a lonely ghost. After all, one train cannot protect all the planets. I understand. Chen Mang leaned back in his chair and said softly. This further confirms my hypothesis. Civilizations shouldn't have territories, or be confined to a single corner. They should simply be wandering civilizations. Wherever the train goes, civilization exists, able to fight or flee. No need for stationary warfare. Generally speaking, trains can't accommodate many people, but if your space gate can be continuously upgraded, then it can indeed be done, with each train representing a civilization. 7 days later. For 7 days, the star train sat in the center of the island, mining. They had never mined so easily before, with no monsters to disturb them. It was as safe as a novice zone, not at all like an advanced zone. The seabed was mostly deep, and the higher the level, the deeper the activity. There were virtually no monsters on the surface. Water and land didn't interfere. It was truly safe and secure. 7 days was enough time for a lot to happen. The mining robots were toiling day and night, 24 hours a day, non-stop. Compared to cattle and horses, humans were still far behind the robots in this regard. At that moment, a total of 50,000 mining robots were working diligently. At the beginning, there were only 10,000 mining robots, but 3 of them were accidentally crushed by big trees during the mining process and were directly scrapped on the spot. Chen Mang was too lazy to ask Zio AI to repair them. Each robot only had 2,500 units of iron ore. Why would he bother repairing them? It just so happened that a lot of iron ore was dug up at that time. Another 100 million units of iron ore were consumed on the spot, and 40,003 mining robots were built again. It was a perfect number. A total of 50,000 mining robots were cutting down trees in the center of the island day and night. This efficiency is perfect. Not to mention level 4 ore, he didn't let go of level 3 ore. No matter how small the mosquito is, it's meat. There is no level 2 ore. The lowest level of mines in this area is level 3. The scene looks extremely lively. This is my robot army. Chen Mang stood by the floor-to-ceiling window of the train compartment, overlooking the countless robots toiling outside. A slight smile crossed his lips. He'd been in a good mood these past few days, with a steady stream of good news, turning his initial anxieties about the future into anticipation. Barring any unexpected developments, the train would eventually reach a point where it could withstand the Zerg civilization. Good news was pouring in from the cyber mines as well. In the past 7 days, they'd already obtained 3 level 9 iron ore units. This was a much higher probability than before, when not even a single one in 7 days was quite normal. Following Damo's method, the cyber miners' sense of conviction had grown stronger. Each one now clutched a pickaxe before falling asleep. This wasn't something they used to do before. After all, mining in a dream wouldn't be of much use holding a pickaxe in real life. But to strengthen their sense of conviction, everyone was researching ways to increase their own. While it might sound a bit theological, it was truly feasible. Perhaps faith is also a kind of energy field that establishes a channel, Chen Mang pondered. He tried to explain this behavior, but he quickly found it difficult to explain, at least with the information he knew so far. Regardless, it was good news for the star. In Neon City, various figures were rising steadily. Since opening daily, it had been operating for 7 consecutive days, with total revenue of 240 million units of iron ore. While the average daily figure wasn't as good as before, the previous one was a limited time opening per week, while now it was open every day, so the latter still made more money. Furthermore, with the train conductors' continued recruitment and Mondo's diligent efforts, the number of train conductors would increase. The profits would also continue to grow. Even BioZ was receiving good news. All guards were now able to pilot blue-grade Thunder mechs. And BioZ himself could pilot a purple-grade Pope mech. The mech squad was officially formed. Of course, in the universe, the existence of a mech squad was meaningless. Just like the destruction of that civilization on the galaxy map a few days ago, there won't be any ground troop invasions. If your planet lacks adequate defenses, it'll face a single main gun blast, melting it instantly. Mech squads are mostly used to garrison a planet or maintain internal order. Ground troops play a near-zero role in the universe. As for the scenario of a single mech battling a train in the rain, it's completely impossible. Even a high-quality mech would be humiliated against a train. They're on a completely different level. With 50,000 mining robots operating at lightning speed, in 10 days, all the mines on this island will be fully mined, yielding a vast supply of iron ore. After all, there are several level 6 mines here. Each level 6 mine holds 1 billion units of iron ore. I wonder if there are level 7 iron ores in the pink and colorful areas. According to the 10 million units of level 4 iron ore, 100 million units of level 5 iron ore, and 1 billion units of level 6 iron ore. If there are level 7 ores in the colorful area, then the number should be 10 billion units of iron ore. Chen Mang sat on the chair, looking at the almost uprooted forest in the distance and murmured, "Is it necessary to go to the mining planet? I feel that I can stay directly in the colorful area and wait for the mine to refresh. I feel that I will get more resources." The AI in the train room was silent for a while before saying quietly, "On the train, the blue water planet is a habitable planet, and the mining planet is a resource planet. It should be obvious from the name that they are different. The difference between the two, when you go to the mining star, you'll understand why it's called a mining star. In the universe, mining stars are absolutely strategic resources. It's just that the mining stars near Water Blue Star are too inexperienced. Otherwise, you, the train conductor, would have had the opportunity to witness an interstellar war with your own eyes." The scene was shocking. Countless wormholes rose out of thin air, and from each wormhole emerged an army. They met with a barrage of firepower, and countless lives were lost at every moment. Is this from that AI database? Did you see this? This is the real-time video from the rear. What happened next? The subsequent wormhole collapsed, and the video was disconnected. Really? Let's upgrade first. Chen Mang glanced at the control panel screen. Besides upgrading his armor, he would try not to spend iron ore on other components. He wanted to save all the iron ore and use it in the colorful area to upgrade the colorful components. That level 6 iron mine was 1 billion units of iron ore. He looked at the requirements for upgrading the train to level 19. Upgrade requirements: consume 100,000 units of level 3 iron ore. All car accessories must be above level 300, complete an S-level mission, and at least one gold-grade accessory must be upgraded to level 20, all requirements met. The train can be upgraded to level 19 at any time. There's something quite counterintuitive about this. Most people believe that upgrading a train should become increasingly difficult as it progresses, with the initial upgrade being the easiest. But in reality, upgrading his star train was the most challenging at the beginning. Back then, apart from the resources provided by Master Kun, it was essentially like starting from scratch, with no resources at all, and it took time and effort to build. As the train leveled up, resources became more abundant. With this wealth of resources, the train upgrades much faster than at lower levels. 7 days ago, he upgraded the train 3 levels in a row, and now he can upgrade again. He'd already fulfilled all the upgrade requirements long ago, so he didn't feel any hurdles. The accessories are over level 300. Isn't that an insult? He could easily reach level 300 with just 3 white-grade accessories. Upgrade. As 10 million units of iron ore turned to powder and melted into the train cars, a line of numbers appeared on the control panel screen again. Your train has reached level 19. More craftable accessories will be unlocked. Level 19 Star Train. A new button appeared on the control panel, marking the new function added by the train after reaching level 19. Civilization Inheritance. The button only had 4 words on it, but pressing it revealed a wealth of information on the screen. Chen Mang frowned slightly, examining it closely. This button was more like the last words of the mechanical civilization than a function, the information coming from the input of its supreme leader. A huge legacy was left behind. The mechanical train's upgrade to level 19 was not originally supposed to add any new functions. At the moment of its demise, the supreme leader of the mechanical civilization left behind a last word and a huge legacy within the train. A secret space located within a time rift, rich in resources. Unlike Princess Tutu. Princess Tutu's actions were personal, and she dispersed her resources, leaving a portion on each planet. The one left by the supreme leader of the machine civilization represents the final legacy of the machine civilization. To obtain the coordinates of this dimension, the prerequisite is to rebuild the machine civilization and declare war on the Zerg civilization. This conflict with the information in the database, the AI voice echoed from the train. The database states that a machine civilization is on the verge of extinction, having run out of ammunition and food, practically depleted. How could they possibly have any remaining resources? If they had any, they could have held out for a few more years and wouldn't have been wiped out. Chen Mang remained silent, remembering the statement in the database. If any information received about the machine civilization conflicts with the information in this data, the database information shall prevail. Assuming the database is true, then the Supreme Leader's claim of a massive legacy is likely a hoax, simply a pretext to cause trouble for the Zerg civilization after his death. However, the mechanical civilization did do one good thing. Originally, the trains were a uniquely mechanical tool. At the moment of their demise, they simply open-sourced them, distributing them to every corner of the universe. This allowed many civilizations to skip the research phase of core energy and directly inherit their methods. This was a technological explosion. I believe the latter. Chen Mang lit a cigarette, leaned back in his chair, and stared at the control panel. Even if the former is true, I don't want it. Rebuilding the mechanical civilization and declaring war on the Zerg civilization, who would dare to do that without 9 lives? Declare war. I can't declare war in this lifetime. Can't I just attack directly from the inside? The Zerg civilization didn't declare war when they destroyed the Sky-Slaying civilization. Did they just go ahead and destroy them with a single main gun blast? P.S. I'll correct any typos later. Please give me some monthly votes. Chapter 292, Gray Grade Accessories. After the stellar train reached level 19, in addition to this new function, it also gained 2 craftable accessories: Wheel Changer, a red grade accessory, requiring 50,000 units of iron ore to craft. Special Material Research Line, a gray grade accessory, requiring 100,000 units of iron ore to craft. This accessory is a special accessory and cannot be upgraded. There are only these two accessories. The first one was already familiar. He had obtained this red grade accessory with a rare train order. It was very useful, allowing for seamless wheel replacement. However, the second one, Chen Mang frowned slightly, looking at the accessory panel. The effect is the ability to craft special materials. Prerequisite: having a sample of this material, which can be crafted by consuming iron ore. For example, a material like titanium alloy steel would be impossible to craft with the current train's capabilities. However, if a sample of this material were placed in the special material research line, it could be mass-produced by consuming iron ore. He froze in his tracks, his mind almost instantly conjuring up scenarios for this accessory. Currently, the cosmic receiver has a total of 10 receiving devices, with a daily production capacity of 4.8 million units of iron ore. The main limitation in manufacturing receiving devices is the material. If this special material can be mass-produced, then it also means that the receiving devices can be mass-produced. With 10 receiving devices, the daily production capacity is 4.8 million units of iron ore. So, what about 101,000? Or even 10,000 or 100,000? This accessory might not be very useful on other trains, but for this one, it's a deadly weapon. And this is the first gray-colored accessory he's encountered. Unable to upgrade? Chen Mang, somewhat unconvinced, activated level 0 permissions, intending to force the upgrade. The next moment, you consume 2.7 million units of iron ore to upgrade the specialty material research line to level 10. This grants 2 super mode effects. Specialty Material Research Line Level 5 Super Mode Effect, Iron ore consumption for manufacturing special materials is halved. Specialty Material Research Line Level 10 Super Mode Effect, Iron ore consumption for manufacturing special materials is halved. 2 consecutive super mode effects of halving consumption. Is this not upgradable? Who said it can't be upgraded? The resources consumed for crafting and upgrading are basically the same as the resources consumed for upgrading red grade accessories. Zio AI, is there any information about gray grades in the database? Yes, Zio AI's voice was heard in the train cabin. Gray grade accessories are special accessories and are not on the white to colorful grades. All accessories are made by scientists of mechanical civilization. By sealing a certain weapon in an accessory blueprint, they can be quickly in batches. For example, you spend a lot of resources to make a lithography machine, and it is difficult to mass produce it, but you can seal it in the accessory blueprint so that others only need to pay a certain amount of resources to make a lithography machine without understanding the technology. Different accessories consume different resources according to their strength. The supermodel effect is deduced and completely random. The scientific name is cosmic empowerment. In fact, it is completely random and uncontrollable. When an accessory blueprint is made, no one knows what the supermodel effect of this accessory blueprint is. They all exist randomly under the core energy. They may be very strong, weak, or even non-existent. This is completely uncontrollable. The accessory blueprint at this point is the original accessory image. After repeatedly replicating this accessory blueprint, it becomes the original accessory image we encounter. Initially, this replication will only be done on a small scale. Scientists in the mechanical civilization will use the copied accessory blueprint to create a single accessory and upgrade it to level 10 or 20 to see what the supermodel effect is. If the supermodel effect is good, the original accessory image will be kept and released to the market for widespread use. If the supermodel effect is poor, the original accessory image will be destroyed and a new one will be created to obtain the random supermodel effect again. Generally speaking, neither colorful accessories nor white accessories will have this treatment. The process of detecting the supermodel effect requires the consumption of Murphy's stone. White accessories do not need Murphy's stone to detect the supermodel effect. It is fine as long as it can be used. Even if it does not exist, it does not matter. For example, even the mechanical civilization does not know what the 100-level supermodel effect of the refrigerator is, because the entire mechanical civilization, not even Princess Tutu, will upgrade the refrigerator to level 100, and there will be no one so idle. Colorful accessories will not use Murphy's stone to detect the supermodel effect. Scientists of the mechanical civilization can develop a weapon or accessory that is judged to be of colorful grade, which requires a lot of resources and time. It is difficult to produce a second one in a short time. So even if the first one is sealed in the original picture of the accessory and the supermodel effect is not satisfactory, it will not be replaced in a short time. Perhaps it is because the amount of information is a bit too much? Zio AI paused for a moment before continuing. It is worth mentioning that the Doomsday Cannon, an accessory that all trains call a novice artifact, was remade 43 times before it randomly got 3 supermetal effects with half the consumption. It relies on blue-grade accessories to be comparable to or even exceed some yellow or even red-grade firepower accessories, and the entire remaking process consumed 645 Murphy stones. Even for a mechanical civilization, this is a considerable expense. Mechanical civilizations develop many kinds of accessories at the same time, and it is impossible to spend all resources on one accessory. Chen Mang sat in a chair, thinking thoughtfully for a long time before he whispered, I basically understand. That is, the supermetal effect of the original picture of the accessory is completely random, and if you are not satisfied with a random supermetal effect, you can also rescreen the supermetal effect by remaking the original picture of the accessory. And the biggest cost is the Murphy stones used to detect the supermetal effects of the original accessories. Yes, if I can upgrade infinitely, can I ignore this cost? That's right, then theoretically, I can randomly produce supermetal effects that perfectly meet the needs of the star. As long as I detect them enough times, that's right, even if it's a firepower weapon with colorful accessories, as long as I detect it enough times, I can even ensure its supermetal effects from level 5 to level 500, and reduce ammunition consumption by half. It's possible, Zio AI continued, but the premise is that we need a scientific research team like the mechanical civilization, a large number of scientific research chips, high computing power, rare materials, and a huge amount of experimental data, etc. This is a very troublesome thing. Troublesome, Chen Mang suddenly laughed. As for the scientific research team, isn't the leader on the island a university professor? Scientific research chips, isn't your little brother, Zai, one of them? Your computing power should be enough. If not, I will upgrade it to level 500. Can't rare materials be created through the special material research and development line? A huge amount of experimental data, which can be obtained from the ruins of mechanical civilization. Although there are difficulties, there are ways. Of course not, Zio AI said quietly. It is a bit far-fetched for the scientific research team to rely on a university professor of a second-rate civilization. And what if he teaches philosophy? I'm talking about a large number of scientific research chips. Currently, the Star Train only has one scientific research chip. My computing power is too high, and it's too high. If you want to take care of these things, level 100 is indeed not enough. The special material research and development line can create rare materials, but you also need material samples. This is very difficult to achieve, but there is always a chance. Chen Mang pondered for a moment and then said, there will be a chance to achieve it in the future. This matter is handed over to you to take the lead. First, select some scientific researchers and train them based on the basic information in the database. Go and see how much iron ore is needed to build the materials for 10,000 receiving devices, at most 100, Zio AI explained. The cosmic receiver can only have a maximum of 100 receiving devices. If there are more, we will have to build an additional cosmic receiver. The conversion device and the receiver, it's difficult to build a conversion device for the time being, then build 90 of them first. Did you mention what grade accessories are? I haven't finished yet, Zio AI continued. Among all the accessories, there is an extremely special type of accessory called grade accessories. In other words, it is also a semi-failed product. It has certain effects, but during the manufacturing process, an unknown accident occurred. It cannot be upgraded and cannot obtain supermodel effects. Really? Yes, normally it is like this. The train conductor's case is an exception. Grade accessories often have good effects even at level 1, but they are extremely rare. That's right, after all, most grade parts are recycled. Only a small number of gray parts made from truly precious raw materials, and even at level 1, are still powerful enough to retain their original designs and be replicated for market. Gray parts are powerful at level 1, not because they're naturally that way, only those that are already powerful at level 1 are preserved, the rest are recycled. Understood? Chen Mang let out a light breath, lit a cigarette, and leaned back in his chair, gazing at the stream of information on the control panel screen. Perhaps due to the fatigue of recent days, he felt his eyelids growing heavier, and a drowsy feeling approached. He lay down in the chair, sinking into its back. This chair wasn't a dining table chair, but rather a spaceship chair, half enclosed, effectively protecting the train conductor even in the event of a collision. He drifted off to sleep, his dream not dwelling on the original PARTE drawings, but only vaguely remembering his first love at 16. It was a feeling he hadn't felt in a long time. At that time, he still had the ability to truly love someone. Relationships after college are often quite sad. Even if two people who meet and get along harmoniously in society often lose the ability to fully love someone. Both of them once had someone in their hearts they loved with 100%. Just get by. It's okay to just get by. Xia Feng, who was inside the train, came up and carefully covered Chen Mang with a blanket before tiptoeing back out again. What a scheming woman. Xia Ai, who was inside the Mecha R&D Center in carriage 2, couldn't help but sigh. He'd checked the surveillance footage of Xia Feng's interactions with everyone recently and couldn't find anyone offering her advice. Why did she seem so much more scheming? A bowl of scallion oil noodles, which the conductor enjoyed so much, was immediately promoted to the rank of senior talent, level 2. Was it really not a deliberate act, but a genuine desire to do so? With such a pure heart? He didn't understand humans. But from an AI's perspective, he felt Xia Feng's words on the train that day were a bit too utilitarian. Borrowing some stellar tickets to make this bowl of noodles sounded strange. He couldn't believe the conductor hadn't noticed, or perhaps he had heard it but ignored it. That was true. Everyone on the train flattered the conductor. Wasn't it just to gain higher status and better treatment? Thinking that made him feel so noble, but he had no such desires at all. Xia Ai shrugged in the mirror before heading toward the specialty materials research and development line in the distance, preparing to create a batch of materials for the receiver. The conductor had previously commented on his awkward shrug, but this time he tweaked it. It looked pretty good. Daybreak arrived. Chen Mang, waking from his chair, stepped into the shower to rinse before returning to his chair, lighting a cigarette and looking at the train logbook. He had fallen asleep in his chair again the previous night. The logbook contained nothing noteworthy. Only one thing, his progress in the civilization order had increased significantly. Humanity's progress, from 62% to 78%. Cultural progress, 77% to 89%. Military progress, 78% to 84%. Agricultural progress, 37% to 61%. Institutional progress, 87% to 92%. Once all 5 progress points have reached 100%, he can rebuild human civilization. Of course, the civilization he rebuilds will definitely not be a level 1 civilization, as reaching that level is quite difficult, so this progress must be completed as quickly as possible. After rebuilding Blue Water Planet civilization, he will become the legitimate leader of that planet, possessing authority only granted to leaders of many civilizations. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to take everyone away from this planet. There are at least hundreds of millions of survivors on this planet. Assuming 1 unit of iron ore per day is enough to produce the minimum daily food supply, this would consume hundreds of millions of units of iron ore daily. He brought these survivors aboard the train, but with no ore to mine and not enough work to do in Neon City, it would be pure waste. This was something he had been pondering. He didn't know how to manage these survivors. How did other civilizations do it? Was it purely relying on dreamstones? The increase in agricultural progress was quite astonishing, primarily due to the orchard Uncle Lee had established in the breeding carriage. Stretching, Chen Mang lazily disembarked from the train, gazing at the nearly barren island and heading toward the robots toiling nearby. Once this batch of ore was mined, he'd upgrade the train again and head to the pink zone. He hoped to reach the colorful zone soon. No delays at all. 10 days later, all the mines on the deep-sea island in the gold zone had been successfully mined. There were 2 level 6 iron mines, 1 level 6 copper mine, and over 20 level 5 and level 4 mines. 2.3 billion units of iron ore alone had been mined, a near astronomical figure. Adding to this the recent profits from Neon City, Cyber Mine, and the Cosmic Receiver, the train's resources reached an astronomical figure, 2.812 billion units of iron ore, 1.4 billion units of wood, 2.11 billion units of copper ore, 1.054 billion units of red heart rock, and 1 billion units of titanium concentrate. The resources within the star had never been so abundant. He had been on this isolated island for over 2 weeks and had already mined all the mines there. The soonest mine to spawn was a level 5 mine, 13 days away, but he wasn't going to wait any longer. He hurried to the pink area, the last before the rainbow area. He had done a lot of finishing work during that time, such as explaining the conditions in the outside world to all the survivors on the island and implanting their resident numbers into their resident chips. Over 7,000 survivors, all of whom had joined the star, were treated equally, starting with level 3 resident treatment. Every era has its own bonus period. Now that residents no longer needed to mine, upgrading their treatment had become a rather complex undertaking, a rather difficult task. Secondly, all the large iron cans, similar to those used for amoxicillin, on the island were loaded onto the train, along with the trees in the center of the island, which were transplanted to the level 100 space portal in carriage 10. Everything that could be taken away was taken away. Even the squirrels, earthworms, and rabbits in the forest were taken away, every last one. These creatures would flourish in the future. This wasn't to cultivate the star beast, but simply to protect the remaining ecosystem of the underwater blue planet. They might never be seen again. And today, the day had arrived to set sail from this island. He needed to upgrade the train's armor again. The train currently had level 20 armor, so he'd upgrade it to level 21 first. The highest monster level in the gold zone was level 21. Theoretically, his level 20 armor would still be somewhat dangerous in this area, but he encountered no monsters at all, making it completely useless. The highest monster level in the pink zone was already level 24. Monsters at this level still posed a significant threat to the train. It wasn't just about level. It also depended on whether the monster's skills countered the star. Chen Mang narrowed his eyes as he stared at the control panel screen. The price of upgrading a train car from level 17 to level 18 was 30 million. From level 18 to level 19, the price of a carriage is 50 million. From level 19 to level 20, the price of a carriage is 100 million. The difference is enormous. The price doubles from level 19 to 20, but the cost of upgrading to level 21 is much lower, requiring only 120 million units of iron or only 1.92 billion. With the upgrade material cost halved, the cost is reduced to 960 million units of iron ore. As the 960 million units of iron ore in the train melt into powder, the armor components slowly reach level 21. This gives a greater sense of security even in the pink area. Level 21 armor still provides a sense of security. For example, if he encounters the map of fear of dead trees resurfacing again, he will simply stop and remain motionless, and no monster can break his defense, even though the real challenge of that map is to kill all the zombies in a short time. Perhaps there is enough iron ore in the train. Upgrading armor components is always the train's biggest expense, but even after upgrading the train's armor by one level, there's still 1.852 billion units of iron ore. That's too much? It's more than enough for another upgrade. Chen Mang pondered for a moment and decided to upgrade again. While armor level 21 might feel a bit underwhelming in the pink zone, level 22 is more than enough. Even a level 24 monster wouldn't be able to instantly destroy this level of armor. And that's enough time for his 9 Doomsday cannons to begin roaring. Ever since one of his Doomsday cannons was shattered by his two-headed monster in the train tunnel, he hasn't replaced one. He's been making do with it this way, saving resources for now. Once the train reaches the colorful zone, he'll get some colorful weapons and then upgrade again. Upgrade the armor again. As he made his decision, the iron ore in storage car number 3 was partially consumed and incorporated into the car, raising the train's armor level to level 22. This upgrade cost him another 1.12 billion units of iron ore. His newly accumulated savings were almost completely depleted, leaving him with only 732 million units. This little bit would be used for train upgrades and backup, leaving no armor upgrades for the time being. Level 22 armor would be sufficient for the short term. He looked at the upgrade requirements for the train to level 20. Requirements: 110,000 units of level 3 iron ore. All car components must be above level 300, and any one train defense component and any one train attack component must each be above level 18. That's it, was his first reaction upon seeing the upgrade requirements. The first few requirements were met, and they were simple enough. Only the last requirement, that any one train defense component reached level 18, was enough. From what he had seen in the red area, most of the Doomsday Train's defense components rarely reached level 18, with few even reaching levels 15 or 16. This requirement was extremely demanding. The higher the grade of the accessory, the more iron ore it consumes to upgrade. The steel armor for the carriage is a green accessory, already low in resource consumption. Furthermore, It has a super mod effect that reduces manufacturing costs by half. Even upgrading his train's defense accessories is so difficult, let alone others. His current armor is only level 22. How high can others possibly be? Could they possibly be higher? If nothing unexpected happens, there won't be many people left in the pink zone. Soon, after 11 million units of iron ore were crushed inside the carriage, a familiar line of text appeared on the screen: your train has been upgraded to level 20. No more craftable accessories have been unlocked yet. Level 20 train. The upgraded train has no additional features or craftable accessories, just like usual. Aside from a slight increase in speed, there are basically no other changes. Overkill. Chen Mang glanced thoughtfully at the control panel. After entering the Gold Zone Deep Sea Island, he upgraded his train to level 19. After upgrading to level 21, it was time to head to the Pink Zone for another train upgrade. Level 10 was a hurdle. He'd thought level 20 would be a hurdle as well. But surprisingly, there wasn't anything at all. He then looked at the upgrade requirements for the level 21 train. There were almost no changes, save for an additional 1 million units of iron ore. Beyond that, there were no other requirements. Given that, Chen Mang didn't hesitate. After consuming another 12 million units of iron ore, the familiar screen reappeared on the train control console. Your train has been upgraded to level 21. No further craftable components have been unlocked yet. It seems. He stretched lazily in his chair. The next small hurdle is level 22. The task of upgrading to level 22 is significantly more difficult. Even the star isn't satisfied yet. This should be the hurdle encountered when upgrading to level 22 in the pink zone. There's a special one. He's already sent someone to Neon City to acquire the Doomsday Death Certificate to hold a memorial service. He's never seen one before, and he doesn't know if it's available in Neon City. If not, it will be difficult to upgrade to level 22 anytime soon. But he could take his time with this, no rush. His immediate priority was to reach the pink zone. The gold zone was connected only to one pink zone, an island near the equator. Woo, the star, docked on the shore, blared its whistle, and a large number of residents boarded the train in an orderly fashion. The survivors on the island were temporarily relocated to several residential areas, though the living quarters were a bit more crowded than those of ordinary residents. Ready to depart. Destination, the tropical jungle in the pink zone. Luckily, we're in a normal area, Chen Mang muttered softly, gazing at the horizon from his chair. High-level trains couldn't reach lower-level zones. If a high-level zone didn't have a path to a higher-level zone, he'd be trapped there. The possibility of this happening was logically remote. Since he had this path, it wouldn't be blocked. But as even the most unlikely event could happen, there was a white zone surrounded by high-level zones, with nowhere to go. He glanced at the train panel, which showed the over 13,000 residents. He picked up the intercom. Old Pig, how are the new residents on the train behaving? Very well behaved, huh? They used to live in houses with multiple people, but now they live in refrigerators, and they have no complaints. There were some at first, but the catfish effect solved it. What catfish effect? Uncle Lee brought some zombies and let them roam the residential area. The new residents suddenly felt safer in the dormitories. Never mind. As long as it's solved, Chen Mang hung up the intercom. He'd been to that level 100 space portal the other day and seen how the island's forest had been transplanted almost perfectly. Inside, one didn't even realize they were on a train. It felt like being in the wild. That's pretty good. After all, the journey through space is long, so it's nice to come here and wander when bored. It's worth mentioning that these survivors on the island, without facing any major external threats, have a relatively relaxed lifestyle. However, they're not completely free of danger either, so they don't fight or infight with each other. Instead, they coexist as families, forming many couples. I wonder what contraceptive methods these people use. It seems no woman has had a bulging belly in the past 2 years. After all the residents boarded the star train, it slowly began to hover in midair, shooting off into the distance. Destination, the pink tropical jungle. Resident number 11,111, a young man sat in the residential area, his eyes filled with excitement as he looked at his resident number on his iris chip. This resident panel, reminiscent of the player panel in old games, was a novelty to him. If only there had been something like this before the apocalypse. He knew many people were somewhat dissatisfied with the star train's restrictions on their freedom, but he had no complaints. Here, they had new clothes to wear and food to eat. What was there to complain about? The sea salt tasted strongly of rust and bitterness. He was tired of eating fish coated in sea salt every day. Not only was it unpalatable, but it made him thirstier. He had to go to the island to collect dew or stored rainwater. At the beginning, there were over 20,000 survivors. Nearly 2 years had passed. Frozen to death, sick, drowned, fell to death, mauled by tigers. Although there were no monsters, many still died. Especially in winter, they had to cover themselves with animal skins and hide in wooden huts for a chance of survival. Life was extremely difficult. It was nowhere near as comfortable as life on the star, not to mention that it was already the end of the world outside. Even if they didn't join the star, how long could they survive on the island? A simple cold, if it didn't recover, would develop into viral flu, which was basically incurable. It would just be a loss of a little freedom. Nothing in this world comes without a price. He was extremely excited about his future life on the star, especially since his resident number was so auspicious, 5 ones. He felt it was an auspicious start. Most importantly, the young man's expression gradually became dazed, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. He thought of the cashier girl he had met at the resident store a few days ago. He thought he might be in love. It had been a long time since he saw a girl dressed cleanly and dressed up. Compared to the women on the island, she was so much better. He had heard that romance was encouraged on trains, and he felt he could respond to the policy. It exploded. Yeah, it exploded. The star was on a directional cruise. Chen Mang frowned and looked at the galaxy map on the screen beside him. After the Zerg civilization destroyed the sky-killing civilization, the home planet of a small civilization had begun to flee. Many thrusters were installed on the back of the planet, preparing to escape the Zerg civilization. It was a good idea. But without the help of a wormhole, at the speed that planet was escaping, it would not be able to distance itself from the Zerg civilization within a few hundred years. These days, he had been asking Zio AI to keep an eye on the planet's progress, wanting to see when it would give up. The result. Just now, Zio AI told him that the planet exploded, and the civilization was naturally destroyed. How did it blow up? Was it destroyed by the Zerg? Probably not, Zio AI's voice echoed from the train cabin. After all, it's only a fractional level civilization. Logically, the Zerg shouldn't be able to detect it, and they shouldn't have any reason to attack. The specific reason is unknown, but the planet no longer appears on the galaxy map. The galaxy map won't show that much detail. Chen Mang pondered for a moment, then stopped thinking about it. Never mind. There was no need to dwell on things you didn't know. He hadn't been optimistic about the plan in the first place. The speed was far too slow. At full speed, several hours later, the star successfully reached the border of the tropical jungle in the pink area. The area ahead was more like a continent surrounded by sea than an island, much larger than a deep-sea island. It was covered with a variety of tropical plants, so dense that it looked like a swarm of snakes. The words tropical jungle appeared in large letters on the huge light screen in the sky. A line of words also slowly appeared on the control panel screen. The area ahead is the pink area, tropical jungle. Monsters up to level 24 can exist, but the current train is level 21. The risk factor is high, so be careful. He's currently on a level 21 train, with level 22 armor. As the star slowly passed through the light curtain and landed in a clearing by the sea in the tropical jungle of the pink zone, Chen Mang murmured as he looked at the information on the radar screen. This is what a normal area should look like. High-level ores are plentiful. Level 5 ores are everywhere, and there are 3 level 6 ores within the resource detection radar alone. Level 7 ores haven't been found yet. Having just set foot on this continent, he's already seen over 3 billion iron ores. High-level monsters are also plentiful. The strongest monster within the radar range is a level 23 monster. Just as he guessed. The radar hadn't detected a single train, and if nothing unexpected happened, the remaining areas he hadn't detected likely wouldn't have any either. He was very likely the first person on the entire blue water planet to enter the pink zone. If not the first, then he should be the first to set foot in the tropical jungle. Good news and bad news. The good news, this area is rich in high-level ores, never mind before. The resulting abundance is high, and no one is competing with him for them. The bad news, monsters are also plentiful in this area, perhaps because there are no trains. There are quite a few high-level monsters, many capable of penetrating the train's armor. Fortunately, the starship has ample resources and is fast enough to handle them, so they're not too intimidated. However, at first, they won't be as aggressive as in other areas, they'll have to take it slow. Once the armor reaches level 24, they can go all out. Those 81 Viper drone fighters were just reforged, all converted back into titanium ore, recycled without damage. This is much more efficient than the Earth's core furnace, and the recovered 200 million titanium ore level 20 isn't enough. He needs level 30. He upgraded the Viper drone fighter production line to level 20 last time, and this time he needs to upgrade it a bit to produce a higher level fighter. Upgrading and crafting these components consumes titanium ore. He doesn't have much of anything right now, but he has plenty of titanium ore, a full 1.2 billion units of titanium ore after consuming 181 million units of titanium ore. This red grade accessory was directly upgraded from level 20 to level 100. This is also the first red grade accessory on the train to be upgraded to level 100. Other accessories cannot be upgraded for the time being, and two additional supermetal effects have been added. The Viper unmanned fighter production line level 50 supermetal effect, ammunition consumption is halved. The Viper unmanned fighter production line level 100 supermetal effect, the fuselage will undergo subtle changes, adapting to more combat environments and increasing the richness of firepower. These two supermetal effects look unremarkable. There is nothing particularly eye-catching about them. The level 5 supermetal effect of this accessory is that ammunition consumption is halved. Upgrading to level 50 gains another supermetal effect of halving ammunition consumption. Now, even a level 4 energy stone can double the duration of the battle. But soon after, you call that a subtle change? Chen Mang, arriving at the fighter jet landing area in carriage 10, gazed at the newly constructed level 30 Viper unmanned fighter jet and couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Is this still a drone? Take a paternity test with a fighter jet, and the similarity is definitely less than 10%. The original Viper fighter jet was 11.2 meters long, with a 6.5 meter wingspan, and required several carriages for takeoff. Now, the entire fighter jet has beautiful, sci-fi lines, like a silver dart. The sleek metal shell gleams coldly under the light, and the tail thrusters look incredibly imposing. This is no longer a fighter jet. It's clearly a shuttle. Where once it required a flight assist, now it launches directly from a stationary catapult. The shape is compact and sharp, with folding wings clinging to the cabin, like a space falcon ready for flight. It's much smaller than before, 4 meters long, 1 meter wide, with a single tail thruster. It resembles a hummingbird. It also gains several new features, such as the ability to share the star's wormholes. Any wormhole coordinates owned by the star could be freely transferred. Its invisibility coating allowed it to bypass radar detection below its own level, allowing it to slip into enemy blind spots like a ghost. By the time the enemy could see it with the naked eye, thousands of hummingbird-like shuttles had already arrived and launched a fierce attack. It looked nothing like the original. The only difference was its still weak defense. While its functionality and attack capabilities were nearly maxed out, this weakness limited it to consumable use. However, with its reduced size and extremely fast speed, its agility allowed it to evade large energy attacks. From this perspective, its defense wasn't too low. Like the train's tentacle, it carried the star's mission, reaching areas it couldn't reach. It could operate unmanned, or with a pilot inside. Chen Mang admired the shuttle before him and couldn't help but grin. Very cool, I like it. He suddenly realized something. That is, as long as there are enough resources, mechanical civilization seems to be able to produce a large number of troops. Chapter 293 Colorful Area, Equatorial Core. 20 Viper unmanned fighter was 5 million units of titanium ore, or 2.5 million units after the cost was halved. For him, a level 20 wasn't enough. He needed a level 30. A level 30 shuttle cost 20 million units of titanium ore, or 10 million units after the cost was halved. Although the original body had nothing to do with fighters, its scientific name remained Viper Unmanned Fighter. Just like a production line for moldy bread slices, its name remained unchanged no matter how many levels it was upgraded. There were still 1.02 billion units of titanium ore in the train. Without hesitation, he consumed 1 billion units of titanium ore to produce 100 level 30 shuttles, each inlaid with a level 4 energy stone. 81 of these energy stones were taken from the original fighters, with 19 extra stones added. This cost less than 10 million units of iron ore in reality. If one wanted to reach attack power level 25 or even 30, level 4 energy stones would no longer be sufficient. After all, a single level 4 energy stone only required 500,000 units of iron ore. Even with 2 super mods that have ammunition consumption, it would still be difficult to sustain this level. However, the energy stones on these fighters weren't depleted yet. They couldn't just be left alone. They were being used for now and replaced when they were used up. Saving money was essential. The star was now perched on the coast at the edge of the tropical jungle in the pink zone. This was a vast expanse of land, quite possibly the largest he had ever seen. His radar had a range of 100,000 meters, but at this moment, it couldn't detect any boundaries. Zila zila, the roof of Car 10 opened, and a series of shuttles took off, circling over the train, providing escort. Chen Mang looked at the red dots on the radar, his eyes narrowed slightly. He had to clear the area of monsters, otherwise, the ore would be difficult to mine. His armor might not be high enough, but he had plenty of copper ore, a full 2.11 billion units of copper ore, enough for a tough battle. Once all the monsters in this area were annihilated, this area would be his uninhabited paradise. There were also 720 million units of iron ore, more than enough. He looked at a red-grade component he had long neglected, or rather, hadn't used in ages, the Earth Blast missile. It had always been level 6, never upgraded. The main reason was that it was too expensive, making it unaffordable. A single level 6 missile cost a full 300,000 units of copper ore. 300,000. Chen Mang was slightly taken aback, then couldn't help but laugh. He lit a cigarette and leaned back in his chair, his expression dazed as he stared at the numbers on the console screen. A level 6 missile only cost 300,000 units of copper ore? Was it so little? But why did he remember this thing as being incredibly expensive, something he would only consider using in critical moments, never even considering it normally? Compared to 2.11 billion units of copper ore, it was truly too small. People, after becoming wealthy, often become lost in thought when they see things they couldn't have when they were poor. The red-grade Diablos missile requires iron ore to upgrade and copper ore to craft. After consuming 17.2 million units of iron ore, it was upgraded to level 30 in one go, granting 2 supermod effects, Diablos missile level 10 supermod effect, increased blast range and increased power. Diablos missile level 20 supermod effect. Crafting cost have, level 5 supermod effect, similar to the level 10 supermod effect, also increases power, but does not increase blast range. A level 30 Diablos missile costs 1 billion units of copper ore, which is halved to 500 million. But he doesn't need such a high price. In the pink tropical jungle, the highest level monster is level 24. He only needs a level 25 Diablos missile. With the power of the Diablos missile, once it explodes, it can almost instantly kill them all. Even if there are any that survive, a few more hits from the Doomsday cannon will be enough. A level 25 Diablos missile costs only 800 million units of copper ore to craft, which is halved to 400 million. The train's reserves were sufficient to craft 5 missiles. However, just one was enough. He immediately expended 400 million units of copper ore in carriage 14, crafting a level 25 Earthburst missile. Then, he whispered, "Zio AI, have the shuttles survey the area's size and determine if they can lure all the monsters together and treat them to a missile." Understood, Zio AI's voice echoed from within the train. Then, the 100 shuttles hovering overhead shot off in different directions, their piercing sonic booms echoing through the sky. Each shuttle's rear thruster erupted in purplish-blue flames. Several purple halos surrounded the shuttles, acting like accelerators. This caused the shuttles to travel at speeds exceeding, if not exceeding, those of the star train. "What's the current top speed of the shuttle?" "Much faster than the star, Captain. In space, it's common sense and inevitable that a shuttle is faster than a mothership. After all, a mothership has to take on more functions, while a shuttle only needs to maintain speed." "Very good," Chen Mang nodded silently, gazing at the several green dots moving at breakneck speed on the search radar. Lower-grade components might experience some qualitative changes after upgrading. But these higher-grade components, after upgrading, will experience extreme qualitative changes. This component is also the first red-grade component on the train to reach level 100. He suddenly wanted to see if the other red-grade components would also be as abnormal after upgrading to level 100. The shuttles quickly returned, hovering above the train again, and the information was transmitted to Zio AI's database. The area is roughly the size of 7 red zones, the Dusk Coast. There are a lot of monsters, but they're all high level. Low-level monsters are practically non-existent, and the overall number isn't very large, far less than during the zombie volcano eruption. Lure them all, yes, soon. A large number of shuttles shot out again, soon reaching the edge of the area. A Gatling gun slowly extended from the shuttle's belly, aiming at a monster and firing with precision. The bullets were low-level, only level 1, and ineffective at dealing any damage. However, they managed to provoke and attract the monster's aggression. Maintaining a steady pace, they continued to attack other monsters. 100 scattered shuttles began pulling monsters in. The previously quiet tropical jungle area became bustling with activity, accompanied by the crackling of gunfire and the roars of monsters. Sitting inside the train, Chen Mang was maneuvering the star through the air, selecting the designated detonation area, trying to avoid destroying the vegetation in the area. He also planned to transplant all the trees within the star train. It would be a shame to blow it up. Finally, he looked towards a stretch of desert. It was a great location, but if there were a lot of monsters, one level 25 missile might not be enough. He would need two. All he had to do next was wait. Wait for his shuttles to track the monsters. He was the only train in the pink tropical jungle. He was probably the fastest train upgrader on the planet, bar none. He was the only one in this area, with no one to compete with him. All he had to do was reach the colorful area as quickly as possible. After properly upgrading all the train components, he would head to the nearest mining planet in the universe and begin his interstellar journey. The other trains on the blue water planet were no longer his competition, and they had lost the ability to compete with him. He would have complete dominance. A few hours later, killing high-level monsters in the pink zone should drop a doomsday certificate, right? Chen Mang muttered, his expression hazy, as he listened to the roars of numerous monsters in the distant forest and the trembling ground. A prerequisite for the train to reach level 22 was to use the Doomsday Certificate to hold a memorial service for a deceased train member. He had already sent people to Neon City to acquire this item, but there was no news yet. He figured this special item would drop from killing high-level monsters in the pink zone, otherwise, he'd be stuck there, unable to upgrade the train. Even if the drop rate was slim, with so many monsters, there had to be some drops, right? With all the high-level monsters in the pink zone here, how many goodies could they possibly drop? Here they come. Chen Mang's expression straightened slightly. Amidst a piercing sonic boom, several shuttles crisscrossed the sky, trying to lure the monsters to the distant Gobi Desert. The star train was still some distance away from the Gobi Desert. After all, he only had level 22 armor. If he got too close, his train wouldn't be able to withstand his level 25 Giablis missile. Monsters varied in speed, and his initial hope of clearing the area with a single missile was overly optimistic. By then, about half the monsters had already gathered in the desert. Unable to catch up with the shuttle, they had even angrily attacked the others. The entire scene was in chaos. The desert was densely packed with monsters, and a variety of roars echoed incessantly. The next moment, buzz buzz buzz, a red-tipped Giablis missile, erected in car 14 of the star train, was slowly pushed upwards, and a large amount of flames and white smoke erupted. The missile arced through the air and landed heavily on the distant desert. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly resounded, and orange-red flames instantly engulfed all the monsters. Thick gray smoke slowly rose into the air, forming a mushroom cloud. The powerful shockwave uprooted all nearby trees. The shockwave, already visible to the naked eye, was completely unable to shake the star train by the time it reached it. The power was far greater than he had imagined. Chen Mang looked at the enemy radar. The massive red dot, once composed of countless red dots, had now completely gone out, meaning the monster swarming across the Gobi Desert had been completely annihilated, not a single one left. The shuttle had already distanced itself from the area the moment the missiles landed. Otherwise, with its armor, it wouldn't have been able to withstand the shockwave. A slight shock crossed his eyes. It wasn't because the power of a level 25 Earthburst missile was too great, but rather that level 25 was already a very high level. A level 25 missile could only create a massive crater nearly a kilometer wide. That Zerg civilization possessed a single main gun capable of directly destroying an entire civilization. How high of a level was that main gun? Level 80, level 90, or even level 100? The shuttles had already departed, attracting slower monsters, aiming to lure all the monsters from the pink tropical jungle here and eliminate them all at once. Meanwhile, Chen Mang was maneuvering the star, slowly sailing over the giant pit. Powerful magnets were sucking all dropped items into the train's refrigerator. Doomsday Certificates 178. As expected, killing high-level monsters in the pink area had a chance of dropping Doomsday Certificates, though the drop rate wasn't particularly high. Even though he had obtained 178 Doomsday Certificates at once, his level 25 missiles, having killed nearly 10,000 high-level monsters at once, only yielded 178 Doomsday Certificates. That's a 178 in 10,000 chance, certainly not a very high one. All that was needed next was a Doomsday Memorial Service, and the train would meet the requirements for upgrading to level 22. Chen Mang was silent for a moment before picking up the intercom and whispering, "Old Big, a guard on the Star Train died in the underwater maze in the Sand River Plains of the Green Zone." "What was the guard's number?" "The guard's number was 78, prepare a memorial service for him. Arrange for Suona and other things." "No problem, Master Mang." Throughout the Star Train's development, few people had died. This guard who died in the underwater maze was almost the only one. He then looked at the other items dropped by these monsters. Many of them were useful. For example, there were many component blueprints. The lower-grade white and green ones were the least numerous, so he saved them. He placed the red ones, which he deemed useless, in Neon City. There were only two types of components most suitable for the Star Train, white and colorful. After a quick review, he glanced at the enemy radar. A large number of red dots gradually appeared within the radar range. Another group of monsters were following the shuttle's footsteps and were about to arrive at the designated location. In terms of sheer numbers, this area doesn't have many monsters, but they're all high level. Funeral, Old Big, sitting in compartment 7, immediately thought of the burly man with resident number 1998. He had been a pioneer, completing numerous expeditions aboard the Star, and was actually handling funerals before the apocalypse. This kind of thing was perfectly suited for him to handle. Mr. AI, please contact resident number 1998 and have him come to my place. Then, with a slightly complicated expression, he glanced at the notebook on the table. The Star was growing larger and larger. This meant that anyone could use it, even if it was just for a funeral before the apocalypse, where this almost useless experience could be put to good use. Very good. Old Pig was efficient, and in just 10 minutes, the memorial service had already begun in the residential area. A Doomsday Death Certificate wouldn't be as demanding as a Doomsday Marriage Certificate. Special item, Doomsday Death Certificate. Item effect. Holding a memorial service for a deceased train resident in the presence of at least 100 train residents can significantly increase the train's humanity progress, does not increase any inheritance value, does not increase any reputation value. It's not like the Doomsday Marriage Certificate, which has 3 options, gold, silver, and bronze. It's extremely simple. Tick tick tick, accompanied by the highly recognizable sound of a suona, and amid the roar of gongs and drums, 8 men dressed in black and wearing white cloths, carrying a steel coffin on their shoulders, walked towards the earth pit in front, watched by hundreds of residents. The gong stopped. The man with resident number 1998, dressed in black and with a sad face, walked onto the stage and looked at all the residents. "Dear family members, we gather here today not to mourn the end of a world, but to remember the traces of his existence. The sky may no longer be bright, and the earth may be devastated, but human dignity and the choices we make before death will still shine brightly in the final moments. This is the first funeral held on the Star, and it will definitely not be the last." In the Green Zone, the Sand River Plain, a guard named resident number 78 sacrificed his life protecting his teammates in the underwater maze of the adventure map. Nearly 2 years have passed since the birth of the apocalypse. We have created beauty and condoned destruction. But at this moment, please touch the hands of those around you. This may be the last warmth of the civilization of Blue Water Planet. The Star will be the Noah's Ark of the apocalypse. All those who can board the Star are blessed. Now, let us all observe a moment of silence for this martyr who gave his life for the development of the Star. The man on the stage was the first to bow his head in sorrow, and the residents below followed suit. Only Zhang, who was in the crowd, had a flicker of helplessness in his eyes. With a martyr status revealed, he would definitely not receive resident number 78. This number would remain empty. No one could take it away. However, learning that the man had sacrificed his life protecting his teammates made him feel a slight sense of solemnity. He admitted that he wasn't a good person, and that it was difficult for him to sacrifice himself for others. Therefore, when he heard such stories, he was always full of respect. Although he lived in darkness, he still admired the light. Another 10 minutes passed. Boom! As the explosion resounded over the tropical jungle area, the remaining monsters that had been attracted were reduced to ash in a sea of orange-red flames. Although the star was poorly armored, its firepower was still formidable. All the monsters in the pink tropical jungle had been virtually wiped out. Only a few scattered monsters remained, posing no significant threat to the star. After powerful magnets sucked all dropped items back into the train's refrigerator, the star slowly landed in an open field nearby. 50,000 mining robots, in unison, filed out of Car 10 and began mining the nearby mines. The over 10,000 residents of the train also disembarked, carrying axes, pickaxes, and other tools to prepare for the mining work. However, the residents weren't responsible for mining. Instead, they were tasked with transplanting trees and other items onto the star train. Slow down, slow down. The university professor anxiously pointed his axe at the residents around him. This is a century-old tree. If Blue Water Planet is truly destroyed, this tree will have even greater significance in the future. It proves Blue Water Planet exists. Transplanting a century-old tree requires a complex and arduous process. Even with our limited resources, we can't be too haphazard. Follow my lead. The university professor's major was zoology and botany. It was a pity he couldn't lead the large-scale scientific research project Chen Mang had prepared. However, it was precisely because of the university professor's presence that the thousands of residents had survived on the island for so long, avoiding poisonous fruit and recovering from colds and diarrhea with herbal remedies. It was precisely because of these unique methods that he commanded considerable prestige among the residents. Regarding the transplanting of trees and plants, Chen Mang assigned the university professor full responsibility for the transplants, ensuring their survival rate as much as possible. After all, the space gate could produce any required soil moisture. After joining the starship and gaining sufficient information, he also understood its current position on Blue Water Planet. To put it bluntly, it might truly be the last chance at apocalypse. His goal was to preserve as many traces of Blue Water Planet as possible, such as the trees that had grown for centuries. When Blue Water Planet collapsed in 3 years, at least these plants would remain as a testament to its existence, rather than disappearing silently into the universe, unnoticed. The long untouched tropical jungle suddenly became bustling with activity. Everywhere was filled with shouts and noisy conversation. Mining robots were selectively mining, only mining those at level 4 and above, completely ignoring those at level 3 without a second glance, dismissing them as a waste of time. Sitting in the star train, Chen Mang looked at the control panel screen. If the speed remained the same, it would take about a month to mine the entire pink area tropical jungle mine. Although he had 50,000 mining robots. But the mine here had never been mined before, and the amount was huge. A month was already a day and night rush. After that, they could go to the colorful area. It was also his last stop on the star, and all the iron ore he had accumulated would be used to upgrade the colorful grade accessories and prepare to go to the mining planet 0.3 light-years away. He looked at Xiaolu, who was sleeping in his arms, and gently stroked his pink mouth. Although this guy had woken up, he still slept most of the time. This thing, Chen Mang muttered, a bit dazed. Could the database be wrong? Could this little creature, once fully grown, truly be able to feed and fight at a distance of 0.01 light-years? It doesn't look like it's getting any bigger. 0.01 light-years is equivalent to the distance his planet traveled from the Sun 3,160 times in his previous life, or 2.36 million times around the planet's equator. Walking that distance would take 21.6 million years. Even if Khufu could reach a top speed of 900 kilometers per hour, it would still take 120,000 years to cover that distance. He couldn't imagine how a celestial behemoth could one day be able to travel that distance. What kind of attack could kill a celestial behemoth of such terrifying size? Even the most powerful weapon, capable of blasting it through, would be nothing compared to its size. Could this thing truly exist in the universe? That's exactly what the AI data says. How did the machine's civilization know the specific information about the Star Devourer? Have they seen an adult Star Devourer? That's unclear, but since they can obtain specific information, they must have encountered and understood it. Chen Mang remained silent, placing Little Green on a bench nearby. He had a strong premonition that when he began his interstellar journey, he might witness many things that would shake his worldview. Like Little Green, all he could do was to improve the star's capabilities as much as possible, so that he would have the means to protect himself in any crisis. He looked at the upgrade requirements for the train to level 22. Upgrade requirements: consume 130,000 units of level 3 iron ore, require all car components to be at least level 320, and use the Doomsday Death Certificate to hold a memorial service. With all three requirements met, a memorial service was successfully held in Residential Area 1 on Train 8. Notably, after that memorial service, humanity's progress jumped directly from 78% to 100%, capping it. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are crucial matters for any civilization. To rebuild human civilization or even XX civilization, simply complete all four options behind the civilization order. Then, you can activate the civilization order and rebuild your own civilization. If all else fails, see if I can contact a legitimate human civilization. If it's truly legitimate, I could just join and thrive there, he murmured, gazing at the information on the screen. The universe is far too dangerous, with countless crises. Since there's a human civilization claiming to be legitimate, perhaps the Blue Water Planet civilization, facing a similar branch that has suffered at the hands of the Zerg, might be willing to lend a hand and save its people? However, this possibility is a bit too idealistic. It's essentially impossible. Relying on others is ultimately not as good as relying on oneself. He didn't dwell on these matters any further, instead consuming 13 million units of iron ore to upgrade his train to level 22. The next moment, two familiar lines appeared on the train control panel screen. Your train has been upgraded to level 22. More customizable components will be unlocked. A new feature, Race Heritage, has been added to the control panel. Its effect is to ensure that all life born on the train is in near-perfect health, free of birth defects, cerebral palsy, congenital heart disease, sepsis, and other conditions. This effectively ensures that new life on the train is kept in a relatively healthy state. This feature is not currently available. There are currently no pregnant women on the train. However, after upgrading to level 22, one additional craftable accessory becomes available. Wormhole coating, a pink accessory requiring 200,000 units of iron ore. Time rift coating, a pink accessory requiring 200,000 units of iron ore. These two accessories have similar effects. They prevent the train from being affected by time rifts or wormholes. Both effects are available on the Stellar. They are the level 50 and level 100 supermetal effects of the built-in spatial stabilizer. The level 50 supermetal effect prevents passengers from experiencing the negative effects of time when entering a time rift. The level 100 supermetal effect prevents the train from being affected when it initiates a wormhole jump. However, not everyone can upgrade the internal space stabilizer to level 50 or 100. These two components are crucial for the train's interstellar journey. Chen Mang looked at the two components calmly. Having consumed 400,000 units of iron ore to craft them, he had no plans to upgrade them for now. The internal space stabilizer was sufficient for the time being. However, in the future, when resources were sufficient, he would certainly upgrade these two components to see the results. The days that followed remained largely unchanged. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. During this month, the Star, equipped with mining robots, visited every high-level resource point in the Pink Zone, collecting a vast amount of resources. Unfortunately, they only found a single level 7 copper mine. This was the only level 7 mine in the entire Pink Tropical Jungle. This single level 7 copper mine brought him 10 billion units of copper, instantly maxing out the train's firepower reserves. What a pity, if only it were iron ore. Chen Mang sat in the Star Train cabin, gazing dazedly at the total resources displayed on the train panel. 6.95 billion units of iron ore, 4.12 billion units of wood, 13.49 billion units of copper ore, 1.4 billion units of red heart rock, and 270 million units of titanium crystal ore. The resources in the Pink Zone are extremely rich. Even without the level 7 iron ore, the train's iron ore reserves have reached nearly 7 billion, over 1 billion of which was earned by Neon City within the past month. The armor level is currently 22. The train's level is also 22, far below the upper limit for trains in the Pink Zone. But Chen Mang didn't continue upgrading the train. Instead, he piloted the Star Train to the junction of the Tropical Jungle in the Pink Zone and the Equatorial Core in the 7-color zone. This is also the only 7-color zone on the Blue Water Planet. Unlike the Pink Zone, the 7-color zone is extremely small, allowing search radar to fully cover the entire area. A small island nestled in the sea. At a glance, There are no monsters, and the entire island is utterly silent. Only a vast light curtain separates the island from the sea, with the 4 large characters equatorial core emblazoned on it. The area ahead is the colorful zone, the equatorial core. No monsters. The current train level is 22, so the risk factor is high. Be careful, this is the end of the blue water planet. Chen Mang slowly pushed the joystick, guiding the star through the light curtain before him, into the colorful zone, and landing safely on the edge of the island. Almost a moment he entered, several lines of text appeared on the screen. Congratulations, you have gained access to all zones freely. This will be the official starting point of the apocalypse. When you arrive here, you will realize that the curtain has truly opened on the story. You are now qualified to fight all the monsters on this planet and have the basic ability to survive in the universe. As for your continued survival, I wish you good luck. There are no monsters here. In the coming days, you will not receive any more prompts like this. The information in the database is set to end here. Go deeper. The information there may answer many of your questions and explain how the zone was formed, if you are interested. Chen Mang walked out of the train compartment alone and stood at the edge of the island, gazing at the vast, flat island before him. He calmly lit a cigarette and watched the rising plume of smoke, his expression dazed and silent. They had arrived at the colorful zone. His train was the only one in the area, and the first to arrive. It was as he'd imagined, yet also different. The same thing, there were indeed many high-quality resource mines here. There were 4 level 7 iron mines alone. These 4 level 7 mines alone could yield 40 billion units of iron ore, enough to upgrade 76,800 white accessories to level 100. The number of white accessories was enormous, but recent data from Neon City indicated that there likely wasn't that many white accessories combined. What was different was that there wasn't any danger here. There were indeed quite a few colorful accessory blueprints, but they weren't dropped by killing monsters, clearing adventure maps, or completing quests. Instead, they simply lay there, isolated and untouched. Just in front of him, he saw. There's a place resembling a mysterious religious ritual. A throne, constructed entirely of steel, stands in the foreground. Flanking each are 3 stone pillars, approximately 1 meter tall. Above each pillar is a constantly expanding and contracting ball of rainbow light, and within this light hangs a blueprint for a rainbow-grade component. Each pillar is inscribed with a series of numbers. Chen Mang tossed his cigarette butt to the ground, stomping it out before approaching the ritual-like site before him, gazing at the lines of text inscribed on the ground. Each of the 6 stone pillars holds a blueprint for a rainbow-grade component. While blueprints can be copied endlessly based on the original component image, this process consumes resources, especially for rainbow-grade component blueprints. Even I, the princess of the mechanical civilization, can only guarantee 6 rainbow-grade blueprints per 100 shuttles. Only train conductors from 100 planets who reach the colorful zone have a chance to obtain 6 colorful grade blueprints. For the other shuttles, I've only placed the most basic colorful grade accessory, the wormhole opener, to ensure they can leave this doomed planet and embrace a new life in the universe. There are no requirements, no missions, and no checkpoints. These 6 colorful grade accessory blueprints are right here. As long as you're the first train conductor to arrive here, you can take them. However, if you believe you can't shoulder the responsibility of passing on a civilization, I hope you can leave these colorful grade accessory blueprints for subsequent train conductors arriving in this area. This is the best I can do. Good luck on your journey. Chen Mang stared at the words engraved on the ground, silent for a long time. He had never met Princess Tutu of the mechanical civilization, but he had heard her name in many places. Although he questioned many of Princess Tutu's actions, such as why she wasted resources strengthening her trains, even though she clearly wasn't going to the battlefield, until the civilization collapsed without even firing a single shot. But, he had to admit, Princess Tutu was the purest saint he had ever met. And that wasn't a derogatory term. At least, if it were him, facing the collapse of his civilization. He wouldn't even consider distributing his heritage to help other civilizations gain some means of resistance in the face of doomsday. He was already dying, so what did the fate of other civilizations matter to him? Honestly, he couldn't do what Tutu did. He walked to the ruins, stood before the throne, picked up the civilization order on its surface, sat down on the chair, looked up at the sparse white clouds overhead, and stroked the civilization order in his hand. A long moment passed. The door of carriage 10 of the star train swung open with a crackling sound, and tens of thousands of mining robots formed a long line, heading towards the mines on the island. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It was time to set sail. He saw the blueprint for the colorful great wormhole opener, quietly floating in a ball of colorful light. The colorful zone contained no dangerous resources, only opportunities. He could fill the star train to its capacity in this area, then prepare to leave the blue water planet with everyone and begin his interstellar journey. The universe was both unknown and exciting. Meanwhile, Zio AI also disembarked from the train and approached Chen Mang, gazing at the colorful ball of light hovering above the 6 stone pillars. "Conductor, are we ready for a long-range mission?" "Yes," Chen Mang nodded slightly and stepped down from his throne. He then walked toward the first stone pillar, reached into the ball of light, and pulled out a 7-grade accessory blueprint. It was the wormhole opener. He then gathered the remaining 5 7-grade blueprints and returned to the train room to begin allocating resources. If he could upgrade a main gun similar to the Zerg civilization, his future long-range missions would be extremely secure. He had also obtained another civilization order. One for rebuilding human civilization, and one for rebuilding goblin civilization. Most of the time, he held the promises he had made very seriously. These days, the 4 progress points behind the civilization order were also approaching 100%. It was expected that they would all reach 100% before leaving the blue water planet, and after rebuilding human civilization, they would sail into the Starry Sea. Chapter 294, Arcanon Light Energy Main Cannon. Star Train, docked at the edge of the equatorial core island in the colorful zone. Chen Mang sat in a chair, his head tilted as he gazed at the army of mining robots heading deeper into the island. The robots had already begun their mining operations for the day. Residents had also joined the fray. When the ore was plentiful, residents would still come out to dig, cherishing the hard-earned opportunity. Time changes many things. From being slaves on other trains, mining like the Walking Dead every day, now on the Star Train, even mining has become something you have to fight for. The leading mining robots carried refrigerators on their shoulders to store the mine's resources. The colorful zone was rich in resources, with 4 level 7 iron mines alone. Each of these 4 mines could yield 40 billion units of iron ore. However, the highest mine was only level 7. Level 8 was nowhere to be seen. Currently, the Star Train was the only one in this area, and this area also marked the end of the blue water planet. He glanced at the colorful blueprint for the wormhole opener in his hand. This would be the second colorful accessory in the Star Train, the first being the wormhole radar. The train still had 6.95 billion units of iron ore. He consumed 1 million units of iron ore to craft a wormhole opener, and another 45 million to upgrade it to level 10. Wormhole opener. Chen Mang sat in his chair, gazing at the miniature dagger embedded in the tabletop in front of the control panel. It was a wormhole opener, and it looked quite charming. The wormhole opener's function, as the name suggests, was to explore the stability of space within a certain range, determine the location for a wormhole, and then create one. The range of level 1 was 1 light year, and the range of level 10 was 10 light years. Furthermore, if he knew the coordinates of a wormhole's end, he could directly create a passage to that end. For example, even if his current wormhole opener was only level 10, as long as he knew the coordinates of a wormhole near the Zerg civilization's home planet, he could create a passage directly to that end. He could then directly create a passage to the wormhole near the Zerg civilization's home planet, even if the distance was more than 10 light years. This was precisely why, in the universe, the coordinates of wormholes created by each civilization were top secret. If their wormhole coordinates were leaked, it was highly likely that the wormhole they created would exacerbate their own civilization's demise. After reaching level 10, he also gained 2 super mode effects. Wormhole opener level 5 super mode effect, energy consumption is halved. Wormhole opener level 10 super mode effect, the created wormhole has a higher stability rate. Chen Mang pressed a button on the console. As the energy stone began to rapidly consume, the wormhole opener began to operate. After a few minutes, it detected the stable spatial coordinates of a wormhole near the mining planet, 0.3 light-years away from the blue water planet. The nearest stable coordinate point for a wormhole to the mining planet was 3 million kilometers away. At the star's current speed, it would take 595 hours, or 24 days and nights of non-stop travel, to successfully reach the mineral planet. He glanced at the console screen. This exploration had consumed 11% of his level 5 energy stones, roughly the equivalent of a level 4 energy stone. Creating a wormhole from the blue water planet to the coordinates of the mineral planet, 3 million kilometers away, would require 50 million units of iron ore. A bit pricey, Chen Mang muttered softly, gazing at the data on the console screen. 50 million units of iron ore admittedly doesn't sound like much, but the wormhole he created was only 0.3 light-years across. If he wanted to create one farther, the cost would be unimaginable. He had also created a relatively inexpensive one, a one-way, disposable wormhole. Just imagine. A while ago, the Zerg civilization had massively created hundreds of thousands of random, one-way, disposable wormholes, simply to locate that civilization. How much resources did that consume? At least trillions of iron ore. The Zerg civilization certainly can't consume so many resources to create a wormhole, Chen Mang murmured with conviction. The amount of resources consumed was a bit exaggerated. If the Zerg civilization needed so many resources to take on a low-level civilization, they would have been bankrupt long ago. After a moment's thought, Chen Mang decided not to upgrade the colorful wormhole opener. Level 10 was sufficient for now. 10 light-years was more than enough for him to reach, and he wouldn't venture too far for now. He saved the resources to upgrade other components, such as the colorful Arcanine light cannon. A killer weapon. At level 10, this component was miles more powerful than the Doomsday cannon. He'd saved so much iron ore precisely to upgrade this type of firepower component, and if he was going to upgrade it, he had to get the best. The Doomsday cannon was energy efficient, but it was completely useless in space. After consuming 1 million units of iron ore to create it, Chen Mang boarded the next train. He looked at the massive, jet-black main gun atop the train. After the train's expansion, its width had reached 10 meters. However, that main gun not only stretched from the train cabin to car 2, but also stretched to 7 or 8 meters in width. This was the largest firepower weapon ever mounted on the starship. But that wasn't the main point. After all, a weapon of this size wouldn't even rank among the weapons of his previous world, let alone capable of reaching space. The barrel of the gun was engraved with scarlet, honeycomb-like lines. He couldn't understand them. He simply thought they looked beautiful together. A level 1 firepower weapon, the Arcanine light energy main gun. Chen Mang piloted the starship train through the air, leaving the equatorial core of the 7-color zone and venturing into the surrounding area. His target was a small island in the ocean, roughly the same size as the island in the 7-color zone. To activate the Arcanine light energy main gun, a minimum of a level 3 energy stone was required. Do not observe the firing process directly. He slowly pressed the scarlet button on the control panel. The massive gun barrel atop the star train slowly unfolded, its honeycomb-like lines illuminating with a faint blue light, as if awakened from a long slumber. The waves below were pushed back by an invisible force. The air twisted wildly, as if the entire ocean feared the coming judgment. Charging progress. 67%. Charging progress. 99%. The next moment, a blinding white light pierced the sky. This was no ordinary light, but a torrent of plasma compressed to the extreme, its core temperature rivaling even the core of a star. Like a pillar of light. The moment the beam reached the island, the vast island melted almost instantly, its foundation, standing tall on the ocean for countless ages, vaporized in an instant. There was no sound. No roar of artillery fire, utter silence, a silence so hushed it seemed like war itself. Boom, the sound finally reached the surface, not the roar of the main gun, but the overpressure shockwave of evaporated seawater and rock. The sea surface beneath the island collapsed into a crater thousands of meters wide. It was a scene beyond human control. Immediately, a violent backlash erupted, sending a tsunami thousands of meters high, sweeping in all directions. Where the island had once stood, only a faint glimpse of a massive ball of lightning, engulfed by a vast expanse of seawater, lingering for several seconds. The entire sky was dyed a purple-red. Even the seafloor's crust shattered under the aftershocks of the energy, sending a torrent of seawater surging back, forming a massive vortex that engulfed all debris on the surface. Chen Mang sat beneath the control desk, his eyes filled with shock at the scene unfolding on the screen. Since he was warned not to look directly, he naturally didn't. The power was simply beyond his wildest imagination. Remember, this was just a level 1 Arcanine light cannon. Even a level 1 Doomsday cannon, equally powerful, could achieve this level of power. After a long moment, The lingering light in the air gradually faded, leaving only floating lava and ore on the surface. That empty sea, where once an island had stood, now contained only a swirling, seething ocean vortex. Zio AI, I'm here. Are you sure a level 1 attack of this magnitude can't kill a level 2 zombie? Yes, Zio AI's voice echoed from the train cabin. All major civilizations in the universe may manifest themselves in different ways, but the core is how to better utilize core energy. Whether it's attack or defense, it's all generated by core energy, and core energy has a strict hierarchy that cannot be exceeded, but, according to the information in the Mechanical Civilization AI database, when the level reaches a limit, this situation may be broken. However, this speculation is still in the experimental stage and there are no concrete results. Chen Mang said nothing, simply sitting back in his chair, gazing at the vortex on the sea with a dazed look. The Arcanum Light Energy Main Cannon. This was the third colorful accessory he had obtained. The previous two were functional, hardly demonstrating the power of colorful accessories. This accessory truly taught him what a colorful accessory was. What a capping accessory was. This single shot was enough to explain everything. If he could upgrade this thing to level 100, he probably could easily bomb an entire planet with a single shot. He expended 4.5 billion units of iron ore to upgrade it to level 50, gaining 4 super mod effects. Arcanum Light Cannon level 5 super mod effect, significantly reduced recharge time. Arcanum Light Cannon level 10 super mod effect, attack no longer decays with distance. Arcanum Light Cannon level 20 super mod effect, tracking. Arcanum Light Cannon level 50 super mod effect, energy consumption halves. This was the most expensive accessory he had ever upgraded. Just upgrading it to level 50 had cost him 4.5 billion units of iron ore. He had practically spent all the iron ore he mined in the pink area on this. But, totally worth it. One level 3 energy stone was enough to fire a single beam attack from the Arcanum Light Cannon. At level 1 attack strength, level 50 attack strength required one level 8 energy stone. That's 5 billion units of iron ore. It was extremely expensive, far exceeding the cost of crafting. Even with half the energy consumption, it still required 2.5 billion units of iron ore. While expensive, he could afford it. He actually wanted to test the power of a level 50 Arcanum Light Cannon, but he didn't dare to test it. This wasn't just about bombing a small island. He was a little worried about blasting a giant crater into planet Aquamarine, or even splitting it in half. Such power wasn't something he could test on planet Aquamarine. When he had the chance, he'd try dropping one on his civilization planet. Of the 4 supermodal effects, the one he valued most was actually the level 10 one, attack power didn't decay with distance. The Arcanum Light Cannon's attack was a single beam, meaning, theoretically, he could have fun with it. He'd already aimed and adjusted the parameters. Ready to fire at any time. Please, conductor, give the command to fire. That's right, Chen Mang stood inside the train, a hint of a smile in his eyes. He slammed the scarlet button on the control panel and fired a level 1 attack from the Arcanum Light Cannon at a planet on the edge of the Zerg civilization zone. As the muzzle of the Arcanum Light Cannon on the train's roof opened slightly, the honeycomb-like lines on the cannon's barrel once again shone with a faint blue light. A dazzling white light pierced the sky and shot straight into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it pierced the atmosphere and disappeared into the world. The level 20 supermodel effect is a tracking effect. The planet is a full 57,000 light-years away from the blue water star. This means that with a small chance, this beam will accurately hit the planet in 57,000 years, bringing a slight shock to the planet. During this long journey, the beam's power will not weaken. It has a tracking effect and will try to follow the planet's movement trajectory to change its own trajectory. The attack strength is only level 1. Naturally, it can't kill a Zerg monster. It's just for fun. Besides, 50,000 years is far too long. He'd be hard-pressed to survive until then, and who knows what might happen in the meantime. The probability of hitting the target is also very low. Far less than the probability of a coin tossed in the air landing upright. After all, the route between Blue Water Planet and the Zerg Civilization Planet isn't entirely smooth. Interesting, isn't it? Chen Mang chuckled, looking up at the now vanished beam in the sky. He suddenly realized the greatest advantage of this beam-based firepower weapon: it attacks at the speed of light. A train couldn't reach the speed of light, but the attack he launched could. Zio AI, adjust the target. This time, the target is the mining planet 0.3 light-years from Blue Water Planet, Already aimed, the parameters adjusted. Ready to launch. Chen Mang slapped the control panel button again, sending a small gift to the nearest mining planet. The attack was expected to reach the mining planet in 0.3 years, or 3.6 months. By then, he should already be there. Just in time for a close-up observation of what it felt like to be attacked from 0.3 light-years away. Then, somewhat addicted, he randomly fired 10 times into the depths of space, aimlessly. With the Arcanon's main cannon at level 1 attack power, each shot only required a level 3 energy stone, equivalent to 50,000 units of iron ore, nearly free. In his eyes, this single unit of iron ore was insignificant. The universe is still fun. Chen Mang gazed at the 10 beams of light disappearing into the clouds overhead, his lips curling slightly. He somewhat enjoyed this feeling, the sensation of randomly scattering beams across the vastness of space. No one knew whether these attacks would hit a target thousands, tens of thousands, millions, or even hundreds of millions of years from now. Or perhaps they would collide with some meteorite fragment in the universe shortly after leaving the atmosphere of the blue water planet. But it felt quite intriguing. If only each beam could be equipped with a mechanical eye and data transmission link, so he could know the ultimate fate of each beam. And he would finally understand why the universe was so chaotic. Even he, after acquiring the Arcanum's light energy main cannon, could resist firing a few shots into the depths of space. How could any other civilization resist firing a few shots? How could the universe not be in chaos? Add to that a myriad other issues, disputes over resources, strife for legitimacy, conflicting civilizations, and so on. The universe is already in complete chaos. That's why his special galaxy map only has a detection range of 100,000 light-years. If it had a wider range, hundreds of millions of light-years, he might have discovered that the entire universe was in complete chaos. Every civilization was attacking the nearest one. There was no reason. Simply the unadulterated desire for bloodshed. If I don't destroy you, you'll destroy me when you grow up. That's the ultimate reason for destruction. Of course, this was just his speculation. Perhaps the entire universe was peaceful, with only his part in chaos. However, this was unlikely. After all, with conflicts over resources and civilizations, it was unlikely that peace could be maintained. I finally understand the meaning behind the order of civilization. When the civilization level is higher than 1, it is considered to be officially on the poker table. Without the strength to be a hunter, you will only become a prey, either the strongest or the weakest. It seems that only these two types of civilizations are relatively safe in the universe. Then, Zio AI's voice rang out from the train cabin. Conductor, which type of civilization do you want to be? Of course the weakest, Chen Mang said unhappily. The latter is controllable, but can I control the former? Even if I develop faster, how should I make the transition from level 1 civilization to the strongest civilization? It doesn't seem like other civilizations can allow me to make the transition slowly, and haven't you noticed, in our galaxy, the Zerg civilization is the most powerful. There may be many powerful civilizations around, but they've all been held back. We're located behind the Zerg's headquarters, which is certainly dangerous, but in a sense, we're also protected. Other powerful civilizations won't come here. Under the Zerg's protection, we can slowly develop unnoticed until we achieve our ultimate power. Try firing 10 more shots. Chen Mang, somewhat unsatisfied, pounded the scarlet button on the console again. If these beams actually hide a civilization, they would surely sense his goodwill. After all, his blasts were only at level 1 attack strength, not lethal. It felt like receiving a letter from a stranger, a friend from centuries past. Time imbues an envelope with meaning, like aged wine, its mellow aroma intoxicating. After enjoying his pleasure, he piloted the starship back home. He couldn't test the attack power anymore. Once out of space, he'd try it out on other planets, to see how powerful the level 50 Arcanum light cannon was. The only downside was that the upgrades were prohibitively expensive. Going from level 1 to level 50 had consumed a full 4.5 billion units of iron ore. He'd just checked, and the cost of subsequent upgrades would be even higher. Without tens of billions of iron ore, it wouldn't reach level 100. He didn't need such a high-level main gun for the time being. A middle-aged man glanced around, and when he saw no one was paying attention, he rested his pickaxe on the ground and began to slack off. He looked at a man working diligently beside him and whispered, "Hey, buddy, the guards aren't looking over here. Who are you working so hard for? No one can see?" Why don't we take a break together? Humans are social animals. The greatest significance of a criminal gang isn't how much its members can help you, but how they make you feel more comfortable committing bad deeds. Just like if one person is made to stand in the corner by the teacher, they might feel a little intimidated, but if 7 or 8 others are made to stand in the corner, they become more confident. This is the true meaning of a gang. Take the lazy man in this moment. He wants to slack off, but seeing everyone around him working hard, he feels a little uneasy inside and desperately wants someone to slack off with him, so that he can feel more at ease. The mining man glanced at the middle-aged man, smiled and said casually, "You are a newcomer who just entered the star from the tropical jungle in the pink area. You didn't catch up with the good times. When we were there, the residence treatment was upgraded quickly. When it was your turn, there were not many mines to dig. It's not easy to find such a pile of mines to dig. Why don't you dig more quickly? Otherwise, I will be worried about you. How are you going to upgrade your residence treatment? You are really generous. The current residence treatment is very good. It's enough to have enough to eat and a place to live." The middle-aged man squatted on the ground and muttered softly, "I know that in Neon City, 1 unit of iron ore can be exchanged for 1 star ticket. As a result, you dug so many mines, but you were given those star tickets. I don't know what you think." The man didn't intend to waste time to deal with the middle-aged man, but when he saw the pig car captain walking towards him from the corner of his eye, he said seriously, "Brother, your awareness is a bit low. First of all, you have to understand that Neon City's target customers are train conductors. Would you really need those train parts? Secondly, you have to understand that the reason we were able to dig up so much iron ore isn't because we're so powerful, but because Mr. Mang was able to find so much iron ore. You can't take all the credit just because you dug it up. Finally, Mr. Mang protected me during the apocalypse, provided me with shelter and food, and allowed me to maintain a basic dignity in the apocalypse. I see no problem handing over some of the iron ore. Your awareness doesn't sound like you're living in the apocalypse, but more like you're living before it." Just then, the pig conductor approached with a smile, looking at the man in surprise. "You're quite aware, worthy of being a long-time resident of the star." Then, looking at the middle-aged man who had hurriedly stood up and pretended to work, he casually said, "Take him away and give him a few days of political education. This guy's ideological awareness is a bit low. He needs to improve." "Yes." The 2 burly guards behind him immediately stepped forward, lifted the middle-aged man into their arms, and walked towards the nearby refrigerator. The streets of Neon City were bustling with people. Due to the increasing number of people, the originally designated area was no longer sufficient, so an additional street was opened to accommodate the additional crowds. Meanwhile, many train conductors gathered in front of the billboards on both sides of the street. Neon City is owned by the Star Train. I regret to inform you that Planet Aqua is expected to collapse and destroy within 2 to 3 years. This is an irreversible process. The Star Train is preparing to depart from Planet Aqua in a month, heading into space to escape the Zerg civilization's encirclement and seek life. Train conductors interested in joining the Star Train in this interstellar escape can visit Solar City for more information. This billboard has been up for over 10 days. It details the current state of the universe. They all know that Planet Aqua is located behind the Zerg civilization and how terrifying it is. They have no choice but to flee. Join or not? This has become the choice faced by all train conductors entering Neon City these days. 2 or 3 years, a bearded man, his expression complex, stood there, looking at the information on the notice board. He said hoarsely, "With the current capabilities of our train, we absolutely can't achieve interstellar escape within 2 or 3 years. This means that if we don't join the Star Train, we'll most likely perish along with Blue Water." "Me too," a young man beside him said silently. "I haven't even gotten the rabbit cloud wheels yet. How can I achieve interstellar escape?" Sun City, high-rise building. Chen Mang stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling streets below. Silently, leaning on his cane, he listened to Uncle Lee's report on the recent statistics of Neon City. He didn't know how many survivors were still alive on Blue Water, but he had calculated it. The Star Train couldn't carry too many survivors. It couldn't hold them all. Carrying an entire civilization with one person was an extremely draining undertaking. Just like Noah's Ark, which could only selectively take away 1 male and 1 female, so too would he. He could only selectively take away a select few survivors. He didn't know how long his interstellar escape plan would last, but he was certain of one thing: Staying on blue water would definitely not last long. Those high-level trains haven't had any sign-ups lately. It's obvious. These people, having been train conductors for so long, enjoying such privileges, wouldn't want to be inferior to others. He completely understands, it's perfectly natural. After all, in the eyes of those high-level train conductors, the Star Train only gained interstellar escape capabilities after reaching the 7-color zone. They were already in the red and gold zones, not far from the 7-color zone. Would 2 or 3 years be enough time for them to reach the 7-color zone? That's the logic. There was only one wormhole splitter component blueprint on the planet, and only the first train conductor to reach the 7-color zone could claim it. Without the ability to create a wormhole, how would the other trains leave the blue water planet? He kept this information to himself. He had chosen to abandon those high-level trains. In a few days, he planned to circumnavigate the globe from the North Pole, pulling as many survivors from the lower-level trains as possible onto the Star Train. His limit was 1 billion people. This was practically the limit of what the Star could handle. The daily food, drink, and defecation needs of 1 billion people were astronomical, requiring 100 million units of iron ore per day for even basic sustenance. But the Star could handle it. After all, these people weren't eating and drinking for free, they would contribute back in other ways. However, the train simply couldn't accommodate so many space gates. Each space gate would require numerous refrigerators and other equipment. Furthermore, with 1 billion people on board, the train was so small that the vast majority of them wouldn't even be able to leave. Management was a real hassle. It was utterly chaotic. He undoubtedly believed that these 1 billion people would play a greater role in rebuilding his civilization. However, in the early stages, he had to endure the resource drain that this 1 billion people brought. This was the limit of what he could handle, which meant he had to selectively abandon some of the survivors. He couldn't take all of them with him, he would screen and select only those who met all requirements. In fact, if he only needed to build the train, he wouldn't have needed to bring so many survivors. But since he wanted to rebuild human civilization and appear openly in the universe as a human civilization, he had to bring these survivors with him, and the more the better. Master Mang, Uncle Lee said, after reporting the data, and began to report on other recent developments in Neon City. The Neon City free admission ticket only guarantees that all train conductors on this planet can reach Neon City after activating it. Boss AI is researching how to allow train conductors from other planets to reach Neon City after activating the Neon City free admission ticket. This is equivalent to creating a one-way, disposable wormhole. It's quite complex, and no conclusion has been reached yet, but according to Boss AI, even if the research is successful, the cost of producing these Neon City free admission tickets will rise rapidly, and it won't be possible to produce them in large quantities or even indefinitely like before. Yes, Chen Mang nodded slightly. Neon City's primary customer base in the future will still be other planets, or rather, other civilizations. He wants to allow different civilizations to trade in his Neon City. How to achieve this effect with a Neon City free admission ticket is a difficult problem that must be solved. One more thing. We've acquired the parts blueprints you instructed us to acquire last time, Master Mang. He glanced at Uncle Lee and took a blueprint from him. Back inside the train, Chen Mang looked at the screen displaying the cyber mine. He now had 50 cyber mining machines. After the training he received from Big Mao, the yield rate had significantly increased. But not by much. After all, the yield rate was already very low. This was mainly due to the small number of cyber mining machines. If the number of cyber mining machines increased, the yield rate would also increase significantly. A low probability is not a problem, as long as the data is large enough. The only factor hindering the rapid development of cyber mining machines is a shortage of dreamstones. Aside from the first acquisition, which went quite smoothly, each subsequent acquisition only yielded a few scattered dreamstones, and the number remained extremely low, completely unquantifiable. But that was in the past. When the Star Train had 6,000 residents, it could produce roughly 1 dreamstone per month. With 180,000 residents, it could produce 1 dreamstone per day. His plan was to take 1 billion survivors with him when he left Blue Water Planet. If the train had 1 billion survivors, he could produce approximately 5,556 dreamstones per day, 5,556 dreamstones in one day. Then, the cyber mine would officially expand and reach its peak. Chen Mang glanced down at the blueprint for the dream spray accessory Uncle Lee had just given him. It was a valuable item. Simply install it in a car or a space gate, and it would spray water to quickly lull those on board into sleep or awaken them. This eliminated the need for needles in the buttocks. While the latter hadn't sustained any significant damage and would be perfectly bandaged upon leaving the cyber mine, it still sounded a bit inhumane. So, this accessory would be a good alternative to needles. He remained silent, not immediately upgrading the newly acquired blue-grade accessory. Instead, he silently stared at the remaining 4 colorful accessories he had crafted on the screen, wanting to test how many units of iron ore would be needed to upgrade the space gate to level 200. He wanted to see if the star train could actually accommodate so many people. Conductor, Zio AI's helpless voice echoed from the train cabin. I think you might be overly optimistic. You're thinking the star train can only accommodate a maximum of 1 billion survivors, and the rest will be left on this planet. That sounds cruel and callous, but, conductor, is there a possibility that there aren't even a billion survivors on Blue Water Planet? There definitely are, Chen Mang said calmly. After all, Blue Water Planet has a population of tens of billions. How could it be that not even a billion survivors can survive? The question now is whether the space gate can accommodate so many people, and the management of so many people. The most powerful space gate on the star train is the level 100 space gate in Car 10, measuring 10,000 meters long and wide. Building this level 100 space gate consumed a total of 1.31 million units of iron ore, he calculated. If we squeeze them together, accommodating a high density of 10 to 20 square meters per person, a level 100 space gate could accommodate 5 to 10 million people. This is definitely not feasible. After all, this is an idealized representation. 5 million people can't be spread out flat inside a space gate like sand. It must be supplemented with level 10 refrigerators. These refrigerators, each worth 4,500 units of iron ore, could be stacked into a tube-shaped building to house the 1 billion survivors he intends to take away. This would bring the maximum population capacity of a level 100 space gate to 10 million. This is the actual population capacity with room for movement. 1 billion survivors. 100 level 100 space gates would be sufficient. However, space gates can be large or small. If all entrances to space gates were built to the minimum standard, a train car could accommodate up to 20 space gates, or 5 train cars. With a large number of level 10 refrigerators, a population of 1 billion could be accommodated. However, the quality of life would be barely survivable. The daily death toll would be substantial. Furthermore, it would consume a significant amount of resources. A single level 100 space gate would require at least 50,000 level 10 refrigerators to accommodate 10 million people. The cost of building 200,000 refrigerators would be 225 million units of iron ore. For 100 space gates, that would be 22.5 billion units of iron ore. This was just the cost of the refrigerators. It didn't include the costs of the space gates, daily meals, management, and so on. The sum would be astronomical. So, he wanted to give it a try and see if there were any better results. Chen Mang glanced at the data on the console screen and whispered, "Isn't there anything in the AI database about the supermodal effect of a level 200 space gate?" He pinned his hopes on the fact that a level 200 space gate would allow it to grow larger and larger, even larger, based on component upgrades. This would save him from having to build so many refrigerators. Building refrigerators was too expensive, and the living experience for residents was also poor. No, Zio AI's voice echoed from within the train. The database doesn't show any supermodal effects for a level 200 space gate. If nothing unexpected happens, no one in the entire mechanical civilization would drop Murphy Stone on a place like this. Indeed, since there was no answer, he could only try it himself. Chen Mang looked at the three-dimensional image of the space gate component on the console screen. The Murphy Stone required for upgrading from level 100 to level 200 increased, and the resources consumed for the upgrade also increased significantly, far exceeding the resources consumed from level 1 to level 100. However, with level 0 authority, he only had to pay the latter price. The former price could be ignored. The next moment, the level 100 space gate was upgraded to level 101, requiring the consumption of 3 Murphy Stones. The train conductor was detected to have level 0 authority, so no Murphy Stones were required. Do you want to continue the upgrade? Chapter 295. Isn't this pure dog play? Chen Mang narrowed his eyes as he looked at the lines of text appearing on the control panel screen. After learning that the Mechanical Princess Tutu's AI had reached level 200, he'd tried it out. Upgrading the train support AI from level 100 to level 101 required 2 Murphy stones. The train support AI is a green grade component, while the space gate is a yellow grade component. Upgrading from level 100 to 101 required 3 Murphy stones. In other words, the higher the grade of the component, the more Murphy stones it consumes per level after level 100 and above. Obviously, the cost of upgrading a colorful component to level 100 was significantly higher than that of lower grade components. And this. Another advantage. Perhaps it's because level 0 authority is a late stage bonus, increasing in effectiveness as you progress. While it can be quite effective in the early stages, it's nowhere near as strong as it becomes in the later stages. Consider the power of the Arcanum's light energy main cannon. If he could only upgrade it to level 200. What's with his Zerg civilization? One shot, one Pikachu. Upgrade. After consuming 1 million units of iron ore, he upgraded the space gate in carriage 10, used to store the forest, from level 100 to level 101. That's expensive. He had only spent 1.01 million units of iron ore to upgrade from level 1 to level 100. This thing wasn't a standard accessory. Every time you crafted one, you had to upgrade it again if you wanted a higher level. Chen Mang checked the train's remaining balance. 2.45 billion units of iron ore were still available. Without hesitation, he poured in 1.3 billion units of iron ore, upgrading the space gate accessory in carriage 10 to level 200, granting it a brand new supermetal effect. This was also the first level 200 supermetal effect in the Star Train. Level 200 supermetal effect of the space gate can accommodate a planet with a diameter of less than 100,000 kilometers. Chen Mang sat in a chair in the Star Train compartment, somewhat bewildered. He glanced at the information on the control panel screen, rubbed his blurry eyes, and when he opened them again, confirming he had seen correctly, he muttered. That's a bit outrageous. When he upgraded from level 100 to 101, he was notified that the length and width of the spatial portal had increased from 10,000 meters to 20,000 meters. He mentally calculated that even if the supermetal effect of upgrading to level 200 was useless, the increased range alone would be enough to accommodate 1 billion people. Suddenly, when he reached level 200, the length and width of the spatial portal disappeared, and the supermetal effect appeared instead. Without hesitation, he immediately stood up and left the train compartment, striding onto the elevator towards carriage 10. Carriage 10. Chen Mang pushed open the spatial portal before him. Originally, he had transplanted the entire tropical jungle in the pink area into this spatial portal. Once the door was opened, it should be full of life. However, behind the door was nothingness. Absolute darkness. Not a single ray of light. Like a black hole, it swallowed up all surrounding light, a breathtaking sight. If a weak-minded person stood there and gazed into the abyss for too long, they might fall into it. He tilted his head and stared at the small text on the screen next to the spatial portal for a long time, remaining silent. This space cannot currently accommodate planets. It can accommodate any unknown planet within 10 million kilometers of an unowned planet. There are stellar pods to ensure the planet is habitable, but this consumes energy. Please avoid prolonged power outages to avoid unexpected accidents. When the spatial portal reached level 100, he felt it was truly impressive. Its length and width were 10,000 meters each, equivalent to 14,000 football fields. But when the spatial portal reached level 200, he was stunned. How could it suddenly accommodate a planet? Isn't the change too dramatic? The change from level 1 to 100 wasn't that significant. He finally understood why Tutu had upgraded the AI to level 200. Level 200 was a huge hurdle. A hurdle from mortal to godlike. He also finally understood why Tutu hadn't considered raising the AI's level a bit more. The next supermetal effect appeared at level 500. Upgrading the space gate from level 100 to level 101 consumed 3 Murphy stones. Each level up consumed an additional 3 Murphy stones. Upgrading to level 200, if Murphy stones were used, would require a full 14,580 Murphy stones. More than 10,000 Murphy stones. Green grade upgrades consume less, but still not much less. He must have been scolded a lot for upgrading the AI to level 200. Upgrading from level 200 to 201 would require 300 Murphy stones. He calculated. Upgrading to level 500 would require a total of 224,550 Murphy stones, 220,000 Murphy stones. An astronomical number. It's hard to say if the entire blue water planet has that many Murphy stones. Chen Mang took a deep breath. Only then did he truly realize the power of Level 0 authority. Or rather, only then did he realize that after nearly a year of hard development, he was finally leaving the novice village. Next up, the grand stage of civilization. It was time for him to start a new journey. His power on Blue Water Planet had completely failed to realize its full potential, its true value. Only on the grand stage of cosmic civilization did he truly feel at home. The only regret was, damn it, where are all those trees I had? It was a pity. The creatures within this special gate, including small animals, had been teleported to other special gates. This was the effect of the special gate's level 100 supermodel. When the special gate shattered, all living things within it were teleported to another special gate within the train. Going from level 100 to level 200 was practically equivalent to shattering. The small animals were all thriving. But all those tropical plants he'd painstakingly transplanted had been reduced to ashes, nowhere to be found. Damn it. But, Chen Mang gazed at the pitch-black darkness within the special portal, lowered his head, lit a cigarette, and grinned. Zio AI, cancel that Neon City announcement. No need to consult them, take the balls with them, tell that university professor to stop plucking the plants. Just transplant the rarer plants to other residential areas, and leave the rest, even the balls are taken with us. He was delighted. This level 200 supermodel effect not only solved the problem of the train's inability to carry so many people, but also solved the problem of so many survivors having nothing to do. Since he had taken all of Water Blue Planet, the survivors would naturally remain on Water Blue Planet. The mines on Water Blue Planet would constantly refresh, and these survivors would just continue to mine. Most importantly, although he had already decided to become a nomadic civilization, surviving in the universe solely on trains, without a base, he had, after all, traveled from the previous world. In his previous world, traveling without a place of his own always felt unsettled. This time, he felt at ease. The planet was tucked directly onto the train. It served as both a base and a haven for wandering civilizations. Safe, secure. Who says you can't have your cake and eat it too? What a delicious fish and bear's paw. I've loved this dish since I was a kid. Chen Mang flicked the unburned cigarette from his fingertips into the darkness before him with a satisfied look. He watched the crimson streak gradually fade into nothingness and vanish before striding towards the train compartment. Seal this space gate. Don't let the professor and his team fall into it while moving trees. We plan to complete the mining of all the mines in the 7-colored area, stockpile some resources, and then depart for the mining planet 0.3 light-years away. All trains on the Blue Water Planet will be disbanded, merge into the star, implant iris chips for all survivors, rebuild the city based on the ruins. Record the coordinates of all reusable resources. I will upgrade the off-road motorcycle production line to level 200. In the future, all survivors will live in the city and travel to the mines by automated transportation after sunrise, work from sunrise to sunset, and more. Chen Mang strode towards the train room, issuing one order after another. The appearance of the level 200 space gate could be said to be a game changer. It solved all the problems the star had encountered today, and it almost provided a perfect solution. Inside the train room, Zio AI's voice rang out. Conductor, when the apocalyptic eruption occurred 2 years ago, the machine civilization injected a special agent into Blue Water Planet, forcing its core energy to overflow, creating a mine. This process is irreversible. It's like destroying a planet from the inside. In 3 years, Blue Water Planet will be a dead star. Wouldn't rebuilding the city ruins now waste too many resources? No. Chen Mang sat in his chair, watching the information flash across the control panel screen. After a pause, he said softly, even planning a city is difficult to achieve perfection, let alone planning a planet, a civilization. Don't rebuild it too perfectly, just rebuild it close enough, similar to a wasteland civilization. In 3 years, I'll find a planet more habitable. Understood? Zio AI's voice faded from the train compartment. He had only proposed a rough outline. The specific details would need to be refined by Zio AI, Lao Zhu, and the others. Let the professionals handle the professional matters. He only needed to decide a direction. Everyone had an iris chip implanted, which meant that Zio AI was in charge of all the survivors. Under this premise, the entire Blue Water Planet civilization may be experiencing its lowest crime rate in history. Any trace of crime will be immediately discovered and executed, and everyone's efforts will be recorded. This is something truly commendable. Every civilization is always full of people working quietly in the corners, What's lacking is the eyes that see these people. This kind of meticulous, real-time management, down to the individual, will be a devastating blow to those with crooked hearts. However, for those who simply desire a stable life, it will be a huge guarantee of security. It seems, it's time to seriously consider a name for the civilization, Chen Mang muttered, gazing at the remaining progress bars behind the civilization order in the drawer, which were about to reach 100%. The military progress, originally at 84%, instantly reached 100% after he fired his Arcanum Light Energy main cannon. In a trance, Chen Mang pressed the button on the wormhole radar on the console to detect existing wormholes within 10 light years. He wanted to see if the Zerg civilization wormholes near the two habitable planets had disappeared. The two wormholes from the Zerg civilization hung like a sort of Damocles over his head. He didn't know when they would fall. He constantly worried that the Zerg civilization's army would reach his area at any moment. Soon, the two Zerg wormholes appeared on the galaxy map, not yet disappearing. His brow furrowed slightly. A small change had occurred. A wormhole from an unknown civilization had appeared 3 million kilometers from the mining planet. The coordinates he had detected were exactly where he could establish a wormhole, artificially constructed, bearing the imprint of an unknown civilization, a one-way, disposable wormhole. This was the endpoint, 2 days old, with an internal stability of 96%. The coordinates of the other end were unknown, a wormhole that had only formed 2 days ago. He didn't know which civilization it came from. He also didn't know if anyone had emerged from this wormhole, or if the person who emerged was heading for the mining planet. These details were unrealistic on the galaxy map. A newly formed wormhole. This incident, let alone in the context of the entire universe, was merely a minor incident even on a galaxy map spanning only 100,000 light-years. But it was a devastating blow to him. This mining planet was crucial to his plan. It was his first target in his quest to break out of the universe. This mining planet would allow him to ensure that many of his train's components would surpass level 200 and achieve the transformation from mortal to divine. Anyone who dared to seize this mining planet would be severing his path to survival. Without this mining planet, the resources of Blue Water Planet simply wouldn't be enough to sustain his interstellar voyage. Besides this mining planet, the nearest remaining mining planet was 378 light-years away, a distance he couldn't reach in a short period of time. This mining planet was, in a sense, his lifeline. Chen Mang's face was somewhat gloomy and ugly. After a long silence, he said softly, "Zio AI, you said a few days ago that this mining star is extremely inconspicuous in the entire universe, and those powerful civilizations would not notice it at all. Logically speaking, it should be so. Don't talk nonsense. I find that you seem to have a bit of a crow's mouth. All the things that shouldn't happen have happened in the end. The content of this mining star is indeed not much. The other party did not come through a random wormhole, but made a special trip. This shows that the other party's civilization level is not high, and the wormhole has no imprint. Generally speaking, only weak civilizations dare not leave their mark in a wormhole. Powerful civilizations, like the Zerg, will leave their mark in the wormholes they build. Telling everyone that anyone who dares enter is an enemy of the Zerg civilization. Not very strong, definitely not, then kill them." Chen Mang glanced at the information displayed on the galaxy map and spoke word by word. "Tell everyone to speed up. The train still has 1.15 billion units of iron ore. Take 400 million units and build another 160,000 mining robots, mining the mines in the 7 colored area as quickly as possible, then set off." As expected, the enemy's target was definitely the mining planet. However, the wormhole was still 3 million kilometers away, and at the speed of the Star Train, it would take 24 days and nights of non-stop travel. He didn't know their speed, but only 2 days had passed, so they shouldn't have landed yet, right? He would go and scout out the situation first. If it was just a small force from a civilization he could defeat, he would bombard the wormhole first, then destroy that small force, and then he would mine. When the enemy came, he would flee. If he couldn't defeat them, he'd just run away, plunder the resources of the other two planets still experiencing apocalypse, and then head for the mining planet 378 light-years away. That was his plan. These people, damn it, every time I finally get back on my feet, someone pops up, trying to drag you down with them. Chen Mang leaned back in his chair, tapping his knuckles lightly on the armrest as he muttered. The train hadn't been upgraded yet. It was only a level 22 train. The lowest level train in the pink zone was level 22, and the highest in the colorful zone was level 27. Level 27 was the maximum level. After that, staying on the blue water planet wouldn't upgrade anymore, and he'd need to travel deeper into space to continue upgrading. Although he felt a little angry, he wouldn't let his anger get the better of him. With a train so inferior in every way, even rushing over would be pointless. He would wait until he had mined all the mines in the colorful zone before going back to test the waters. If he couldn't defeat them, he'd just run away. As the saying goes, there's hope. Upgrading to level 23 train is simple. Upgrade requirements: consume 140,000 units of level 3 iron ore. There are no component requirements or population requirements, just 140,000 units of level 3 iron ore, or 14 million units. The next moment, the train reached level 23. Furthermore, there were no requirements for upgrading from level 24 to level 26. After consuming 62 million units of iron ore, he successfully upgraded the train from level 22 to level 26, just one step away from the maximum level. During this time, the control panel had no new features or craftable components. Only when preparing to upgrade the train to level 27 did the upgrade requirements become more stringent. Upgrade requirements: consume 180,000 units of level 3 iron ore, have at least 5,000 survivors on board, and have a total component level of at least 500. The requirements were quite stringent. At least 5,000 survivors were required, a requirement few could meet. But he just happened to meet it. After consuming another 18 million units of iron ore, 2 lines of text slowly appeared on the train screen: your train has been upgraded to level 27. No more craftable parts are available. A new feature has appeared on the control panel: the Heart of Civilization. Its effects become apparent after establishing or joining a civilization. It's currently dimmed. The Star Train doesn't belong to any civilization. There are no more craftable parts. Level 27 is already the highest level train the 7-colored zone can accommodate, yet there's still no craftable 7-colored grade parts. If nothing unexpected happens, the train may gain other grade parts with future upgrades, but definitely not 7-colored grade parts. They need to be obtained from other zones. Chen Mang once again reviewed the requirements for upgrading the train to level 28. Upgrade requirements: consume 200,000 units of level 3 iron ore, have more than 5,000 survivors on the train, and a total of more than 550 parts, with any pink or 7-colored grade part exceeding level 50. You must also leave your current planet. This upgrade is already impossible on Aquamarine Planet. Chen Mang glanced at the various information on the control panel. The train's biggest drawback is its meager defense, boasting only level 22 armor. With this level of armor, navigating the depths of space is far too unsafe. Before leaving planet Aquamarine, it's best to upgrade the armor level as much as possible, and then increase the energy shield level. That way, if anything unexpected happens, the train's special abilities offer absolute defense. Time slowly slipped by. Over the next few days, the entire equatorial core of the colorful region was abuzz with activity. Meanwhile, in Neon City, something happened that left all the train conductors utterly bewildered. Neon City had closed down. Are you kidding? Is it running away? After crushing their Neon City tickets, they were unable to enter. Market trading? No. After the space gate reached level 200, Chen Mang no longer needed to make deals with a train conductor on Blue Water Star. In a few days, all survivors on the planet would become his miners, turning in all the resources they mine daily. Neon City, as an intermediary, was no longer necessary. All of Blue Water Star's resources were his. He had already determined the direction of his future development. The civilization he led didn't need too many trains, nor would he engage in war with other civilizations across the front tens of thousands of light years away. All the resources of the entire civilization would be concentrated on the Star Train. Build a Star Train with the power of civilization. One train, one ball. 13 days later, all the mines in the equatorial core of the colorful region were mined, and all residents returned to their residential areas, looking anxiously at the black screen. Today, the pig train captain informed them that the Star Train was preparing to leave Blue Water Star. The entire process would be broadcast live. This made many residents nervous. After all, most people have probably fantasized about winning the lottery, but that's a low-probability event. but few would imagine leaving their native planet one day. The fear of the unknown filled many residents with trepidation. "Are we heading into space?" Sitting in Residential Area 1, Dumao gazed at the black screen with a hint of unease. While he had immense faith in the star, the dangers of the deep universe were completely unknown, and no one knew what would happen. Thinking about it, perhaps dying, perhaps living, it seemed like only a 50% chance of dying, not a high probability. Inside the train, Chen Mang glanced at the current resources displayed on the panel: 51.2 billion units of iron ore, 14.22 billion units of wood, 43.49 billion units of copper ore, 12.4 billion units of red heart rock, and 10.87 billion units of titanium crystal ore. All resources had reached the tens of billions. This was the peak of the train's resources. And the 6 colorful blueprints he had taken from the equatorial core that day had already been used to build the wormhole opener and the Arcanon light cannon. He upgraded the former to level 10, and the latter to level 50. The 4 colorful accessories at the back were only crafted and had yet to be upgraded. Just then, a short, compact train shot in from a distance, slowed down, and entered the star train. It had just come to a complete stop. Erden anxiously strode towards the elevator in the first-floor train room. After taking the elevator to the second-floor train room, he hurriedly said, "Master Mang, something's wrong. The barriers between all areas have suddenly disappeared. The train radio is going crazy. The train radio is no longer just displaying communications between train captains in a single area, but now all train captains in all areas share the same radio," Chen Mang said after motioning Erden to sit down and relax. "I lifted the regional barrier. Without it, you can't reach the colorful zone." "Huh?" Erden was slightly taken aback, a flicker of disbelief in his eyes. "The regional barrier can be lifted manually? Wouldn't the survivors in the lower-level zones be completely slaughtered by the swarming higher-level monsters?" He was already baffled by the star's sudden and uncanny speed from the red zone to the colorful zone. It was as if he had been on a cheat. And now he was told that the regional barrier had been lifted manually by Master Mang? Yes, Chen Mang nodded slightly. At the center of the equatorial core of the colorful zone, there was an explanation of the zone's formation. The so-called regional barrier was essentially a shaped energy shield defining a zone. It prevented higher-level monsters from reaching the lower-level zones, and also prevented lower-level trains from reaching the higher-level zones. It was a measure created by the machine civilization to counter the Zerg civilization, ensuring that planets facing doom would have more time to develop and more survivors would survive. This feature wasn't included in the original Dawn plan of the machine civilization. It was added after careful consideration by Tutu and her AI. As it turned out, this actually helped more survivors survive. That's why he offered incense to Tutu. While the mechanical princess left a stereotype as someone who didn't go to the front lines and didn't know about human suffering, at the moment her own civilization was extinguished, she revived Project Dawn, giving countless people a chance to survive. He was one of those people. And it was in this area that he learned of the Zerg civilization's most perverse characteristic, infinite resurrection. Honestly, when he heard the news, he was practically despairing. Infinite wormholes plus rapid reproduction plus infinite resurrection. Is this Zerg civilization the star of the fucking universe? Rapid reproduction is already a buggy ability for rapid troop growth, and infinite wormholes are a buggy ability that allows it to quickly reach enemy territory. Infinite resurrection amplifies both of those abilities. In 2 words, it's invincible. In 4 words, everyone stand up. There's no fighting. All monsters created by the Zerg civilization can absorb core energy from any planet they run, allowing them to resurrect endlessly. Since they're all mindless monsters, possessing only a lust for bloodshed, it doesn't matter whether they were the same monster or not. Even if the planet is a dead star, they can slowly resurrect by absorbing the core energy scattered throughout the universe, albeit at a slower rate. However, not every monster possesses this ability. Among the eggs the Zerg civilization dropped on planet Aqua, there's a monster called the antenna worm. It's roughly the size of a stink bug, extremely fragile, and only level 1. Its ability allows it to absorb core energy from the planet or scattered throughout the universe. Through this antenna worm, monsters on that planet can be resurrected endlessly, effectively granting a group resurrection buff to allies. This monster is located in a colorful area. If easily crushed, all monsters on planet Aqua lose their ability to resurrect. Honestly, that's fine. When he first entered the colorful zone, his enemy detecting radar didn't detect a single monster, not even the antenna worm. It was hiding in a tin can, ignoring radar. If the university professors hadn't found it, he wouldn't have known such a monster existed in the colorful zone. The AI database only mentioned the existence of the antenna worm, but didn't mention its location. The most despairing thing was that the machine civilization wasn't actually weak, or even a very powerful one. For a long time, it completely dominated the Zerg civilization, slaughtering them relentlessly. For 200 years, the machine civilization maintained an absolute advantage. The initial victories announced by the machine civilization in the news weren't false propaganda, they were truly victorious. However, the turning point in the war, which ended after 295 years, came in the 239th year. That year, the Zerg civilization suddenly saw a massive increase in its forces. At first, the machine civilization simply assumed the Zerg were depleting their resources and preparing for a desperate battle. Later, they discovered that it wasn't just a surge in their forces, it was actually their armies beginning to resurrect endlessly. That's right. This is the fourth metamorphosis of the Zerg civilization, devouring evolution. After devouring any civilization, it preserves its essence and rapidly iterates it through the Queen Mother to every member of the Zerg civilization. While individuals within a civilization might differ slightly, the differences are minimal. However, the monsters of the Zerg civilization are incredibly diverse. This is due to the numerous civilizations devoured, creating a vast array of different monsters. In the 239th year, the Zerg civilization devoured a civilization capable of infinite resurrection, and its momentum became unstoppable. Is this Zerg civilization fucking cheating? Erden muttered in shock, his eyes filled with shock as he sat in a nearby chair. Infinite wormholes plus rapid reproduction plus infinite resurrection plus devouring evolution. Does this give other civilizations a chance to survive? Comparatively speaking, the mechanical civilization's only train is too weak. The mechanical civilization has perished, and we're relying on the mechanical civilization's means, even behind the Zerg civilization's base camp. How can we survive? Isn't this pure cheating? We're competing fairly. Why is he cheating? What I hate most in my life is cheating bastards. Indeed, Chen Mang sighed softly, lowered his head, lit a cigarette, and agreed deeply. Me too, the enemy was a little too powerful. So powerful that it was beginning to despair. The scene we'd encountered in the Flesh Train adventure map in the green zone of Kunlun Mountain, a giant worm monster constructed with a flesh train as its skeleton, surrounded by hundreds of mantis-like monsters constantly building it. That monster. The flesh trains were formed after the Zerg civilization devoured numerous mechanical trains from the machine civilization. They repeatedly demonstrated their prowess on the battlefield. Seeing this, the machine civilization also urgently began developing the flesh trains. However, their development was short-lived, and even after their demise, they hadn't resolved the flesh trains' uncontrollable nature, nor the fact that they would merge with their conductors as they upgraded. All the flesh trains that failed in their research were imprisoned in a prison for further research. This was a path that had yet to be explored. It was a crooked path, not the right one. From this perspective, the Zerg civilization was an absolutely pure one, embracing the essence and discarding the dross. Every civilization espouses this motto, but only the Zerg civilization implemented it with absolute perfection and with extreme rigor. The Goblin civilization was also devoured by the Zerg. They also inherited the Goblin civilization's characteristics. They were unaffected by the distorted temporal magnetic field, meaning they were unaffected by temporal rifts. This was a truly abnormal state. Many races and civilizations possess unique talents, and the Zerg's gift is the ability to transform the talents of all races and civilizations into its own. However, perhaps due to the nature of the Goblin civilization, a bug occurred during its devouring, allowing goblins like Dobamundo to retain some of their memories and thinking abilities. The antenna worms are dead. Doba can no longer be resurrected, or rather, since joining the star, he has been unable to benefit from the antenna worm's mass resurrection buff. Neither he nor Doba knew this. Fortunately, he never sent Doba on missions that would guarantee his own death, believing he could be resurrected anyway. Moreover, the antenna worm's resurrection should not only revive the body, but also the soul and mind. Otherwise, Doba wouldn't be able to remember the events of his last death each time he resurrected. This is already a rule-based ability. It would be great if the Star Train had corresponding accessories. Then, Arden was silent for a long moment before his expression became complicated. Can we defeat them? Definitely not, Chen Mang shook his head firmly. It'll take at least 100 years of development. During that century, The Zerg civilization will undoubtedly devour more civilizations and grow even stronger. By then, we might be even more vulnerable. That's not impossible, Chen Mang said, looking seriously at the galaxy map on the screen beside him. So, rather than fighting the Zerg civilization, my plan has always been to escape from it as much as possible. That mining planet, 0.3 light-years away, is our first target. It's also our springboard to the universe, but someone's already gotten there first. 15 days ago, a wormhole from an unknown civilization appeared near that mining planet. Perhaps the pioneers sent by that civilization have already successfully landed. We need to rush over and see what they're capable of. If we can defeat them, we'll fight. If not, we'll flee. He wasn't afraid to fight. He wasn't cowardly. It was just that the Zerg civilization was simply unstoppable by human power. It was a god-level civilization. You could just declare yourself invincible. He ran first. Both were cheaters, but the Zerg civilization's cheap parameters were clearly more outrageous and unreasonable. So what do we do now? Wait, Chen Mang leaned back patiently, closing his eyes to rest. When the regional barriers were closed, he dispatched all 100 shuttles on the train, reaching other areas at breakneck speed and beginning to slaughter monsters in all areas. Each shuttle was equipped with a level 5 energy stone, costing 5 million units of iron ore. Prioritize killing high-level monsters. Without the antenna worms, the Zerg monsters could no longer be revived. No matter how numerous they were like rootless water. They would be decimated in no time. Of course, the monsters on Blue Water Planet weren't limited to the Zerg civilization. There were also zombies spawned by the planet's escaping core energy. These zombies could not be completely annihilated and could only coexist with Blue Water Planet. Chen Mang leaned back in his chair, intending to rest, but perhaps due to exhaustion, he gradually fell asleep. Next, preparations were made to integrate Blue Water Planet into the star and implant iris chips throughout the entire fleet. Erden was left alone, sitting in a chair with a complex expression, staring at the galaxy map on the screen, unsure of what to do. His future was uncertain. He would rather die simply, like by hanging or jumping off a building, than face some unknown fate. Who knew how he would end? He felt it would be a tragic death. After searching through his family tree, he was the only one to have died that way. If only he could die of old age. Or, if that wasn't possible, of illness. Meanwhile, on Zion Star, a planet 0.4 light-years from Blue Water Planet, a young man sat in a train cabin, gazing at the galaxy map on the console screen. A strange glint flickered in his eyes. A few days ago, he had successfully completed the extremely difficult adventure map, Dead Trees Reborn, and received numerous rewards. The greatest reward was probably the special item embedded in the console, the galaxy map. This item allowed him to see the distribution of civilizations within a 10 light-year radius. It also revealed his planet wasn't the only one facing doomsday. 2 other planets were also suffering. And there was a mining planet just 0.1 light-years away. If only he could reach it. Zerg civilization. The young man gazed at the vast expanse of Zerg civilization on the galaxy map, his fists clenched, his eyes gleaming with coldness. Given time, I will completely annihilate the Zerg civilization. The boy's pride was unwavering. He could even fight against gods and Buddhas. He had always firmly believed that he was the sole protagonist of the entire cosmic civilization. No matter how powerful others were, they were merely supporting characters waiting to be defeated. Chapter 296. Where did that damn planet go? 7 hours later, it was dark. Chen Mang drowsily woke up and sat in a chair inside the star train. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and tapped a few times on the control panel. He looked at the information that popped up on the screen and was silent for a moment. He then went to the shower, lighted a cigarette, and sat back in his chair. He whispered, "Is everything done?" All 100 shuttles returned to their formation 15 minutes ago. Everything is done, Zio AI's voice echoed from the train. 100 shuttles ran out of energy stones and returned to the star. According to the instructions you, the train captain, have replaced all the shuttles with a level 5 energy stone and are now on their way again. At this time, all the monsters on the Blue Water Planet have been virtually wiped out, and they can't be revived. Only a small number of zombies remain on the entire Blue Water Planet. Yes, Chen Mang nodded slightly and glanced at the resource balance on the train panel. 50.8 billion units of iron ore, 14.22 billion units of wood, 43.49 billion units of copper ore, 12.4 billion units of red heart rock, and 10.87 billion units of titanite, it's time to set sail. But before setting sail, he needs to upgrade some of his accessories. Of the 6 colorful accessory blueprints obtained in the Colorful Zone's equatorial core, the wormhole opener and the Arcanum super cannon have already been crafted. There's also another colorful accessory, the Spy 7 Doppler radar. This is the ultimate alternative to the search radar. A level 100 search radar has a range of 100,000 meters. A level 1 Spy 7 Doppler radar also has a range of 100,000 meters and can observe even more data, such as cosmic radiation. Since we're already heading to the mining planet, let's see who gets there first. Intelligence is essential. It even took priority over armor. Knowing both yourself and your enemy is the key to victory. This was the teaching of our ancestors. The Spy 7 Doppler radar not only possessed all the capabilities of a search radar, but also could detect even more data. Its range at level 1 alone was equivalent to that of a level 100 search radar. But he didn't have enough resources right now. Upgrading the colorful Spy 7 Doppler radar to level 50 required 4.5 billion units of iron ore. Upgrading the green-grade search radar to level 200 only required 800 million units of iron ore. They weren't on the same level. While he longed to upgrade the Spy 7 Doppler radar to the top configuration, it was clear that for him, the search radar offered more value at this stage. I just wish the range was a little wider, Chen Mang muttered, gazing at the console screen. The level 200 supermodel would produce a qualitative change in effect. He called it the transformation from mortal to divine. However, the search radar's level 100 supermode effect was non-existent, meaning its level 200 supermode effect was also non-existent. He simply desired a slightly wider range, a qualitative change in range. He dared not hope for anything else. The next moment, as 800 million units of iron ore were consumed, the search radar was instantly upgraded to level 200, its range skyrocketing from 100,000 meters to 0.1 light-years, and it also gained a brand new supermode effect, search radar level 200 supermode effect. Nunha? Chen Mang let out a long sigh. Level 200 was indeed a qualitative leap, a 0.1 light-year detection range was more than enough. However, without the level 200 god-level supermode effect, it would be a significant loss. Once he captured this mining planet, the search radar would essentially be obsolete, replaced by the Spy 7 Doppler radar. Next up was an accessory he often overlooked. An accessory that had little effect on Blue Water Planet, but was absolutely the most important in the universe, even more important than the search radar. The radar jammer. He had only upgraded this accessory to level 10 and never upgraded it again, so its usefulness was minimal. However, he would upgrade it to level 200 during the rest of his journey. Undetectable yet able to detect others, he would remain invincible. Fight or retreat was a matter of a single thought, the initiative always in his hands. Among the 6 colorful accessories, the Spy 7 Doppler radar jammer, a superior alternative to this accessory, also possessed this component. The remaining 6 colorful blueprints were all extremely important. The radar jammer had no super mod effects starting at level 5, so naturally, it didn't have any god-level super mod effects. It was a yellow-grade accessory. After consuming 1.3013 billion units of iron ore, he had upgraded it to level 200 in one fell swoop. With this, search radars below level 200 could no longer detect him, effectively making him completely invincible. Perhaps the Zerg civilization might have a detection method that surpasses this level, but the unknown civilization that arrived at that mining planet first and dared not show its face certainly did not have a detection method that surpassed this level. After these 2 accessories were fully upgraded, Chen Mang leaned back in his chair, exhaled lightly, and stubbed out his cigarette and a can of Coke. After a pause, he spoke, Zio AI, for the research project I told you about last time, do your best to find suitable candidates among the people on Blue Water Planet, including those adventure maps on Blue Water Planet. Many of the regional maps have traces of mechanical civilizations. Space travel consumes a tremendous amount of time. During this time, create several task forces, led by Erden, to explore all the adventure maps left by mechanical civilizations on Blue Water Planet. All those with research value will be transferred to the number 2 Mecha Research Center. Some white and green accessories would be incredibly effective if they could possess a level 200 god-level supermetal effect. I'm going to completely wash out the supermetal effects on these accessories and recreate our own original accessory images. The supermetal effects of different accessories are completely random. The scientific name for this is cosmic empowerment. It's completely random and uncontrollable. Many accessories on the train have no supermetal effects at level 5 or 50. Once one is missing, subsequent supermetal effects are also missing. Achieving satisfactory supermetal effects requires consuming a large amount of Murphy stone and resources to test the supermetal effects of the newly created accessory artwork. This is an extremely Murphy stone consuming process. Fortunately, he doesn't need Murphy stone. Especially for many colorful accessories, the resource consumption during testing is astronomical, so most colorful accessories have only mediocre supermetal effects. The R&D team can complete the project in a short period of time. But he's not in a hurry. This is something to raise the upper limit. It's like his and his opponent's cups are both filled with pebbles. Neither can fit even a single pebble, but they can still add some sand. After the sand, they can add some water. As long as there are enough resources, they can even raise the cups a little higher. Understood, Zio AI's voice echoed from within the train. Chen Mang continued to look at the control panel screen. With these two accessories, the Stellar was essentially invisible in space. The next step was defense. Armor. The cost of upgrading from level 21 to level 22 was 140 million iron ore per car. The cost of upgrading from level 22 to level 23 was 160 million iron ore per car. The Stellar train had 16 cars, including the locomotive, and the level 10 supermetal reduced the crafting cost by half with each upgrade. The train still had 48.7 billion iron ore. After consuming 1.28 billion iron ore, the armor was upgraded to level 23. Then, the screen began to flash with strings of data. 1.6 billion iron ore consumed to upgrade to level 24, 2.4 billion iron ore consumed to upgrade to level 25, 4 billion iron ore consumed to upgrade to level 26, 6.4 billion iron ore consumed to upgrade to level 27, 8 billion iron ore consumed to upgrade to level 28. It cost 9.6 billion units of iron ore to upgrade to level 29. It cost 12 billion units of iron ore to upgrade to level 30. By the time the train went from level 29 to level 30, the cost of armoring a single carriage had reached 1.5 billion units of iron ore. A total of 44 billion units of iron ore were consumed, upgrading the armor from level 22 to level 30 in one go. The train suddenly had only 4.7 billion units of iron ore left. This would become his reserve. Finally, he'd upgrade a green-grade accessory, the nitrogen exhaust, to increase the star train's speed in space, and the system would be nearly complete. Magnetic levitation was a red-grade accessory, so he couldn't afford it yet. Green, cheap. After consuming 800 million units of iron ore to upgrade it from level 100 to level 200, the increase was significant. The original speed increase from this accessory was 1020 km per hour, but after upgrading to level 200, the increase was 51,000 km per hour. An outrageous figure, a 50-fold increase. The original coordinates for the star's planned wormhole creation were a full 3 million kilometers from the mining planet. At the star's train speed, it would have taken 24 days non-stop. Now, it only takes 54 hours, just over 2 days. A massive increase in speed. Furthermore, the maximum speed is well within the armor's tolerance level. At this rate, if the uninvited guest from the unknown civilization is weaker, perhaps even if they depart a dozen days later, they could still reach the mining planet before them. And there's an additional supermetal effect, nitrogen exhaust level 200 supermetal effect. It draws on the core energy floating in the universe, significantly reducing the train's energy consumption during travel. An estimated 99.9% reduction. Chen Mang exhaled softly, rubbing his cheeks, expelling all the frustration and anxiety in his chest. He looked at the screen and smiled again with a high-spirited expression. He loved the level 200 God-level supermetal effect. Next, when he has enough resources, he'll upgrade all the train components to level 200. Even without the God-level supermetal effects of level 200, the components themselves will undergo a dramatic transformation once they're upgraded to level 200. Everything is ready. Level 200 search radar. Level 200 radar jammer. Level 30 armor. Level 50 Arcanine light cannon. Offensive and defensive, ready. The screen begins to rapidly flash several lines of data. Final check. All components on the star train are at 100% integrity. The level 7 energy stones embedded in the locomotive are at 100%, The level 5 energy stones supplying the armor research center are at 90%, and the level 7 energy stones providing energy to the train components are at 100%. Sufficient energy. All residents have entered the star, and their numbers have been checked. No noticeable changes have been made to the galaxy map. Prepare to depart 1098. As the countdown began, the star train slowly lifted off the ground and soared into the air, its nose tilted upward, the entire train tilting ever more until it reached a 90-degree angle. Nitrogen nozzles embedded on either side of the train continuously belched out pale blue flames, ready for full-force launch at any moment. 3, 2, 1. Launch. Chen Mang slammed the red button on the control panel. The nitrogen nozzles on either side of the train erupted with a thick, blinding white flame. Like a comet, the star train accelerated in near 0 seconds to an absurd speed of 50,000 kilometers per hour. It shot out of the atmosphere. Chen Mang clung to his chair, feeling the powerful thrust, and couldn't help but grin with excitement. It was powerful. He loved it. He could feel the thrust, but there was no chest tightness or shortness of breath. He had already upgraded the internal space stabilizer to level 100. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to accelerate so fast. Anyone with a level 10 or 20 engine would have been reduced to pulp with such a rapid acceleration. He wasn't so foolish as to kill himself. The star train shot out of the atmosphere at breakneck speed, its velocity causing dazzling sparks to fly from the friction around it. 3 minutes later, the star train slowly hovered in the starry sea of space. This day was a memorable one. It was the first time the star train had reached the starry sea, the first time it had hovered in the universe, the first time it had observed the blue water planet from this perspective. Is this the starry sea? Inside the train, Chen Mang gazed out the window, his expression dazed, his thoughts drifting away. Having lived 2 lives, he had far more life experience than most of his peers, but he had never observed the universe from this perspective. It was indescribable. The first thing that enveloped his senses was boundless darkness. He had never designed, and he didn't know if colorful black even existed, but this darkness was even darker than the one he had seen in the goblin's tomb. It was pure, dense, almost condensed darkness, as if it could swallow up all sound and temperature. And on this pitch-black curtain, countless stars were dotted. The number of stars he could see with his naked eye far exceeded the number shown on the galaxy map, like a scattering of gravel. Now, these stars no longer twinkled as they had when he looked up at the sky on the aquamarine planet. Instead, they were solid, sharp, nailed to the curtain like a coffin nail. Gorgeous? Yes, indeed. But even more so, there was fear, or perhaps helplessness. The fear of not knowing where to go, how to survive. And to the right of the train compartment, occupying an entire window, was a massive aquamarine planet, like a blue-white gem, suspended in space. Clouds shrouded it like a veil. The outline of the continent, divided by the Terminator, was half bright and half dark. There was no wind. No smell. No sound. Not even a sense of up and down. There was no sense of grounding. The only sound within the train compartment was the constant sound of his breathing. There were no reference points, no gravity. Thanks to the built-in spatial stabilizer, he could stand quietly inside the train compartment. But I don't know if it's just a psychological effect, but I always have a false sense of groundedness. Behind me, there was an immense white flame. It was the sun, more violent than any flame I'd ever seen directly. Water blue planet seemed insignificant next to it. Chen Mang stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in the train compartment, gazing at the sea of stars. He lit a cigarette and was silent for a long time before whispering, "With distance, beauty disappears." When he was on water blue planet, he loved looking up at the starry sky, as if the twinkling stars could guide him on the road ahead. Even in the abyss of doom, he saw stars that warned him that water blue planet would become a dead star in 5 years. But when he truly reached the depths of the universe and could observe these stars with his naked eyes, without the distortion of the atmosphere, they lost all their gentleness, leaving only a naked and sharp reality. Just like your wife who is so pleasant to everyone in public, but gives you the cold shoulder when she gets home. He had thought that after leaving Blue Water Planet, he would be able to see the stars bearing the information he had seen in the Doomsday Abyss. But upon arriving in the Starry Sea, he found no trace of them. He didn't even know who had left those stars. The Mechanical Civilization's AI database made no mention of them. Chen Mang stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in silence for a long time. He found it difficult to imagine how a high-level civilization could exist. The Zerg civilization's territory, shown on the galaxy map alone, encompassed tens of thousands of stars, a vast territory stretching across tens of thousands of light years. What he had seen, less than 0.01 light years across, had already left him with such a profound shock. Could civilization truly conquer the universe? Before leaving Blue Water Planet, while quietly developing along the same path, he had harbored a desire to conquer the universe and create human civilization. But now, he began to doubt himself. Could he truly do it? Could he truly conquer this universe, or even truly survive in it? After a long pause, he began to laugh. I like hot chicks. Fuck, that's exciting. Zio AI, get to work. Yes, Zio AI's voice echoed quickly from the train cabin, without a pause, as if the shocking scene before her had no effect on her. What a clueless fellow. But as an AI, it seems he doesn't need romance. Data began to appear on the screen. Carriage 10's level 200 space currently has no space for a planet. It's within 10 million kilometers of the ownerless Blue Water Planet. The planet's diameter is less than 100,000 kilometers. Accommodation conditions are met. Accommodation begins. The stellar cabin begins simulating Blue Water Planet's existing living environment. Progress bar. 0%. Estimated accommodating time. 8 minutes. Chen Mang tapped lightly on the other side of the console screen, silently recording the coordinates. Perhaps one day, he would return here again. Accommodation took much less time than he expected. He had originally thought it would take dozens of hours. As the progress bar gradually grew larger, a massive wormhole, resembling a black hole, slowly appeared out of thin air beside the Blue Water Planet. Did I create this thing? Chen Mang gazed at the abruptly appearing black hole and took a deep breath. The energy stones in the generator weren't depleting rapidly, suggesting that absorbing a single planet didn't consume much energy. Such a small amount of energy was needed to create such a large wormhole. What a bargain. The moment the progress conditions reached 100%, the entire Blue Water Planet was completely engulfed by the wormhole, which then vanished from its original location. At the same time, a slowly rotating planet appeared within the level 200 spatial portal in Carriage 10. This scene was clearly visible on the train control console screen. A planet lay deep within the star train. Standing in front of the level 200 spatial portal in Carriage 10, Chen Mang pushed open the door and took in the scene before him. Inside was the Blue Water Planet, slowly rotating in the pitch black. The simulated star ensured that the Blue Water Planet still had a cycle of day and night. Everything seemed to be business as usual. The only difference was, now, he was like a god on Blue Water Planet. With just his will, Blue Water Planet could experience polar day and polar night at any moment. In a moment's thought, hundreds of millions of survivors on Blue Water Planet would perish. This efficiency was many times greater than any built-in fire control system. He had never personally killed many people. At best, only a handful of people had died at his hands, a figure he could count on one hand. He had once thought that killing 1 million people was already a sign of renown. But in the war of civilizations, the death of tens or even hundreds of billions seemed commonplace. There were too many lives. The deaths were endless. This Blue Water Planet was completely under his control. To reach the mainland of Blue Water Planet, all he had to do was press the red button next to this space gate to reveal a hidden two-way wormhole, allowing him to freely travel between the star train and Blue Water Planet. Landing could be controlled at will. Zio AI, he said, rename this space gate Blue Water Planet and prepare to begin accepting all survivors from Blue Water Planet and implanting iris chips. Leave behind a few advanced trains as the advance team, with Erdman as captain, responsible for detecting all traces of the mechanical civilization on Blue Water Planet. Yes, he said, and then Chen Mang strode towards the train compartment. The range of the enemy radar had reached 0.1 light years. There was no living being within range. No monsters, no people from other civilizations, no giant beasts of the sky. Everything was as still as death. Extremely safe. Civilizations abound in the galaxy, yet they are incredibly rare in the vast expanse. All finishing work has been successfully completed. Now it's time to explore that mining planet. My name is Wang Qi. I was born into a family on the giant star. You may not have heard of me, but that doesn't matter. I believe my name will one day spread throughout the galaxy. 1.5 years ago, the apocalypse struck. Countless people perished at the hands of monsters, but I narrowly survived and obtained a train token. Beginning my journey of escape. Both my parents died when I was young. I fought my way through this. A few days ago, I successfully cleared the Dead Trees Resurrect Adventure map, reaching the end and receiving numerous rewards. This further solidified my conviction that I am the chosen one, and that sooner or later, I will take center stage. The greatest legacy reward is, of course, the special galaxy map. Although I'm only a level 18 mechanical train and can't travel to the galaxy anytime soon, I frequently glance at the galaxy map, observing the movements of nearby planets and the Zerg civilization. A few days ago, the Zerg civilization, with horrific force and thunderous force, destroyed a newly promoted, level 1 homeworld. I was terrified and vowed to further develop in secret. I've been observing the 2 habitable planets closest to me, as well as the mining planet just 0.1 light-years away. The galaxy map shows that this mining planet is 78% iron ore, with an extremely high concentration. I'm thinking, the other 2 planets must be experiencing their doomsday as well. Sooner or later, the 3 of us will all compete for this mining planet. Whoever successfully captures it will use it as a springboard to reach even more distant galaxies. But, right now, I just want to ask a question. Where the hell did that planet go? A young man sitting in the level 18 mechanical train jumped up from his chair, staring at the galaxy map screen with horror in his eyes. His voice rose in a crescendo. Where did that planet go? Did the Zerg attack? Probably not. Conductor, a cold, mechanical voice echoed from the train. If the Zerg attacked, there would have been a lot of noise. Not so quiet. What about that planet? It just disappeared. Yes, why? We don't know yet. The young man sat down again with a gloomy expression. The situation seemed more critical than he had imagined. A planet only 0.4 light-years away had suddenly vanished without any warning. This was too unbelievable, wasn't it? It couldn't have collapsed into a black hole, right? That couldn't be possible. After all, it was a habitable planet. Moreover, if it had, his purple cloud star would be doomed. How was it destroyed? The unknown dangers of this universe seemed greater than he had imagined. The star train raced through the universe at high speed, advancing rapidly in the pitch-black darkness that seemed to have solidified into a solid substance. To create a wormhole, both the head and tail ends needed to be in a stable state. The closest stable region to the mining planet was 3 million kilometers away. And the stable region he was building at the head end was just 5 minutes ahead. Arriving soon. Zio AI, Chen Mang, sitting in the train cabin, looked at the countless angular stars wrapped in the dark curtain in front of him and whispered, "How is the progress in Neon City?" "Not very good," Zio AI quickly reported. "According to your idea, the cost of allowing every Neon City free admission ticket to be crushed by people from other civilizations to enter Neon City is extremely high. It is equivalent to creating a small one-way disposable wormhole every time you crush a Neon City free admission ticket. Not only is the research and development difficult, but the consumption is also huge. I'm studying another set of plans, manufacture large Neon City free admission tickets and evenly distribute them on the home planets of other civilizations. This type of Neon City free admission ticket is equivalent to a permanent large-scale bidirectional stable wormhole. The advantage of this plan is that it is simple to develop and consumes less resources. The disadvantage is the release large-scale Neon City free admission ticket will not be able to move and will be fixed in a certain position. Train conductors of other civilizations cannot enter the Neon City at any time and place. They need to arrive near the release large admission ticket before entering the Neon City, and the display shape is like a huge door. Yeah, Chen Mang nodded lightly. After occupying the mining planet, I will upgrade the train auxiliary AI to level 200. I can't let you be lower than the AI. You will definitely be the highest level AI in the entire universe in the future. Let's follow your plan, complete the research and development as soon as possible. When we have mined all the mining planets and go to more distant places, we will release the large-scale Neon City free admission tickets on the 2 habitable planets, so that we can continue to earn various resources. We still advocate peace. When dealing with any civilization, if there is no hatred between the 2 parties, try to trade first to achieve peaceful coexistence and win-win results. Since the second plan has been implemented, the name of the large-scale Neon City free admission ticket is inappropriate. Let's change it. Let me think about it. It's fixed in place and cannot be moved. Its shape is a giant gate. Let's call it a Stargate. The Zerg civilization will release insect eggs, bringing disaster and death, while human civilization will deploy a Stargate to bring peace and trade. No need to talk about anything else. Just from the perspective of the concept, we are superior to them. After this matter was settled, Chen Mang looked at the civilization order in the drawer, which was constantly flickering with a faint white light. The 5 progress items on it were all at 100%. Humanities progress, 100%. Cultural progress, 100%. Military progress, 100%. Agricultural progress, 100%. Institutional progress, 100%. As a large number of survivors from the Blue Water planet continued to join the star, becoming residents and receiving iris chips, the 5 progress items rose rapidly until they were all at full capacity. They could rebuild their own civilization at any time and name it. However, he didn't plan to rebuild civilization for the time being. He would first go and see what the situation was like on the mining planet. Once everything was settled and there was no danger, he would rebuild civilization. With so many residents, the train produced an inflated number of dreamstones every day. The cyber mines could also begin their rapid expansion. Soon, the star successfully reached the nearest stable region of space. Chen Mang pressed a button on the control panel. The wormhole generator began to spin rapidly, detecting stable regions of space suitable for wormhole development. After confirming that both regions had remained stable over the past few days, a clang accompanied the 50 million units of iron ore in the train's interior, which turned into powder and dissipated into the air. The previously dark, solid curtain in front of the train suddenly began to distort under an invisible force, and a torn hole began to emerge, its edges gleaming with starlight. At first glance, the interior passageway was not straight, resembling the neck of an elongated hourglass. The exit could be seen in the distance, curled up into a blurry spot of light, like a person with astigmatism hiding in a river, gazing at a bikini-clad woman beyond the surface, blurry yet distinct. Chen Mang stared at the scene ahead, his breath subconsciously catching. This was the first wormhole he had ever created, and it held a profound commemoration for him. The entrance to the wormhole was not a smooth tunnel. And it was like a vortex formed by countless shattered mirrors, like a cyber umbilical cord. Although he knew his description wasn't entirely accurate, he certainly felt that way, and the wormhole felt constantly stretching and shrinking. The next moment, the wormhole's constantly churning passageway suddenly stabilized, and a flash of white light appeared in the vortex at the exit. This meant his wormhole was complete. A one-way, disposable wormhole, 3 million kilometers away, leading to a mineral planet 0.3 light-years away, was complete. Chen Mang took a deep breath, staring at the enormous wormhole before him. He slowly pushed the control lever, and the train plunged straight into the wormhole and into its interior. The exit was just ahead. It seemed close, but after 3 seconds of travel, the distance seemed to have remained unchanged. Inside the wormhole, humans lose their sense of distance. He couldn't even tell the approximate distance between the two sides of the wormhole. It seemed within reach, but when he closed his eyes and opened them again, it seemed millions of miles away. A vast amount of light constantly flashed on both sides of the passage. It was dazzling. He felt no discomfort. The level 100 supermetal effect of the built-in spatial stabilizer meant that when the train began a wormhole jump, the interior of the train would not be affected. He had thought that this supermetal effect might not be useful for a long time, but he didn't expect to use it so soon. The AI database of the mechanical civilization contained no relevant information. Therefore, he was not sure what would happen to a normal train without a level 100 built-in spatial stabilizer after entering the time rift. He only knew that if one entered the time rift without protective accessories, the flow of time inside and outside would differ significantly. The principle of a wormhole is actually very simple. Lay an A4 sheet flat on a table, fold it, and poke a hole in it with a pencil. This hole is a wormhole. It can significantly shorten the route, allowing one to reach extremely distant places in a short time. About 10 seconds later, the star train finally reached the end of the wormhole, emerged from the wormhole, and once again found itself in the pitch-black, solid curtain. Inside the star train, Chen Mang looked at the disposable wormhole behind him, which hadn't yet dissipated. It was the wormhole he had created, and that's how disposable wormholes are. Within a certain period of time after creation, they absolutely won't dissipate. No one knew when it would dissipate after that. Perhaps 10 minutes later. Perhaps 100,000 years from now. Theoretically, if you were lucky enough and brave enough, you could use the disposable wormhole as a permanent one, always praying that it wouldn't dissipate while you were inside it. And not far away, a wormhole of the same structure was floating there, visible to the naked eye. This wormhole was the one way, disposable wormhole created by the unknown civilization. This location was 3 million kilometers from the mining planet. His level 200 radar had a range of 0.1 light-years, or 946.1 million kilometers. The moment he arrived, he detected all the information from the unknown civilization's forerunners. It was also a mechanical train, with the same train components. The train and component levels were clearly displayed on the control panel. After seeing the streams of data flash across the screen, Chen Mang laughed. An unknown civilization. They acted so mysterious. Next time, just call them a small, underdog civilization. Where did they come from to beg for something? He said. How could those powerful civilizations even consider such a tiny mining planet? It was ridiculously weak. This wormhole was built 15 days ago, and they still haven't reached a mining planet. They're still 2.4 million kilometers away, and they've covered 600,000 kilometers in 15 days. That's a snail's pace. It would take at least 60 days to reach the mining planet. And that's even with non-stop travel. Level 26 mechanical train, gold grade accessories, particle shield level 23, gold grade accessories, particle main cannon level 27. Level 27 mechanical train, gold grade accessories, particle shield level 24, gold 37 mechanical trains in total. A fleet. The strongest level 27 mechanical train only has a level 24 shield and a level 28 weapon. The Star Train currently boasts the level 30 armor and a level 10 energy shield. Under special circumstances, activating the train's special ability, Absolute Defense, can boost its defense to level 40. Not even a single person in this massive convoy could penetrate its defenses. Get ready for action. The Star Train's rooftop Arcanon's main light cannon ignited, sending a beam of incandescent light towards the nearby wormhole constructed by an unknown civilization. With a mere level 4 attack power, the beam completely destroyed the wormhole. This wormhole was of a very low level. This wormhole was only level 4. Cut off their retreat first. This would prevent the unknown civilization from sending further reinforcements. This convoy looked more like a bounty hunting squad than a regular army. Boom! Chen Mang jerked the control stick, and the Star Train exploded into breakneck speed, rapidly pursuing the convoy on the radar screen. He glanced at the console screen, which indicated that he estimated he would successfully catch up with the convoy in approximately 13 hours. Should we upgrade the train radio to level 200? Otherwise, how can we contact them? I don't know if they speak Mandarin. What if we don't speak the same language? Let me teach you sign language. The Star Train was hurtling through space at full speed. He murmured, his expression dazed, as he gazed ahead. A faint excitement welled up within him. This was his first time interacting with people from another civilization, and he planned to engage them peacefully first, hoping to gain some information, perhaps about cosmic civilizations. However, if the other party opened fire first, he wouldn't mind letting them experience the power of the Arcanum's light cannon. If the other party was stronger than him, he would definitely not consider engaging them. He would hide at a distance, slowly approach, and before they could detect him, launch a surprise attack and eliminate them with a single shot. But since the other party was far weaker than him, they could all sit down and chat. When he was in the driver's seat, he wouldn't mind having a tea party and chatting for a while. After all, he was kind. Chapter 297. Is this reasonable? In the universe, because there's no atmosphere to scatter or absorb light, the visible distance to the human eye is nearly infinite. Of course, certain prerequisites apply, such as objects that are bright enough, large enough, and unobstructed. Inside the Star Train, Chen Mang sat in a chair, gazing out the window at the stars twinkling against the pitch-black curtain, his eyes fixed on the unknown civilization. It would take about 13 hours to catch up with the convoy ahead. In the past, he would have chosen to rest during this time, so he could be in a better state of mind to deal with the next emergency. But this was his first time navigating space. He looked around like a curious child. The Star Train, like a long, mechanical dragon, seemed incredibly small in the universe, and filled with many unknown things, such as the interstellar dust nebula in the distance to the left. Formed by a vast expanse of dust, it covered a vast area. It was pink. An extremely stunning pink, a pink that even a man like him couldn't help but stare at. How beautiful, Chen Mang muttered, gazing at the scene to his left in a daze. He longed to find a line of poetry to describe what he was seeing, but the right words were hard to come up with. He couldn't help but feel a sense of regret for not having learned enough. If only one day in the future, he could fit this pink nebula into his train. Even a Maybach has a starry sky roof. So, wouldn't it be reasonable for his star train to have one? What's wrong with the conductor, Zio AI, sitting on the ground in the Metro Research Center in carriage number 2, was somewhat bewildered. The conductor had been in the state since leaving Blue Water Planet. It was strange, indescribable. To him, wasn't it just leaving the Novus village, preparing to officially enter the civilized arena, begin competing with other civilizations, and strive to survive? It was a natural and inevitable occurrence. He didn't find it particularly aesthetically pleasing. From the moment the star train left Blue Water Planet, the entire journey was broadcast live to the residential area. Every resident sat on the grass, staring at the images on the screen. No one spoke. Everyone's face was filled with shock and anxiety. Even though Blue Water had suffered apocalypse and been left ravaged and devastated, it was still their home. Now that it had suddenly vanished, they felt a momentary sense of emptiness. Ji Chu, sitting in carriage number 5, also gazed out the window at the scenery, her eyes filled with a daze. The story of Blue Water ended. The star train, without much competition, had become the most powerful, embarking on a new journey across the universe on behalf of Blue Water. Just as she had imagined. Master Mang, you can trust me. The star, you can trust me. But the only thing that saddened her was that Master Mang seemed to have forgotten her and hadn't contacted her in ages. She had already started learning to make scallion oil noodles with Xiafang. She wasn't sure if it would help, but she had to do something. Soon, more than a dozen hours passed, and Chen Mang finally took a break. Even the most beautiful scenery got a little tiresome after so long. The enemy radar indicated that the convoy ahead was very close. It was so close he could see the convoy with his naked eyes. Stopped, Chen Mang sat in his chair, gazing out the window at the convoy. He slowly pulled the control lever, slowing down and closing in. The other party had evidently spotted him and had simply stopped. Let's gather together. The locomotives were all aimed at him, seemingly on full alert, yet a faint tinge of despair could be felt. Beep beep, warning, warning, a shrill alarm echoed through the cabin of this Class 27 mechanical train. A middle-aged man, with a look of despair, stared at the stream of data displayed on the control panel screen. Unknown mechanical train detected. Its strongest attack energy range is between 4,700 and 5,000, and its defense energy range is between 3,000 and 3,500. Unbeatable, this mechanical train is far more powerful than them. Deep in the universe, in this uncontrolled area, what would the consequences be if they encountered a train that crushed them? Need I say more? Master Chu, a hoarse, shrill voice echoed from the train compartment. This guy is clearly heading straight for us. He must have been following us all the way. He's doomed. Let's fight him, fight, fight, at worst, we'll die. Since we've joined Master Chu, we don't expect to return alive. Fortune and honor are in the hands of God. Life and death are determined by fate. Shut up, everyone. The middle-aged man standing inside the train compartment slowly closed his eyes filled with despair. This was a gamble he'd staked everyone's wealth on. He knew the risks were high, but he had no choice. If he didn't go for it, his child would surely die. Brothers, I'm sorry, for my own personal matter, I'm bringing everyone along. They're probably space pirates. I'll explain to them as clearly as I can. We're not escorting in convoy, and there's nothing valuable on the train. Maybe we can survive. The train suddenly erupted in a flurry of chatter. Master Chu, isn't your child ours? He's also our nephew, calling us uncle. How could we possibly watch him die? I, Zhang Daibao, have never regretted being with you, Master Chu. That's right, that's right. Wait, the middle-aged man standing inside the train was taken aback as he looked ahead. The train was slowly approaching, and it was doing so without activating its energy shield. This didn't seem like the style of interstellar pirates. It seemed more like a gesture of goodwill. But if it was a gesture of goodwill, why hadn't he received the other party's message? Wordlessly, they simply approached. Perhaps, there was a chance of survival. They seemed to be harboring goodwill. In space, a train slowly approaching without activating its energy shield was the ultimate act of goodwill, bar none. The other party's defensive and offensive energy ranges were clearly extremely high, but they hadn't launched a surprise attack or activated their energy shield, clearly seeking friendly communication. He hesitated for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. All trains, Deactivate your energy shields. The other train conductors didn't ask why, but simply deactivated their shields without a single word. Chen Mang sat in his chair, watching the convoy ahead suddenly deactivate its energy shields. He couldn't help but laugh. It seems everyone in the universe still values peace above all else. Fighting and killing aren't good, peace is better. He instantly understood the other party's misunderstanding. But that was just what he wanted. He wanted to communicate with other civilizations, and this was the first time the star had done so, a feat worthy of being recorded in history. At that moment, the star train was very close to the convoy, less than a kilometer away. He slowly stopped and saw a man wearing something resembling a spacesuit emerge from the train. He floated through space, propelled by thrusters, and soon arrived at the star train compartment. He tapped lightly on the glass. He waved his hand, and soon the first floor door opened, and the man flew in. Biozi and the others immediately surrounded him with serious expressions. After confirming that the man was unarmed, they led him to the second floor. Wagaga wagagan, gagagan, che gagan. The middle-aged man stood straight in the interior of the star train, looked at Chen Mang, clasped his hands together and said word by word, his voice sonorous and powerful, neither humble nor arrogant. But he couldn't understand. What kind of gibberish is this? Chen Mang leaned back in his chair, looking expressionlessly at the middle-aged man standing in front of him, and tentatively glanced at Xiao Ai standing beside him. After seeing that Xiao Ai also shook his head, he sighed softly. What kind of bird language is this? Don't you speak Mandarin? It seems that the promotion of Mandarin has a long way to go. I don't understand, chicken quack, I don't understand. Forget it, take him down and behead him. Dig out the AI database of their train to see if there is any useful information. The voice fell. The middle-aged man, who had been neither humble nor overbearing, suddenly pointed anxiously at a small mechanical device on his collar, gesturing with his hands and feet. Halal Galu, Lulu Galu, huh? Chen Mang raised an eyebrow, his expression gradually becoming strange. Although he couldn't understand the man's words, it seemed as if he could understand him. Is that small mechanical device on his collar a translator? I don't have one. Bring me a few from your train. The middle-aged man nodded hurriedly, then turned to look at Biozi, indicating that he would need to go back to the train to get some translators. 10 minutes later, the middle-aged man was back in the train, his face serious, and he looked at Chen Mang again, clasping his fists. Hello, mysterious and distinguished master. I am from the Casa Civilization Federation and the president of a small chamber of commerce. I wonder what orders you have for stopping us. Such a long sentence, and you managed to convey the entire point with just a few abas? Your civilization's language is quite refined. Chen Mang fiddled with a little mechanical toy in his hand. After a pause, he looked up at the middle-aged man and whispered softly, I accidentally entered this place through a random wormhole. I'm unfamiliar with the area, so I'm looking for information. He didn't make up any impressive stories or claim to be from some god-level civilization. After all, the information he was about to ask would be very basic and meaningless. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. Ask anything you want, sir. I won't hold back anything I know. The other man was clearly not an interstellar pirate, which meant his chances of survival were very high. He also seemed to come from a peace-loving civilization. Please take a seat. The tea party officially began. Xia Fang brought in a table. Chen Mang sat in front of the tea table. He took a sip of the warm tea in his hand before looking at the middle-aged man sitting opposite him. Do you have a name, Jiu Yuseo? Where did you get your surname from? Ancestors. Why is it called Yuseo? My father's meaning is, if you can't even sweep your own house, how can you sweep the world? Sweep the house first and then sweep the world. How old is your father? He died, and the house turned into slag. I went to clean up the scene. Do you know the Zerg civilization? Yes, they are very strong. Tell me how strong the one you know is. Although the Zerg civilization is only a level 2 civilization on the surface, its combat power is even stronger than many level 3 civilizations. It's just that due to some unknown problem within the Zerg civilization, it has been unable to complete the civilization upgrade. Over the years, the Zerg civilization has destroyed hundreds of surrounding civilizations, including the level 3 mechanical civilization. When the middle-aged man mentioned the Zerg civilization, his body trembled slightly, and a trace of uncontrollable fear flashed in his eyes. The Zerg civilization is almost invincible. Anyone who has faced the Zerg army will truly realize what despair is. They sweep across the area like locusts, With no rivals, then what level of civilization is your Casa Civilization Federation? There is no level. The Casa Civilization Federation is a civilization federation established by a level 3 civilization. There are 9,398 level 1 civilizations and 239 level 2 civilizations forming a federation. That level 3 civilization is called Casa Civilization. Although this civilization has a very high level of civilization and strong combat power, its population is extremely sparse, making it unable to deal with the Zerg civilization at all. That overwhelming, multifaceted, all-out battle resulted in the establishment of the Civilization Federation, to resist the Zerg civilization's attacks in the east. That's why the Zerg civilization has been expanding westward, not eastward. Casa Civilization. Chen Mang frowned slightly, leaning back in his chair, lighting a cigarette and gazing at the galaxy map behind the man. After a long pause, he whispered, "Where's the Casa Civilization? Why don't I see it on the map?" The man paused, subconsciously turning to look behind him. Upon seeing the galaxy map on the giant screen, he froze in place, his mouth slowly opening in shock. A galaxy map? Damn it! He'd only glimpsed this thing once in the civilization's combat command room. It was strategic material, priceless, and simply not something a private individual could possess. He had originally assumed this powerful individual was merely an explorer from a certain civilization. Now it seemed likely that this powerful individual held a high position within that civilization, otherwise, he wouldn't have brought something like a galaxy map on his train. This galaxy map is different from the one they were using on the train. It's updated in real time, a legacy of the mechanical civilization. It can't be manufactured, is a non-renewable resource, and is extremely scarce. The man's throat lurched slightly, but he stood up and walked over to the screen, pointing to the eastern edge of the map. The level 1 civilizations in this area belong to the Casa Civilization Federation and are the first line of defense. The level 3 Casa civilizations are a bit farther out on the map, about 300 light years. If you ever have the opportunity to visit this area in the future, you'll find it very prosperous. Many permanent two-way wormholes have been established, and exchanges between different civilizations are very close. Which civilization are you from? Chen Mang asked. Here, the man zoomed in on the galaxy map, pointing to a pale blue planet on the screen. Level 1 peace-seeking civilization, let me see. Chen Mang stepped forward, first marking the spot, then zooming out to find his location. Narrowing his eyes, he whispered, "The straight line distance between the two places is a full 44,000 light years. Can you afford to build a one-way, disposable wormhole that far?" The distance from water blue planet to mineral planet is 0.3 light years. For such a short distance, the one-way, disposable wormhole he created cost him 50 million units of iron or 44,000 light years. If the other party didn't have a cheap way to build wormholes, then, by analogy, building a wormhole that far would require 7.33 trillion units of iron ore, 7.33 trillion. That's a fucking trillion. If you had that much iron ore, would your train be level 27? At least level 100? Would there even be a need to go to that mineral planet? Even if all the mining on that mining planet is completed, it will be difficult to mine even a fraction of the iron ore. You seem to be lying. Chen Mang turned and looked at the middle-aged man and chuckled. "I have such good intentions and invited you to come here for tea, but you lied to me. Do you know what will happen when good intentions are deceived, eh?" The middle-aged man's face kept changing, and after a few seconds he said hoarsely, "I am not lying. Our goal this time is to reach the mining planet of 2 million kilometers. If we can create this wormhole, we will not come to this mining planet." Although the Zerg civilization and the Casa Civilization Federation have not yet officially gone to war, but there are constant small conflicts between them. The Casa Civilization Federation has always regarded the Zerg civilization as a major enemy and has done a lot to deal with it, such as arranging many concealed wormholes very close to the Zerg civilization base camp. These wormholes are usually hidden and will not be detected by radar at all, so that they can be directly attacked at the first moment of the war. The Zerg civilization's base poses a highly destructive threat. It's a strategic weapon. It's also top secret within the Casa Civilization Federation. I accidentally obtained information about this wormhole, and taking a desperate risk, activated it. I left my own civilization and traveled to this area, intending to mine this iron ore, hoping to achieve great fortune and take a risk. Chen Mang nodded, counting on his fingers, muttering, "Let me calculate. You're the captain of a small chamber of commerce in a level 1 civilization, K civilization. There are full 9,398 level 1 civilizations in the Casa Civilization Federation. This information, even in a level 3 civilization like Casa Civilization, is probably only known to the decision makers, and you have access to this level of information. What was this like? It was like, in his previous life, a drunken old man bragging in the village at night, spouting the next day's speech from his brother across the ocean, all about tariff increases and making things great again. This was simply impossible. Rather than an intelligence leak, it was more like foreknowledge. I really want to know how you got access to it. Give me a reasonable path. It's hard to be reasonable, the middle-aged man said with a sad face. It's unreasonable that I can access this kind of information. How can the path be reasonable? I accidentally entered a group chat, and the name of that group chat happened to be the Daily Summary of Strategic Intelligence of the 239th Theater of Casa Civilization. Then, someone sent out the coordinates of this hidden wormhole. Although I was kicked out of the group chat soon, I secretly wrote down the coordinates. My child was seriously ill and needed a lot of iron ore. I had no choice but to take the risk and do this. Chen Mang was silent for a long time with an expressionless face, and then he said softly, "Is this reasonable?" "Not very reasonable, but it did happen." "So did you activate this strategically hidden wormhole set up by the Casa Civilization and head here to mine this mineral planet?" "Yes. Creating such a wormhole requires 7.33 trillion units of iron ore. Even if the Casa Civilization has a way to reduce the cost of wormhole construction, the price of building a wormhole this far would certainly not be less than 1 trillion units of iron ore. You used a strategic wormhole built with trillions of iron ore just to mine such a small mineral planet. Have you calculated the loss?" the middle-aged man whispered, not daring to look up. "The loss is the public's, and I'm making the profit." "Does the Casa Civilization Federation have any legal provisions?" "Yes." "Are you familiar with them?" "Yes." "To do our job, we must be familiar with the legal provisions. According to the legal provisions, what is the penalty for privately obtaining strategic information of Casa Civilization and activating a hidden wormhole? Destroy the entire clan." "Very good. You gave up all the people of your own civilization to save your child?" The middle-aged man took a deep breath, looked up at Chen Mang and said sincerely, "Before coming here, I estimated the risks of this trip. The main mistake of the intelligence leak this time came from the leadership of the 239th War Zone of Casa Civilization. If the incident is exposed, my civilization will definitely be destroyed, but everyone in that group will definitely die, so I'm betting that group of people will help me even if I activated a hidden wormhole. They'd patch it up for me, making it seem like nothing had happened. As long as I don't spread rumors, it won't be exposed. After all, hidden wormholes have a chance of dissipating naturally. Their weekly Monday inspections are primarily focused on this. One less wormhole, it won't attract the attention of the higher-ups. It's completely within a reasonable loss. I can't stand by and watch my child die. For this, I'm willing to risk everything." Chen Mang walked back to the tea table, sat down, lit a cigarette, leaned back in his chair, and rhythmically tapped his knuckles on the armrests, remaining silent. The entire chain made sense. This also explained why a seemingly insignificant mineral planet in the universe would have people create a wormhole specifically for mining. The cost of creating a wormhole is not cheap. This is a completely unprofitable business. Losing public money, making my own money. That makes sense. The middle-aged man's logic was sound. War Zone 239 of the Casa Civilization would most likely clean up the mess for the man, lest his own career be jeopardized. Death wouldn't be a problem. After all, the Casa Civilization's population was small, and they were unlikely to execute these individuals for such a mistake. But their chances of advancement were certainly slim. The calculations for this group were straightforward. The government didn't need a wormhole, but they truly needed promotions. However, to truly keep this matter a secret, the man needed to be completely silenced. He was lucky to be fast, otherwise he'd be hunted down by now. It was heartbreaking. If only the iron ore needed to build this hidden wormhole could be given to him. What strategic wormhole? It would be better to just dedicate all our resources to building him, and then let him charge into the Zerg civilization alone and wreak havoc. That's quite bold. Chen Mang leaned back in his chair, looking at the middle-aged man sitting across from him with a smile on his face. He whispered, "But that strategic hidden wormhole is one way. How are you going to get back? The ore mined on this mining planet is definitely not enough for you to get home." The middle-aged man looked up at Chen Mang and whispered, "The strategic hidden wormhole coordinates sent to the group weren't just one, but a series, 13 in total. I've written them all down. Next to the wormhole coordinates we came from, there's another one-way, disposable wormhole that leads from here to the Casa Civilization Federation. I plan to activate this strategic hidden wormhole when the time comes to get home. Chen Mang remained expressionless for a long moment before he whispered, "That's great, trillions of units of iron ore were gone just like that." Upgrading a single colorful accessory to level 50 only required 4.5 billion units of iron ore. Trillions of units of iron ore were enough to upgrade all his accessories to level 200. Two strategic hidden wormholes created by such a huge amount of resources were just smashed out by this guy so lightly. What's the difference between this and using a golden spoon to scoop out iron particles in Aqua Regia? If he were the leader of the Casa Civilization, he would have wanted to kill. It would be hard to quell his anger if he didn't kill. "This is what I think," the middle-aged man explained carefully. "From the moment we activate the first strategic hidden wormhole, if the leader of the 239th War Zone reports it to the higher level, then we will die if we go back, but even if we don't go back, we will also die if the energy here is exhausted. Instead of dying one way or the other, it's better to use another wormhole, which is also a higher value of death. It will take us about 300 days to mine and go back and forth, but if during this period, the leader of the 239th War Zone has not reported it, then his crime will change from dereliction of duty to concealing a major mistake or even collusion. Stealing civilization resources with outsiders, if the former might not result in death, just temporary dismissal or no hope of promotion, then the latter two are certain death. If he doesn't report it within this year, he'll have to clean up his mess. He'll have to do it anyway. Otherwise, he'll die, and I won't use other wormhole coordinates anymore. I'll live in seclusion, everyone's safe." Chen Mang didn't reply, but silently poured himself a cup of tea. For some reason, he felt empathy for the leader of War Zone 239. It was as disgusting as swallowing a cockroach alive. That wasn't even more disgusting. Worse than that was this situation. Unable to remove it, unable to swallow it. All he could feel was the legs teasing his throat. "Can you write down the remaining 12 strategic wormhole hiding locations of the Casa Civilization for me to see?" "No problem." The middle-aged man took the pen and paper Xia Feng offered him without hesitation and began writing quickly. After the man finished writing, Chen Mang waved Xia Feng away, motioning for her to remove the paper. He casually inquired, "What's your child's illness? How many units of iron ore are needed to treat it?" Entered a time rift. 3.99 billion units of iron ore. So expensive. Chen Mang frowned slightly. He'd had someone else fall into time rift before, and the cure had only cost 39.2 million units of iron ore. How could this man's child's time rift cost nearly 4 billion? Or perhaps the dangers of different time rifts differ? That's possible. "It's very expensive," the middle-aged man said bitterly. "Our Chamber of Commerce can only earn a small fortune. We haven't received any big orders. It's impossible for us to spend so much resources. I was desperate, so I took this risk. Indeed, my brothers have suffered. They absolutely put their heads on the line to do this with me. Tell me more about your story. I'm quite interested." And so, they chatted for over 3 hours. During these 3 hours, Chen Mang had become quite familiar with the Casa Civilization Federation and had a general understanding of other civilizations. This was his first time interacting with another civilization, and the interactions were quite pleasant. "I've had my eye on this mining planet for a long time." Chen Mang patted the armrest, stood up, and looked down at the middle-aged man in the chair. He smiled and said, "I definitely can't give it to you, but I can let you mine 10 billion units of iron ore. It'll be used for your child's medical treatment and some travel expenses. I'm very interested in your Chamber of Commerce. We should have many opportunities for cooperation. I'll land on the mining planet first, and you can just follow behind and take your time. But, before that, I need to trouble you one more time. My assistant is a bit clumsy, and I lost the paper just now. I'll have to trouble you to write down the coordinates of the 12 strategic hidden wormholes for me to see." The middle-aged man in the chair was slightly startled, then looked at the paper and pen that Xia Feng offered him and took it. "No problem." 3 minutes later, in front of the man, Chen Mang took the 2 sheets of paper filled with coordinate data from Xia Feng and compared them one by one. After confirming that there were no errors, he looked at the middle-aged man and smiled. "It seems our cooperation will be very pleasant. It is an honor for us, the Chamber of Commerce, to be able to work with such a powerful person as you." The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his brow. After all, he had finally survived this time, and if all went well, his daughter would survive too. He had never considered making up a lie. Although if this man had rashly activated the strategic wormholes and angered the leader of Area 239, he would undoubtedly die. But, as the saying goes, when the enemy is close at hand, everyone is the enemy. Death in the future is a matter for later. If he lied now, he would die now. The coordinates of a wormhole were extremely complex. It was impossible for him to fabricate 12 coordinates in a short time, memorize them, and rewrite them hours later. He had guessed from the beginning that this man would definitely ask him to rewrite them. He had a life motto, to clearly distinguish between dying later and dying now. He would obey whoever was closest to him. After the man left, the star instantly accelerated, sweeping past the Chamber of Commerce convoy and shooting off at breakneck speed into the depths of space. Its target, the small mining planet 1,000,000 kilometers away. Let's save these 12 coordinates to the database first, they might come in handy later, although their authenticity is questionable. Knowing them is better than nothing. Chen Mang sat inside the train and tossed the 2 pieces of paper onto the nearby control panel. The mechanical eye inside the train slowly rotated, focusing on the data on the 2 pieces of paper. "Conductor, do you think these coordinates might be fake?" "It's hard to say," he sighed softly and leaned back in his chair. I took a look. These coordinates have no pattern or memorization points, and the numbers are long. It's hard for a human to remember them. I can't remember them anyway, but he can remember such a long list of coordinates. Then changing a few numbers and making them the same twice shouldn't be difficult, but I do need a Chamber of Commerce in the Casa Civilization Federation to work for me. Let's try collaborating a few times. I was thinking, it's good to lean on a big tree for shade. Since the Casa Civilization has so many resources to build wormholes, let's go to the Casa Civilization Federation and look for opportunities. Maybe we can earn a lot of iron ore. After all, there was only one mining planet nearby. After mining this one, the nearest mining planet would be another 378 light-years away. Building a wormhole 378 light-years away was too expensive. Even if he could afford it, the profit would be small. He still had to go to the Casa Civilization Federation. But how to get there was still under discussion. He couldn't possibly go back with a middle-aged man. What if there was someone guarding the end of the wormhole? If he went over there and said he didn't know Chiu-Yisa, but was just passing by, it would be difficult for him to survive with this excuse. However, Chen Mang leaned back in his chair and suddenly laughed. He picked up a strawberry and threw it into his mouth with some helplessness. This guy was really brave. He could be considered both brave and resourceful, but the proportion of bravery should be a little greater. It was indeed brave. At least a 3rd-level civilization. Inside the cabin of the 27th-level mechanical train, Chiu-Yisa called all the train captains of the Chamber of Commerce to his own train cabin, pointed out the window at the star train speeding towards the depths of the universe, looked at everyone seriously and said in a deep voice, "I talked with this person for more than 3 hours and talked about a lot. What is certain is that he is definitely not an interstellar pirate. According to my guess, he is at least a high-level person in a 3rd-level civilization. First of all, not to mention the strength of his train, there is also a galaxy map that can be updated in real time. Logically speaking, the galaxy map is a relic left after the demise of the mechanical civilization. But he is definitely not from the civilization in this area. After all, he knows almost nothing about this area, and he doesn't even have a translator. Do you know what this means?" A bearded man next to him hesitated and said, "Does it mean that this person's civilization is very backward?" "No." Chiu-Yiseo shook his head seriously. "It means that this person's civilization has completed the Great Unification and is not part of the Civilization Federation, so there is no need for a translator at all. My only doubt now is that since he is not from this area, how can he obtain such a thing as a galaxy map, or other areas have also studied similar means were issued. The effect of the level 10 supermodel of time and space jump is to open up a random wormhole to any corner of the universe. I suspect that this is how he got here, but this effect requires a lot of resources. I have an idea. Since he comes from an advanced civilization, his vision must be higher than ours and he must look further. What he said is that he wants to find a spokesperson in the Acacia Civilization Federation. If we can achieve in-depth cooperation with him, maybe we won't need to live this kind of life of licking blood on the tip of a knife again. He has just arrived and is unfamiliar with everything. It is the time to hire people. What do you think? Everyone looked at each other. Master Chu, we will do whatever you say. Brothers all listen to you. You have the best mind. We will do what you say. Okay, Chu Yiseo took a deep breath, your words are enough. The 3-hour conversation was not short, but it was not too long. What could be exchanged was not completely detailed. When he parted with Chu Yiseo, he asked Chu Yiseo to go back and give him a copy of the general information about the area. At this time, Chen Mang was sitting in the train room and slowly checking it. The journey to the mining planet was still 30 or 40 hours away. Attack energy range, Chen Mang gazed thoughtfully at the information scrolling across the screen. The so-called energy range was essentially the same as the level. Energy range 5000 equated to level 50 attack strength. No difference. It was just another way of saying it. The database wasn't complete, only vaguely mentioning that something had happened that caused the term level to become an energy range. It didn't seem like the hierarchy between levels was absolute, but it was vague, just a casual mention. What intrigued him even more was the existence of a civilization cultivating immortals. They relied on iron ore for daily cultivation, Murphy stone for breakthroughs and forging spiritual treasures, and copper ore for talisman creation. However, in this civilization, there was no such thing as iron ore. They preferred to call it spirit stone. What a spirit stone? Chen Mang gazed at the information on the screen with a slightly quizzical expression. He had long known that the power of all civilizations came from core energy, merely utilizing it in different ways. Trains were just one such method. Yet, the civilizations he had encountered, such as Chu Yiseo, generally relied on trains. This was the first time he'd seen someone cultivate with iron ore. A giant in-stage cultivator could single-handedly withstand a level 20 train. That's ridiculous, Chen Mang sighed, leaning back in his chair, rubbing his temples and whispering, my current star is a level 27 mechanical train. In the world of immortal cultivation, is that considered a half-step nascent soul? I've been developing for so long, and I'm not even at the nascent soul stage yet. Let's see if we get a chance. I don't believe a nascent soul cultivator could defeat my star. One blast from the Arcanum's main cannon, what can he do to stop it? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298 One Person, One Civilization. Huh? Chen Mang leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples with a slightly weary expression. After a long silence, he lit a cigarette and tilted his head to gaze out the window, his thoughts drifting away. He had learned a great deal from Chu Yiseo. The situation in the entire universe was almost entirely dominated by war. He could understand that. After all, even his previous world was dominated by war, which was perfectly normal, a natural law of development. But his wars in that world at least had a greater purpose, for the sake of the world, for the people. At the very least, it was simply, I want to be king. The wars between civilizations in this universe, however, had no such rationale. The only reason to start a war was, kill him first, or else, when he becomes powerful, he'll kill me. It wasn't just a fight for resources. It was pure slaughter, with no right or wrong. If you didn't kill the other side, they would kill you. This was embodied with extreme purity in the Kasa civilization. Before the rise of the Zerg, the Kasa civilization annihilated nearly all nearby Tier 1 civilizations. There was no reason, no contradiction. Although only a Tier 1 civilization, if it somehow acquired a vast amount of resources and rose rapidly, it would pose a significant threat to the Kasa civilization. Without the rise of the Zerg, weaker civilizations near the Kasa civilization would have been virtually doomed to extinction, facing devastating blows the moment they ascended. Consequently, the number of lives lost was measured in trillions, including that of the Zeuxan civilization. According to Chu Yiseo's information, the Zeuxan civilization was not a powerful system, but rather extremely weak. There were many reasons for this. For example, if he possessed 100 billion units of iron ore, he could convert these resources into combat power in just 10 minutes. The same could be said for other civilizations if they obtained sufficient Murphy stone. However, even for a Zeuxan civilization, even if they possessed 100 billion units of spirit stone, it would take considerable time for their bodies to absorb these spirit stones, and a sudden increase in combat power was impossible. It would often take thousands of years. However, Cultivators in Zeuxan civilizations can extend their lifespans through cultivation. Some powerful cultivators choose to shorten this time by traveling to time rifts, which, in Zeuxan civilizations, are fond of calling blessed lands. Furthermore, a level 30 train is equivalent to the nascent soul stage in Zeuxan civilizations. A cultivator at the nascent soul stage has the same attack power as a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. Without reaching the divine transformation stage, this is an insurmountable barrier. However, the train's level is just a vague number. After all, its combat power comes from its accessories. Even if a train is only level 1, as long as it possesses level 107 color accessories, it can slaughter gods with ease. The train's level is not an absolute indicator of combat power. Furthermore, installing a single firepower accessory instantly increases its power to 100%, while cultivators in Zeuxan civilizations need to learn various techniques, which also consumes a considerable amount of time. Furthermore, a cultivator at the nascent soul stage cannot leave their home planet, cannot fight or explore the universe. And their means of acquiring resources are far inferior to those of other civilizations. These harsh conditions are present. Mechanical trains have become the mainstream system of every civilization in the universe. All other systems are considered inferior. There are tens of thousands of level 1 civilizations in the Casa Civilization Federation, but only one dedicated to cultivating immortality. It's said there were many, but they were completely annihilated by the Casa Civilization, leaving only this one. After joining the Federation, this civilization began vigorously developing tourism, attracting a constant stream of tourists daily, and business is quite good. It's worth noting that the Casa Civilization Federation has a total of 239 level 2 civilizations, but initially there weren't 239, but 241. The remaining 2 civilizations weren't annihilated by the Zerg civilization, rather, they were slaughtered by the Casa Civilization's armies when they experienced a sudden surge in power. They weren't even offered the opportunity to explain their allegiance. Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. If it weren't for the struggle against the Zerg civilization, the Casa Civilization would have been annihilated by the surrounding area long ago. Chen Mang tapped his knuckles lightly on the armrest of his chair, leaning back with his eyes closed. Conductor, at this time, Zio AI's voice was heard in the train. Are we sure we want to go to the Casa Civilization Federation? Go. Chen Mang paused for a moment, then whispered, according to Chiu Yiseo's information, whether it is Casa Civilization or other civilizations, they are basically based on the military. To build a train to its limit, it requires a large amount of Murphy stone. That is an astronomical figure and it is impossible to build it at all, so all civilizations basically use the least amount of Murphy stone as much as possible to build the largest number of trains that are not the most advanced, but still very powerful. For example, the Casa Civilization has a lot of iron ore resources, it's just that there are not enough Murphy stones, and they can't continue to upgrade the accessories. They can only build more trains, but we don't need Murphy stone. We can use very few resources to build a star into a top-notch train, top enough, the king of the top. Even if other civilizations have more trains or more means, they won't be able to cause even the slightest damage to the star train if they are completely outclassed. This is the path we must take. The Casa Civilization must go there. There are many treasures waiting to be mined. My civilization only needs one train, an unstoppable train that recklessly rages across the universe, focusing on growth until it can stand at the poker table and speak. His goal was crystal clear. So was his path. Although dangers remained numerous, knowing the general information about this area gave him a sense of peace. As long as he was just a little Karami, no one would notice him. After a while, Chen Mang's lips curled slightly, his hands resting behind his head as he chuckled. I'm increasingly looking forward to the days ahead. Everyone's too irritable. Let me bring peace to everyone. Time slowly slipped by. When Chen Mang was awakened by a warning from the train cabin, the star was about to reach the mining planet. After getting up, washing up, lighting a cigarette, and walking to the floor-to-ceiling window, he gazed at the mining planet ahead. It was much smaller than the blue water planet, perhaps less than 1/30th the size. It resembled a forgotten underworld, suspended in eternal darkness, like a rusted gear stuck in the depths of the universe. If there was a hell, it would be here. Tens of minutes later, the star was slowly descending, less than a few dozen meters above the surface. A faint boom was heard. The train landed smoothly on the surface of the mining planet. This location was a full 0.3 light-years from the Blue Water Planet. According to data from the Blue Water Planet, even before the apocalypse, the farthest spacecraft on the Blue Water Planet hadn't been able to reach this distance. With a low level of civilization, exploring the universe was like trying to reach for the moon in the water. It seemed right before our eyes, but when we reached out, there was nothing. Beep, beep, the resource detection radar beeped continuously. There was no need to even glance at the screen. At a glance, mines stretched almost endlessly. The highest level mine within radar range was a level 6 iron mine, capable of producing 1 billion units of iron ore on Water Blue Planet. The highest level mines were only level 7, and those were only found in the 7-colored zone. Those mines were one-time projects and would never reappear. The densely packed mines lay scattered across the surface like the spines of a giant beast. The sky was cloudless. Only endless stardust washed the planet like a silent snowstorm, washing it to a dead blue-gray. There was no sunset, no nightfall. The nearest star was far away, its faint light barely framing the jagged landscape. There was no life, no water. The air contained 0% oxygen. The atmosphere consisted of carbon dioxide, nitrogen, and other gases. The surface temperature was a freezing -143 degrees Celsius. This was a rogue mining planet, far from its star, adrift in the universe, orbiting no star. Loneliness and death are the dominant themes here. Here, one can feel the ultimate desolation. Chen Mang walked into the train compartment and looked at the outside of the train on the nearby screen. A thick layer of frost coated the train's armor. The temperature, -143 degrees Celsius, was far lower than the polar temperatures on the Blue Water Planet. The train's armor integrity was slowly decreasing to 99%. Mechanical nanospiter production was rapidly underway to repair the armor. Due to the harsh conditions, a sufficient number of nanospiters was required, significantly increasing the cost of repairs. Outside, on the surface of the mine, a layer of frost covered the ground. This was nitrogen frozen solid. Even carbon dioxide was frozen into dry cake, like a snowfield. In this environment, steel would be extremely brittle. While not shattering at the slightest touch, it could only barely withstand the slightest stress. This is a bit bad, Chen Mang said silently, observing the scene before him. Before arriving on the mining planet, he had no idea the planet's living conditions were so harsh. In such conditions, the inhabitants would certainly not be able to get off the train, doing so would result in death. The planet's atmospheric pressure was also extremely low, nearing a vacuum. A naked human exposed to this environment could die in 3 ways. 1. Frozen to death. 2. Suffocated to death. 3. Boiling fluids. That was good. His biggest concern now was whether his mining robots would still be able to operate in this environment. Definitely not, Zio AI said regretfully inside the train. I've said before, those mining robots are pure industrial waste. Made at the cheapest cost, they simply can't function properly in this harsh terrain. Looks like we'll have to abandon this mining planet and head to the Casa Civilization Federation. This planet is completely unminable. Try. Chen Mang pressed a button on the console, and the door to carriage 10 slowly opened. Hundreds of mining robots, armed with pickaxes, emerged from the train and headed towards the nearest mine. The mining robots looked incredibly rudimentary, with no artificial skin or armor, just mechanical skeletons connected by strands of wires. Not to mention the existence of intelligent chips. After all, a single mining robot cost only 2,500 units of iron ore. That price wasn't even enough to buy a refrigerator. Hundreds of mining robots quickly arrived at the nearest mine. They stopped. Swung their pickaxes. Smashed down. 10 minutes later. Chen Mang's expression grew strange. The robots hadn't shattered, nor had the pickaxes. Everything was as normal as ever. Perhaps it was because the mine was so fragile due to the harsh conditions, he wondered. Mining efficiency had increased dramatically. Previously, a mining robot could only mine 1 unit of resource ore per hour. Here, in just 10 minutes, they had already mined 10 units. This represented a 60-fold increase in mining efficiency. It seems like even cheap products can be good. Just then, the train door opened, and Zio AI emerged from outside. Standing at the floor-to-ceiling window, she gazed at the scene below with a hint of disbelief. How is that possible? How can all that industrial waste still function properly in such a harsh environment? According to the data, these robots simply can't mine properly. Perhaps, despite being cheap, They're not industrial waste. Chen Mang walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and laughed. They've simply focused all their functions solely on mining, eliminating everything else. Compared to the mechanical civilizations who created this component blueprint, they should have considered operating in such a harsh environment. They're not industrial waste, they're all good treasures. A large number of mining robots disembarked from the star train in a mighty procession, commencing their mining operations. There were a total of 210,000 mining robots on board. With a 60-fold increase in mining efficiency, equivalent to the original 12.6 million mining robots, the time to mine the entire mining planet would be significantly shortened. If he had known the mining conditions on this mining planet were so difficult, he wouldn't have had to chase the Chamber of Commerce's convoy. The energy shields of any train convoy couldn't withstand the harsh environment of this planet. Their condition would decline much faster than his own. If repairs couldn't keep up with the rate of decline, it would be a disaster, with everyone on board. Not every train had the capacity to mine this mineral planet. However, if he hadn't pursued this Chamber of Commerce convoy, he wouldn't have learned so much about the Casa Civilization Federation. It was a fortuitous coincidence that he had embarked on a path that was most advantageous to him. Mining days are always long. 50 days had passed since the starship landed on the star Mom. The Yiseo Chamber of Commerce still had about 10 more days to reach the mineral planet. The original 3 million kilometers had become significantly longer. The mineral planet wasn't stationary in space, but was constantly flowing in the opposite direction of the wormhole. Chen Mang sat in his chair, gazing at the data on the console screen. Over the past few days, he had mined approximately 1/20th of the planet's mines. However, according to his recent explorations of the planet with the star, he couldn't fully mine the mines there. This mining planet didn't rotate. As a result, as it gradually moved away from the aging star, the temperature on the sunlit side remained stable at -143 degrees Celsius, allowing normal operations. On the shady side, however, the lowest temperature was approaching -265 degrees Celsius. He didn't drive the star train in to test whether the train's armor could withstand the temperature. Instead, he sent in mining robots, which were instantly destroyed. In other words, he could only mine half of this mining planet. The back was unusable. In the past 50 days, he had lost a full 70,000 to 80,000 mining robots. A small portion was due to natural damage, while the majority was due to the strange storms that occasionally formed on the sunlit side. Without any warning, and for unknown reasons, his mining robots would crush them to pieces. Zio AI, Chen Mang, who was standing in the train room, pondered for a while and said, "What do you think? If I control the star train to fly into the universe and fire a few rounds of the Arcanon light cannon at the edge of this mining planet, can I make this mining planet spin, like a spinning top, with the day and night reversed? We can mine the mine on the other side." "No," Zio AI's voice rang out in the train room, "let's not talk about whether the idea of spinning a top can be realized. This mining planet just escaped from the star not long ago, so although the conditions are harsh, the front can still be mined. Wait a while, if it becomes a completely wandering mining planet, the temperature on it will drop to -230 degrees Celsius to -270 degrees Celsius, a range completely unsuitable for mining. The escaped star is already in a state of aging. Even if it starts rotating now, it won't be of much use." "That's fine," Chen Mang sighed with a hint of regret. Although a little regretful, being able to mine half a mining planet was good. Mining a mining planet seemed a little more complicated than he had imagined, much more complicated than mining on Blue Water Planet. He had initially thought he could just mine freely upon arrival. However, he had gotten used to Blue Water Planet and had never imagined the environment on other planets would be so harsh. In the past 50 days, he had mined 124.5 billion units of iron ore, nearly 40 billion units of copper ore, and other resources. After mining all the iron ore in this Hangayang area, he expected to mine nearly 1 trillion units of iron ore. This amount of iron ore would be enough to upgrade all his accessories to level 200. All of them would gain the God-level supermetal effect of level 200. What a huge gap! Chen Mang looked at the resource panel inside the train with some emotion. He finally understood why the Casa civilization so wantonly slaughtered other civilizations. In the mechanical train civilization system, as long as there are enough resources, combat power will explode instantly. There's no time to react. If you're not careful, the enemy may become stronger than you. You must strangle them in the cradle. Especially him. Completely ignoring the need for Murphy Stone, he can completely consume any amount of resources. The parts for producing mining robots are in the Robot R&D Center. They can produce mining robots and mechanical dogs. They are gold parts, lower than the pink grade, but higher than the red grade. This part was originally level 10, but a few days ago he upgraded it to level 200. He had originally held out a glimmer of hope, hoping to build a stronger mining robot to exploit the extremely cold mines on the shady side, but unfortunately, he couldn't do it. Upgrading gold parts is extremely resource-intensive. Upgrading it to level 200 in one go consumed 85 billion units of iron ore. He'd toiled diligently for a year on planet Aquamarine, only to earn a fraction of the iron ore he'd managed. Yet, here, upgrading a single gold-grade component to level 200 had cost him a whopping 85 billion units of iron ore. While the upgrade wasn't quite what he'd expected, it was, well, even more outrageous. Robot R&D Center Level 5 Supermetal Effect. After installing this component, the manufacturing cost of robots produced by all train components is halved. Robot R&D Center Level 10 Supermetal Effect. The manufacturing cost of robots produced by all train components is halved again. Robot R&D Center Level 20 Supermetal Effect. The manufacturing cost of robots produced by all train components is halved again. Robot R&D Center Level 50 Supermetal Effect. The manufacturing cost of robots produced by all train components is halved again. Robot R&D Center Level 100 Supermetal Effect. The manufacturing cost of robots produced by all train components is halved again. The Robot R&D Center's Level 200 Supermodel Effect. The manufacturing cost of robots produced from all train components is halved again, and they can be remotely controlled by AI. The original cost of manufacturing a mining robot was 10,000 units of iron ore. He had previously upgraded the Robot R&D Center's components to level 10. After the cost was halved twice, the cost had reached 10,000 units of iron ore. But now, after multiple cost halvings, the cost of building a mining robot is only 0.156 units of iron ore. What's the equivalent? About 1.5 pounds of sunflower seeds. Now, across the vast land, 1 million mining robots were densely packed and working frantically like locusts, while the newly built 800,000 mining robots cost a mere 120 million units of iron ore. Residents? Mining? Retire completely. Enjoy your retirement, raise children, and pass on civilization to him. At first, he felt heartbroken when the mining robots were swept away by the storm, but later, he didn't even try to avoid them, letting them take their course. He had plenty of robots. In that moment, he felt the exhilaration of Zerg civilization. Not much of anything, just a lot of people. And it wasn't just that. The reduction in robot production costs at the Robot R&D Center encompassed not just mining robots, but all the robot production lines within the train, including the red grade component, the armed black hole robot production line. The armed robots produced by this component were extremely powerful, but they were incredibly expensive. However, after several consecutive periods of cost reductions, he'd tried it out. Building an armed robot with level 50 attack power and level 50 armor only required 50 million units of copper. If he ignored the armor and focused solely on attack power, a level 50 robot would only require 1.25 million units of copper. What a concept! This meant he could completely overwhelm the enemy, even surpassing the Zerg civilization in terms of numbers. With sufficient resources, he could even skip the breeding process entirely. A single person could become a civilization. Furthermore, it could be fully remotely controlled by AI. With clear military discipline, fearlessness, and a bird's-eye view, this would be an unstoppable army. Chen Mang sat in his chair, exhaled, and smiled as he looked at the data displayed on the train panel. Although he hadn't found any relevant information in the database of the mechanical civilization's AI, he believed it. The mechanical civilization must have consumed a vast amount of Murphy Stone, constantly exploring the supermetal effects of the Robot R&D Center accessory. They attempted to counter the supermetal effects with a massive expansion. Undoubtedly, they succeeded. It was like resetting the level, repeatedly refining the optimal supermetal effects. This process consumed a vast amount of resources. It's unclear why, given their success, the mechanical civilization fails so quickly. The stronger the level 200 god-level supermetal effects, the more he despised accessories with a none character in their supermetal effects. Whenever none appeared, the subsequent supermetal effects would become none. He hadn't thought much of it before, But after learning that these accessories would no longer have the level 200 god-level supermetal effects, he began to feel a pang of pain. This thing represented a qualitative change from mortal to god level. Sooner or later, he would have to refine all of them to the supermetal effects that best suited him. He didn't upgrade the remaining accessories. He planned to wait until all the mines were mined before upgrading them all at once. Although he had 1,000,000 mining robots, he estimated the mining time would be similar. Initially, he didn't plan to mine level 3 or lower mines. It was a bit of a waste of time, and there wasn't much ore, but with a number of mining robots reaching 1,000,000 and the mining efficiency here extremely high, he went straight for the level 1 iron ore, plucking whatever ore he could find. He dug up everything he could find. That meant there wasn't any ore underground. Otherwise, he'd have dug it out completely. Come with me to see how the construction on Blue Water Planet is going. Chen Mang was in a good mood at the moment. He stood up with his cane and walked outside the train. They arrived at carriage 10. After pressing a button on the door frame, a small, single-person wormhole appeared before them. Zio AI and I stepped through and emerged in front of the ruins of a city on Blue Water Planet. Taiping City, in the Teeling Wasteland. The ruins of the city, once a devastated mess, were now under construction, with numerous survivors systematically clearing the debris and rebuilding. It's quite lively, Chen Mang chuckled as he stood at the edge of the city, gazing at the city not far away. This city held special meaning for him. It was his birthplace. The data had been compiled. There were 760 million survivors on planet Aquamarine, a number far fewer than he had imagined. He had expected 1 billion. Given the high death rate in the last 2 years of the apocalypse, all 760 million survivors had been implanted with iris chips, becoming residents of the Star Train. Initially, according to his plan, these survivors would be assigned to various city ruins, mining renewable mines and providing a source of resources. But now, with the 1,000,000 mining robots so cheap, these people were no longer needed for mining. Yet, he kept the arrangement. He had to find something for these people to do. It wasn't mandatory, though. It was a mix of work and play. Their primary mission was to have children and pass on civilization. Once the city was rebuilt and civilization gradually regained its rudiments, free love would flourish, and human civilization would once again be passed on. Let's go back. The city was still under reconstruction, so there was no need to go inside. Chen Mang stood at the edge of the city, observing for a while, then returned to the train compartment. The divinely supermetal effects of the level 200 space gate were truly outrageous. A planet could fit on the train. Even a level 200 supermetal had such an exaggerated effect. He actually wondered how outrageous a level 500 supermodel would be. For the Yiseo Chamber of Commerce, the past 50 days had been nothing but a dull, tedious journey. But for the Star, these 50 days had been a qualitative transformation. If 50 days ago, the Star barely qualified to navigate the universe, then once all of these mines were mined, it would have a certain degree of self-preservation even in the Casa Civilization Federation. I love the mining planet loves me. Chen Mang returned to the train compartment, sat in a chair, and gazed at the data on the screen. His lips curled up, his eyes filled with a smile. Although the conditions were a bit harsh, there was nothing unusual to detect inside the train. And there were no monsters either. Mining was incredibly safe. It was like a rat in an oil bottle or a kitten in a fishing ground. There was always more to eat. The original plan was to mine this mining planet and then head to the Casa Civilization Federation. But now, plans had changed. He'd tasted the sweetness of mining planets and wanted another. There was another mining planet nearby on the galaxy map, 378 light-years away, the same one he detected on Aquamarine. Building a wormhole from here to that planet would require 63 billion units of iron ore. A round trip would be over 120 billion. He did the math. As long as the mining planet could be mined normally, it would be a sure win. A mining planet couldn't have only a few 100 billion units of iron ore unless the planet was in such bad condition that it couldn't be mined at all. It would be a sure win. He definitely had to go take a look. He could afford the trial and error cost of over 120 billion units. After all, after mining this one, he would have nearly 1 trillion units of iron ore. 11 days later, the Yisuo Chamber of Commerce's convoy arrived belatedly. Just as they entered the mining planet's hazy atmosphere, a shrill warning rang out from the train. Warning, warning, energy shield depletion is rapid. It's recommended to leave immediately. Chuyaseo's expression was grim as he quickly pushed the joystick, steering away from the mining planet in front of him. This mining planet turned out to be a rogue one. This was a bit of a bummer. Any rogue mining planet that wasn't in contact with a star had extremely low temperatures. Mining operations were impossible. This mining planet must have been wandering for a short time, otherwise there wouldn't have been a warning, and it would have simply gone silent. As he approached the planet and noticed the lack of nearby stars, he had a bad feeling. He hadn't expected it to be a rogue one. So where had the senior gone? Just then, a voice suddenly boomed from within the train. "Wait outside. I'll find you when I'm done mining." Is this the senior's voice? Chuyaseo was slightly startled, glancing at the message on the train radio. The voice ended with "unknown civilization, star." So the senior's train was really called the Star? Star. There are an infinite number of stars in the universe, so numerous that it's impossible to count them. Yet, it's the light and heat generated by these stars that keep so many creatures alive. Could this be the meaning behind the name Senior chose? He hoped his train would be like a star, bringing light and warmth to other beings. He decided to follow Senior not only because of his strength and background, but also because he was truly kind. Yes, although he was nearly chopped down by Senior at first due to language barrier, he was still the most gentle of the powerful people he had met. He was even more gentle than usual. Senior was still Senior, after all. Chuyaseo sighed and nodded before ordering all trains to rest near the mining planet. Even with such a harsh environment, Senior's trains could still mine normally. He was only slightly baffled by the fact that Senior was transmitting messages via train radio, not communications satellite. How did the train radio manage to send messages across such a long distance? This accessory could only be upgraded to level 3. Generally speaking, if one plans to frequently venture into space, one must definitely purchase the blueprints for a red-grade communication satellite accessory from the market. This blueprint will serve as a superior train radio for communication during interstellar encounters. Train radios are typically used for communication on planets. Logically, they cannot be used in space. Not bad. Chen Mang observed the supermodel effect of the train radio on the control panel. This green-grade accessory had always been level 10 and had never been upgraded. He had just upgraded it to level 200. Upgrading a green-grade accessory from level 1 to level 200 required very little. It only required 800 million units of iron ore, or 770,000 more to be exact, but that was already several decimal places, and he had chosen to ignore those decimal places. The level 10 supermodel effect of the train radio allowed trading with other train conductors through the train radio. This had helped him greatly in the past. He had just tried, but it only worked within the same planet. He had just tried to trade with Chuyaseo, but the transaction failed. Train radio level 20 super effect forces the sending of up to 10 private messages to others. Train radio level 50 super effect allows anonymous messaging. Train radio level 100 super effect enables cross-region transactions. Train radio level 200 super effect, message range equals the range of detection components such as search radar, whichever is greater. Also, a real-time battle situation can be displayed on all train screens within a 100,000 light-year radius. Amen. If, at 35, he accidentally breaks a stuffed animal he received at 16 and discovers a love letter inside, a gift from a girl he had a long-held crush on, then this man should go drinking tonight. It's not like he was young after all. He is like this now. He'd already cleared Doomsday Blue Water Planet. Your cross-region trade had been available. Having this cross-region trade while on Blue Water Planet would have certainly helped him significantly, accelerating his development. But there was no other way. Upgrading green-grade accessories to level 100 wasn't cheap, and he didn't have the extra iron ore at the time. Most importantly, he had no idea what the level 100 supermodel effect was. If he'd known, he would have upgraded long ago. But none of that was important. The most important thing was the level 200 supermodel effect of the train radio. A real-time broadcast of the battle situation within a 100,000 light-year radius. He'd experienced this effect before. It was the same effect he'd experienced a few days ago when the Zerg civilization annihilated the newly promoted civilization, instantly creating hundreds of thousands of wormholes and broadcasting them live to all trains in the area. It was that same effect, but this one might be even more powerful. The Zerg civilization's live battle situation only showed the continuous creation of wormholes, while this one offered a more detailed view, even broadcasting his own cannon fire. It was even more powerful. 100,000 light years. Although it would consume considerable resources, if he so desired, he could, at any time, allow every civilization and every living being within 100,000 light years to witness a live broadcast of his battles. It was powerful. But it wouldn't be of any immediate use. He wasn't yet arrogant enough to intimidate other civilizations like the Zerg. For now, he was merely being intimidated. It wasn't his job to intimidate others. But having it or not having it was two different things. Very good, Chen Mang sat back in the train, hands behind his head, nodding with satisfaction. He loved the level 200 god-level supermetal effects. They always brought him unexpected surprises. Especially these white, green, and yellow grade accessories. Upgrading them required few resources and was powerful. While it wouldn't directly increase combat power, it could enhance the train's capabilities in multiple ways. Once he reached the Casa Civilization Federation, he could scoop up any lower-grade accessories he didn't have. They would fetch a lot of money. By then, he'd have plenty of iron ore reserves. He could just ask the Yiseo Chamber of Commerce to help him shine, while he stayed hidden. Before he could smash the table, his strategy was simple: hide. Make sure no one knew about the star. To that end, before heading out into space, he'd specifically erased the paint job he'd used on the star. He kept a low profile, both in life and work. It was fine, he liked it. Conductor, at this moment, Zio AI's voice was heard in the train. There's something I feel I need to report. Biozi and the others have been depressed for a long time. Huh? Chen Mang raised his eyebrows slightly. A collective heartbreak. No, the star is developing too fast. They feel that they can't play any role and are a little desperate. Biozi was very excited when he first drove the Pope Mecha, but after leaving the universe and witnessing everything, Biozi became a little desperate. Especially after seeing the 1 million mining robots. He was completely desperate. It's normal. Chen Mang couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. The star is equivalent to a train built with the power of a civilization. How can it be comparable to the power of one person? There is no need to despair. After all, there will always be a time to send a team to perform a mission, and I will get a higher grade mecha in the future. Don't worry, I'll go talk to him later and give him some advice. Chapter 299 Mining Star Number 1. Mining always takes a long time. The star had already been mining on this mining planet for 60 days. During those 60 days, it had harvested a vast array of resources. A full million mining robots, like locusts, plundered the entire planet. The resources on a mining planet never respawned. A so-called mining planet was essentially a planet whose core energy had completely leaked out, forming a vast minefield on its surface. It was a one-shot deal, but the payout was a bit large, leaving him feeling a bit dizzy. Lots of money, but also trouble. And so, day after day, another 300 days passed. The star had been on this mining planet for 360 days. Nearly a year. He had no idea what had happened outside during that year, but the interior of the star train had undergone tremendous changes. Standing inside the train, Chen Mang, his face stubbled, gazed up at the hazy atmosphere that filled the entire sky above him, his expression dazed. He hadn't shaved in a long time. Perhaps because he had been relatively relaxed these days, he suddenly wanted to see what he would look like with a beard. He had lived 2 lives and experienced everything. But he had never experienced what it was like to grow a beard. He was born without a beard, so he couldn't force himself to have one. He could only grow a beard above and below his lips. He felt good after growing it for a while, but it just looked a little untidy. He was thinking about something. Where were the dozen or so Arcanum light cannons he fired on the Blue Water planet a year ago? If they hadn't had any debris, planets, or other messy things in the middle of the journey, they should have flown a light year. What a short distance. Chen Mang ended his random thoughts and walked into the shower room to shave his beard. It's one less thing I haven't experienced. In the shower room, Chen Mang stood before the mirror, lathering his face. As he shaved, he casually said, "Is today almost over? 10 minutes ago, the mines on the sunlit side of this mining planet were completely mined." Yeah, Chen Mang nodded slightly, looking at himself in the mirror, and suddenly laughed. This god is a bit unfair to others. I don't rely on my looks to make a living, so giving me such a beautiful face is a bit of a waste. Since it's all mined, let's get ready to go. He had already sent the Yiseo Chamber of Commerce back to the wormhole ahead of time. They were now quite far away, but they still appeared on his radar. After all, His radar had a detection range of 0.1 light-years. Count all the resources, inventory them, and strengthen them. Let's go see what the Casa Civilization Federation has to say. Technically speaking, he was a wanderer in the universe, and going to the Casa Civilization Federation was no different from going to a city. Where there are people, there is conflict. And where there is conflict, fists must prevail. This batch of resources would give him a lot of confidence, allowing him to at least speak quietly. 10 minutes later, the star train slowly lifted off, accelerating instantly as it shot towards the mining planet's atmosphere. He hadn't brought his 1 million mining robots with him. There were too many. The space gate couldn't hold them all, so he'd just leave them on the mining planet. A few minutes later, the star had already flown out of space, and the outline of the mining planet was visible to the naked eye. Half of the planet had been mined, while the shady side was too cold to mine. The next moment, a massive wormhole suddenly appeared above the mining planet, swallowing it whole like a snake swallowing an elephant. A few minutes later, the mining planet naturally vanished into the universe, and the light representing it on the galaxy blueprint vanished in an instant. Not bad, Chen Mang smiled. Just now, he had consumed 1.3 billion units of iron ore to create another level 200 space gate, sucking the entire mining planet into it. Thus, the mining planet was his private property. The level 200 space gate can absorb all planets with a diameter less than 100,000 kilometers. This assumes they are unowned, meaning they bear no trace of other civilizations. Is the shady side too cold for mining? Not a possibility. Once inside his level 200 space gate, the star module will be set up for you, allowing you to adjust the temperature to your desired level. While high temperatures won't be achieved, it's still possible to adjust it to a temperature suitable for mining. Take them away and mine them slowly. The 1 million mining robots he left behind on the mining planet have also been received aboard the star train. Thanks to the level 200 supermodel at the Robotics R&D Center, the cost of each mining robot is now only 156 units of iron ore, extremely cheap. Building 800,000 robots consumes only 1.2 billion units of iron ore. If he wanted, he wouldn't have to stay on this mining planet for 360 days, the time could be significantly shortened. He simply wanted to take some time off. Firstly, to relax his nerves from the recent days, and secondly, to allow himself and the train's inhabitants to acclimate to life in space. Zio AI, move the Robot R&D Center to this mining planet, consume 12 billion units of iron ore, and build 8 million mining robots. Once the temperature on the dark side recovers, mine all the mines on the dark side of this mining planet. Understood? He named this space portal mining planet number 1, because he would soon reach mining planet number 2. Another mining planet awaited him 378 light-years away, but it was too far away. His wormhole opener was a level 10 device with a detection range of only 10 light-years. It could only determine which areas within that range were stable and could be used to create wormholes. Before leaving, he needed to upgrade. Theoretically, upgrading this component to level 200 would only increase the detection range to 200 light-years. However, based on his experience, once it reached level 200, the transformation from mortal to divine would occur, and the detection range would definitely be greater than 378 light-years. The cost of upgrading different colorful components also varied. The upgrade cost of this component is significantly lower than that of the Arcanon's light cannon. Some components have the same upgrade cost before level 100, with the difference gradually widening after that. Upgrade. The train isn't short on anything right now, except for resources. He glanced at the resource panel and grinned. 1.493 trillion units of iron ore, 1.12 billion units of wood, 353.49 billion units of copper ore, 19.4 billion units of red heart rock, 60.87 billion units of titanium crystal. This planet has approximately 1.6 trillion units of resources, 73% of which is iron ore. Combined with the recent expansion and the booming cyber mines, the total iron ore on the train has reached the trillion mark, a full 1.493 trillion units. The remaining 27% of resources are dominated by copper ore, followed by titanium crystal, and finally red heart rock. There's no wood at all. It's hard to believe there's a lumberyard in this place. The next step was to upgrade the wormhole opener. He wasn't sure how other civilizations created wormholes over long distances, but for him, building a wormhole required upgrading the wormhole opener, otherwise, he wouldn't know the exact landing point. Upgrade. Chen Mang remained silent, expressionless. He had just consumed 80 billion units of iron ore to upgrade the wormhole opener to level 100. Just as he was about to upgrade to level 200, he fell silent. Upgrading to level 200 required 750 billion units of iron ore. That was good. The train had enough resources for the upgrade, but some of it was unnecessary. After all, if there wasn't a stable area near the mining planet where a wormhole could be created, the upgrade would be wasted. If it were 200 to 300 billion units of iron ore, he'd be willing to take a gamble. But 750 billion was a bit much? Could he use that iron ore to upgrade his armor? If he lost the gamble, it would be a wasted trip. The level 100 wormhole opener had a detection range of 100 light years and gained 3 super mode effects. Wormhole opener level 20 super effect, wormhole creation costs are halved. Wormhole opener level 50 super effect, increases wormhole stability to 100%. Wormhole opener level 100 super effect, creates hidden wormholes, making them difficult to detect. In that case, the plan must be changed. Instead of going to the mining planet 378 light-years away, I'll go directly to the Casa Civilization Federation with Jiu Yiseo and the others. Before that, I'll give the train a major upgrade. I still have over 1 trillion iron ore, and I'm going to squander it all. First, the armor, the green-grade steel armor for the carriage. The most important component on the train, directly linked to life. After consuming 110.23 billion units of iron ore, it was upgraded directly to level 100. Damn it. No need for all the joking, all the bastards, all the Casa Civilization Federation. Come on, level 100 armor, with that kind of defense, anyone would be silenced. He spent almost all the iron ore he'd mined on the mining planet that year on armor. Attack slowly first. Max out defense first. He instantly upgraded his armor from level 30 to level 100, gaining 2 supermetal effects. Carriage steel armor level 50 supermetal effect, a stealth coating is applied to the surface, allowing the train and its accessories to be customized when detected, up to a maximum level. Carriage steel armor level 100 supermetal effect, a cold-proof coating is applied to the surface, allowing normal operation in temperatures as low as -272 degrees Celsius, and the train's external accessories benefit from the armor's protection. Both supermetal effects are impressive. The level 50 supermetal effect allows him to keep a low profile. Otherwise, upon entering the Casa Civilization Federation, a level 27 mechanical train with level 100 armor would be a guinea pig. The latter, on the other hand, would guarantee his unfettered roaming in the depths of space. The areas he'd been traveling through lately were all within the sphere of a star. Although distant and an aging star, the temperature wasn't particularly low. It was just that most of the universe was pitch black, and the temperature in that environment was extremely low. With the supermetal effect, he could basically run rampant across most areas. It's safe now, Chen Mang smiled as he looked at the data on the control panel. The train also had a level 10 energy shield. In extreme cases, activating the train's special ability, Absolute Defense, could quickly increase its defense to level 110. Upgrading this energy shield would be prohibitively expensive, so he didn't continue. It felt a bit uneconomical. In an instant, the Star Train went from high attack and low defense to low attack and high defense. This short combo reduced the Star Train to only 310.7 billion units of iron ore. However, it was all worth it. The Star Train contained mining planet number 1, the Cyber Mine, and the Blue Water Planet, providing a constant supply of iron ore. He could then head to the Casa Civilization Federation to see if there was a chance to acquire more mining planets. So, it was time to find Jiu Yiseo and prepare for the journey to the Casa Civilization Federation. After adjusting the armor's visual level to level 25, he took control of the stellar train, speeding towards Jiu Yiseo's location. It was estimated to arrive at the designated coordinates in 54 hours and 17 minutes. The stellar had been taken into custody and began automatic cruising. Sitting inside the train, Chen Mang looked at the remaining iron ore units. A single shot from the level 50 Arcanum's light energy main cannon consumed 5 billion units of iron ore. Adding to that, the train needed at least 100 billion units of iron ore, a minimum. He also had to leave some for wormhole creation, lest he be unable to escape in the event of a crisis. He could manage the remaining 200 billion or so units. He planned to upgrade some small accessories first to see what the effects of a level 200 god-level supermodel were. First and foremost, naturally, was the refrigerator. If you were to rank all the heroes along the way, He felt the refrigerator would be at least in the top 3, having played a significant role. Mr. Kun would definitely be in the top 5. While the help wasn't much, it was angel investment, so its significance was different. However, just as all angel investments are likely to be washed out, Mr. Kun was also washed out after providing the angel investment. I'll have to burn some incense for Mr. Kun someday, as a way of repaying this favor. Upgrading a green-grade accessory to level 200 consumes very few resources. The refrigerator in his train cabin had once been upgraded to level 100, but after consuming 800 million units of iron ore, it was upgraded to level 200, refrigerator level 200 supermodel effect. All level 200 refrigerators built by the Star Train can freely communicate across space, regardless of distance. Chen Mang stared at this supermodel effect in silence. He had finally discovered something. An accessory that had an outrageous supermodel effect from the start, once upgraded to level 200, would achieve even more outrageous god-level supermodel effects. Isn't this fucking outrageous? What was this thing like? It was like a permanent, two-way wormhole, 100% stable. As long as the refrigerator wasn't destroyed, it would exist forever. It wasn't connected end-to-end. With enough level 200 refrigerators, they could form a complex passageway. This wasn't exactly great. It was probably pretty good. He liked it. He could also set permissions. Those with permission could open a refrigerator that covered 100 square meters. Or even a passage to other level 200 refrigerators. Those without permission would see it as just another refrigerator. Its concealment was top-notch. He could easily have someone carry the refrigerator to deliver a grand gift to the Casa Civilization Federation, a bit of a Trojan horse. Who would have thought a refrigerator could hide an army? It made perfect sense. He glanced at the other accessories again, his gaze resting on the single bed in the corner, his eyes narrowing slightly. After consuming 500 million units of wood, he had upgraded this single bed to level 200, single bed level 200, lying in bed brings absolute peace of mind. Chen Mang frowned slightly, a bit confused by the supermodel effect. It wasn't the god-level supermodel effect he'd expected, and compared to the god-level supermodel effect of the refrigerator, the difference was too obvious. What was absolute peace and tranquility? He stood up, walked to the bed, and lay down. The moment he lay down, he clearly felt his mind completely calm. No extraneous thoughts remained, even a sense of entering into nothingness. All desires were gone, all distractions were gone. All 6 senses were purified. But Chen Mang quickly climbed out of bed, kicked the single bed into the refrigerator, and consumed another 508,000 units of wood to build himself a level 100 single bed. What a piece of crap. Humans are a complex of desires. The moment he lay down, he felt almost dead, as if he had been dead for 1,000 years. Forget distractions, there was nothing at all. It seems that not all god-level supermodel effects are strong. Just then, Conductor, Zio AI's voice echoed from inside the train cabin. There's a problem at the cyber mine. We need you to check it out. What's going on? Chen Mang frowned, striding outside. Tell me more about what could be wrong at the cyber mine. Inside carriage 10 on the Star, a level 100 space portal named the cyber mine was filled with a large number of level 100 single beds. These days, due to the explosive growth in the number of residents on the Star, 4,222 dreamstones are being produced daily. In the year of mining on the Star has accumulated a full 100,000 dreamstones. Yes, 100,000, not millions. The cyber mine has also expanded to 24,000 units. A steady supply of approximately 20 level 9 iron ore is now available daily. That's 2 billion units of iron ore. That's over 300 billion units of iron ore collected from the cyber mine that year, no small amount. The cyber mine has become a crucial source of iron ore for the Star Train. All cyber miners enjoy first-class resident status, residency rights on the Star Train, and are provided with individual villas on planet Aqua. The daily wages are also very high. These positions are highly sought after by all residents. Most are selected from survivors of planet Aqua, primarily young and middle-aged men. Chen Mang stood at the entrance to the space portal, his expression somewhat grim as he looked at Zhang Yi, who hurried over carrying a medical pot and placed several seriously injured and unconscious residents inside. Master Mang, Zhang Yi looked up at Chen Mang. 4 miners are seriously injured. All treatment will cost a total of 40 million units of iron ore. Treatment, Chen Mang said softly. It wasn't that he cared about the iron ore, It was that the cyber mine was extremely important to him, and he wanted to know what had happened. Logically, the cyber miners should be perfectly safe. How could they suddenly and inexplicably become seriously injured? And the iron ore consumed by these injuries was not ordinary. Soon, 4 miners, once on the verge of death, leaped out of the medical bay alive and well. "You," Chen Mang said, looking at one of his acquaintances. "Damao, right? Tell me about it. What happened? How did you get injured?" "Yes." Damao was slightly startled when he saw Master Mang, his expression agitated. He hadn't seen Master Mang in a long time, and what surprised him even more was that Master Mang remembered his name. After gathering his thoughts, he hurriedly began to explain. "Here's the specific situation, Master Mang. I was mining in my dream as usual. But this time, maybe there was a problem with Boss AI, but my dream wasn't just filled with mines and pickaxes, but also an armed robot. The moment the armed robot encountered me, it opened fire, then I felt my eyes go black, and when I regained consciousness, I was already in the medical bay." The other 3 nodded, indicating that they had experienced the same thing. "It wasn't me." Zio AI, standing nearby, quickly shook her head after catching Chen Mang's gaze. "I couldn't possibly make such a low-level mistake. The dream I created couldn't possibly contain anything other than a mine and pickaxes, let alone armed robots." Chen Mang remained silent, his eyes narrowing slightly as he understood what was happening. The mine in his dream wasn't virtual. It was real. He'd previously visited abandoned mines, but this time, he dug into someone else's property, where a robot at their doorstep had easily snatched up the contents. Now that he knew the cause, his worries were over. He'd been worried about his cyber mine shutting down. Now that it was operating, there was nothing to worry about. Such a scenario was a low-probability scenario. "Okay, I have a rough idea of what's going on," Chen Mang said, looking at Damao and smiling. "Keep up the good work. You're the director of this cyber mine, so work harder, Master Mang," Damao said, his voice trembling with excitement. "You're so busy, yet you still care about me." "Nonsense," Chen Mang waved his hand in annoyance. "I appointed you personally, how could I not know that? Didn't Zio AI sign my name when she sent you the appointment notice? I thought that was standard procedure." He said nothing more, turning and heading towards the train room. The cyber mine currently has 24,000 mining machines. There's more than enough dreamstone, even a bit of excess. After all, the daily consumption is only about 20 dreamstones. It's just that there's no wood left to build a single bed. The original tens of billions of lumber were now reduced to a few 100 million units. More was needed. Furthermore, the civilization's level might indeed need to rise. Logically, if they were producing over 4,000 dreamstones daily, they should have produced over 1 million in a year. However, the train control console screen displayed a message. A low-level civilization. A maximum of 100,000 dreamstones could exist simultaneously, which meant the scale of his cyber mine was limited. Even with enough lumber, he couldn't expand it indefinitely. Unless he was willing to raise his civilization's level. However, he hadn't even rebuilt his civilization yet. He was a remnant of a wandering civilization in the universe. Even if the maximum number of dreamstones was 100,000. It would be more than enough. That would come later. This number would only increase once the civilization surpassed level 1. Level 1 civilization was still too dangerous. It was late. 54 hours passed quickly. Sitting in the interior of the Star Train, Chen Mang had already spotted the Yiseo Chamber of Commerce's convoy. As he approached, a man in a spacesuit from the leading train disembarked and, with the help of thrusters, flew towards his train. It was Chu Yiseo. Soon, Chu Yiseo, having arrived inside the train, looked at Chen Mang with a face filled with sincere gratitude. "Senior, my daughter has always wanted to meet you in person to express her gratitude." A few days ago, this senior had already sent in 10 billion units of iron ore, and he had used 4 billion units to successfully heal his daughter using the medical pod. But despite his expression of gratitude, a hint of confusion and bewilderment lingered in his eyes. The last time they met, the senior's train's defensive energy range was around 3,000, but this time it had suddenly dropped to 2,500. Could it be further reduced? Could it be that the energy shield had shattered and needed a new one? Chen Mang looked at Chu Yiseo, expressionless and silent for a long moment before he whispered, "Last time, you said we were entering the planets of the Casa Civilization Federation without any inspection, right?" "Yes," Chu Yiseo said cautiously. After all, The Casa Civilization Federation has nearly 10,000 civilizations and a huge population. Most planets don't set up checkpoints. Only a few major planets set up checkpoints to strictly check the identities of those entering. Senior, your status is that of a wandering civilization. Most interstellar pirates are wandering civilizations. After their own civilization was destroyed, they drifted through the universe as interstellar pirates. Yes, Chen Mang pointed to the newly built refrigerator in the corner. After the wormhole is activated, you will go in first. If there are no checkpoints set up by the Casa Civilization Federation nearby, you will open the refrigerator door and walk in. Do you understand? I understand. Chuyaseo looked at the refrigerator in the corner with a bit of confusion. Although he didn't know what was going on, he still obediently picked up the refrigerator and left the star, flying towards his train. Not long after, the pitch black, solid curtain in front of the train began to distort under an invisible force. A wormhole entrance gradually emerged, its edges gleaming with mysterious starlight, like the neck of a stretched hourglass. The exit at the rear of the wormhole could be faintly seen, a blurry speck of light. These were the coordinates of the second hidden strategic wormhole in this area. Chiyiseo's convoy had already begun to assemble and enter the wormhole together. Speed was essential. A disposable wormhole was only absolutely stable when initially activated. After a certain period of time, it could dissipate at any moment. It could be 10 minutes, or it could be 100,000 years. It was completely random. It was impossible to say. Chen Mang stood in silence inside the train, watching Chuyiseo and the others disappear into the wormhole. Chuyiseo had only obtained the coordinates of 13 strategic hidden wormholes in the Casa Civilization Federation. He didn't know much more. For example, Chuyiseo knew that this hidden wormhole led to the Casa Civilization Federation. He didn't know much more. Don't think it led directly to a military base. That would be pure nonsense. It would be a sin. It passed quickly, just half a minute. The refrigerator door inside the train suddenly flew open, and Chuyiseo, bewildered and shocked, emerged from the refrigerator. He gazed at the familiar surroundings, his throat pounding slightly, and after rubbing his eyes vigorously, he noticed Chen Mang sitting beside him and spoke in a trembling voice. Senior, everything is safe. No one could have known how deeply this scene shocked him. He recognized that refrigerator. It was just an ordinary train accessory, a white grade one at that. But how did he find himself directly on the senior's train after pushing open the refrigerator door? This was a distance of tens of thousands of light years, and there was no sense of traveling through a wormhole at all. Wormholes are extremely difficult for humans to physically cross. Yes, Chen Mang nodded slightly, but he didn't let his guard down. He slowly pushed the control lever, steering the train into the disposable wormhole before him. Countless rays of light flashed through the wormhole. In a few seconds, the end was in sight. When he emerged from the wormhole, he had reappeared in the universe. This place was already within the territory of the Casa Civilization Federation, far from the Zerg civilization, and the scene before him was eye-opening for Chen Mang. Galaxy maps couldn't reveal more detailed information. Only when you were there could you truly experience the essence of a civilization federation. Ahead lay a massive star, radiating light and heat. Around it, over 60 planets orbited, each habitable. The scene was breathtaking. It wasn't like this before, Chuyiseo explained from inside the train. After the Kasha civilization established a federation, they gathered all the home planets of the surrounding civilizations into a single system. This system is called System 27, one of these planets is called Q, and my civilization, Q, is located there. Our planetary federation doesn't have any checkpoints. Senior, how about visiting my home first? Yes, Chen Mang nodded. Then I'll go to yours. Having just arrived, it was important to find a place to hide and see what the situation was like. Having a local to guide the way was naturally the best option. Let me see. Chuyiseo glanced at the galaxy map on the large screen behind him. We're still some distance from this galaxy. It might take us quite a while to get there. No need. I have a plan. 30 minutes later. The star hurtled through space towards the galaxy before them. It looked imminent, but in reality, it would take some time to get going. As for Chuyiseo's trains, they were all connected to the star's rear by hair, enjoying the same speed. This is different from the 9 dragons pulling the coffin I imagined, Chen Mang said softly, sighing as he sat in his chair, gazing at the scene on the screen. He had imagined himself in the coffin's position, not the dragons. But it wasn't so bad. This strand of hair was the same anal hair he had retrieved from his dream that day. Zio AI had already tested it and found it could extend to 10,000 kilometers, an incredible distance. It was also incredibly strong and could support very heavy objects. The exact weight of the load had not yet been determined. It was more than enough to pull several trains. Before leaving, Chen Mang blasted the disposable wormhole to smithereens with a single shot, leaving no trace behind. He then walked away. 48 hours later, the Starhide slowed to the speed of a normal train. He pulled back his hair and blended into the Yiseo Chamber of Commerce's fleet, becoming just another member of the fleet. It was incredibly inconspicuous. They had already entered the inner reaches of the star system, shuttling near several planets. Around them, numerous trains, various aircraft, and shuttles were constantly traveling to and from the various planets, creating a bustling atmosphere. Although Chen Mang didn't want to act unworldly, the scene before him was truly captivating. The bustling traffic seemed incredibly lively, like entering a modern city. It was completely different from the universe near Water Blue Star. That was deserted, devoid of any life, seemingly dead and silent. But here, it seemed vibrant. Led by Chiu Yiseo, the convoy slowly approached a planet and entered its atmosphere. Upon entering, a small aircraft shot out, leading the way ahead, guiding everyone to land at a large train dock. Just then, inside the train cabin, Chiu Yiseo pushed open the refrigerator door and walked in. Standing behind Chen Mang, he introduced himself with a hint of excitement in his eyes. "Senior, this is my home, the Q civilization. There are 128 train terminals on the Q civilization. All trains and aircraft entering this planet will land at one of these 128 terminals. There are about 170 or so trains waiting in line ahead, and it will be our turn soon, mostly from the Chamber of Commerce and Tourism." Yes, Chen Mang took in the scene before him. It was a magnificent spectacle. The open space before him was meticulously constructed, with runways marked on the ground. Trains were following the instructions to depart from the terminals. Surrounding the terminals were numerous large-caliber anti-aircraft turrets, clearly quite powerful. Although only a level 1 civilization, they looked quite formidable. However, according to the data from the enemy radar, these trains were quite weak. Even combined, they wouldn't be enough for him to defeat. "You mentioned tourism," Chen Mang asked casually. "I remember you mentioned a civilization focused on tourism. Is your civilization developing tourism as well?" Yes, Chiu Yiseo nodded seriously. In fact, many civilizations are developing tourism and trade. Although joining the Federation brings federal control, it must be said that trade between civilizations has greatly increased since joining, and each civilization has developed rapidly. Our planet's tourism attraction is exotic customs. A few years ago, the leaders of this civilization expended enormous resources, energy, and time to invite tens of thousands of beautiful women from the Casa Civilization Federation, a level 1 civilization, to settle in the Q civilization. Here, you can meet beautiful women from any civilization. The exotic atmosphere is strong, and many people come here specifically for encounters. Selling flesh? No, we're just promising that any beautiful woman who comes to the Q civilization will be treated very well as a resident. Understood. The star train blended into the Yiseo caravan, departed the train dock, and sped along the road, surrounded by wilderness. Many trains were flying in the air. Chiu Yiseo had already returned to his own train. Chen Mang looked at the legal provisions of the Q civilization sent by Chiu Yiseo. If he violated these laws, he would be arrested by the Q civilization's Law Enforcement Bureau. He was not afraid, but he did not want to get into trouble. There are not many legal provisions, it's just that. He looked up at the mechanical train flying thousands of meters in the sky, picked up the intercom and whispered, "Doesn't your civilization stipulate that if a mechanical train flies in the air, the maximum flight altitude cannot exceed 3,000 meters. The mechanical train above our heads has exceeded 3,000 meters. Is there no one in charge? That's the train of the level 2 Atom civilization." Chiu Yiseo's embarrassed voice came from the intercom. "The laws of our civilization mainly regulate the people of this civilization and other level 1 civilizations. For people of level 2 civilizations, as long as they are not wantonly slaughtered, they will turn a blind eye as long as there is a legitimate reason. What about the level 3 Kasha civilization? If the people of the level 3 Kasha civilization really come, they are the boss. Let alone breaking the law, even if they massacre a city, the leader will have to politely say that the kill is good. Whenever the other party has any problems here, the army of Kasha civilization will come to kill them. Really overbearing. Chen Mang looked up at the train slowly receding overhead and whispered, "That train is truly weak, on the same level as Chu Yiseo's, but simply because the civilization behind it is a level 2 civilization, it can act so arrogantly. No one dares to intervene, Senior," Chu Yiseo continued over the train's intercom. "Many people from level 2 civilizations like to come to Q-Star to play. We should try to avoid them. Those people just come to level 1 civilizations to feel superior. They're all those who haven't fared well. Anyone who's doing well is busy upgrading their own trains and building their own careers. They don't have the time to go to other civilizations for fun. These people tend to deliberately stir up trouble." Chen Mang didn't reply, simply maintaining a steady pace and quietly following in the middle of the convoy. He didn't intend to cause trouble as a newcomer. He didn't believe it. He was just driving on the road, not flying, so how could anyone provoke him? He looked down at the screen, which showed the introduction of the Q civilization. Upon arrival at Q-Star, all passengers were given a chip by the train terminal administration. This chip contained a brief description of the civilization. Since he wasn't entering as a passenger, it didn't originally have one. But Chu Yiseo was familiar with the people at the terminal and asked for a copy. The database showed that this civilization was 99.8% urbanized. There weren't any villages or towns, only cities, with 398 cities housing its inhabitants. To be precise, most civilizations were like this, completely urbanized. In an age of trains, villages were unnecessary. Without them, towns were even less necessary. The sun is pink. Chen Mang tilted his head to gaze at the pink sun in the sky, leaning back lazily as he lit a cigarette and smiled. He loved the feeling of exploring different civilizations. But first, he needed to know the civilization's most powerful weapon. That way, he could understand where his level 100 armor ranked within that civilization. He'd only enhanced himself, not knowing how others had progressed. The pink sun was quite beautiful, with a unique charm. Chapter 300. Who is Uncle Lee to you? The journey went smoothly. Chen Mang, steering the star train, followed the convoy along the highway, arriving about 2 hours later at the outskirts of a bustling city. This planet has a speed limit. Otherwise, at the speed of his star train, it might be a bit of an exaggeration to say he could reach the destination with a sneeze, but a few sneezes would definitely get him there. Senior, Chu Yiseo's voice came over the train's intercom. The Q civilization has strict regulations on trains. Except for a few leaders and members of the Law Enforcement Bureau, all other trains must park in the suburbs. The parking lot charges a daily fee, 1,000 units of iron ore, and you're not allowed to carry any firearms or other weapons, the other person said cautiously, as if he were making a serious statement. And indeed, it was. For a train conductor, all his fighting power is on the train. Leaving it is like being unarmed and feeling completely insecure. It's no exaggeration to say he's putting his life in someone else's hands. Okay, led the way to the parking lot, Chen Mang said softly. He possessed a special item called the Hull Hat, which granted him the same protection as the train's armor within a 10,000-meter radius. He rarely used it, primarily because he generally preferred not to put himself in danger. The city ahead was a must-go. Cities were the communication hubs of civilizations. Only within them could one learn more about a civilization and experience its reach firsthand. 10,000 meters was definitely not enough. Fortunately, he had a refrigerator. Within the range of his radar, the refrigerator provided the same protection as the train's armor. His radar had a range of 0.1 light years, more than enough to cover the entire planet. Add to that the supermodulus effect of a level 200 refrigerator, and he could freely travel between refrigerators. As long as he was careful, he wouldn't be in trouble, unless the entire city suddenly exploded, leaving him no time to react. However, that possibility was also very low. With Zio AI aboard the train, her radar at full blast, she would see every detail, and the danger level was already very low. 30 minutes later, the star followed the Chamber of Commerce's convoy into an abandoned warehouse far from the city. It looked like a converted granary. As the warehouse doors slowly opened, a cloud of dust flew out, and trains filed in one after another. The warehouse was quite large. Each train had been expanded, almost as tall as the star. To accommodate so many trains, you could imagine how huge the warehouse was. The only problem was that the star train was too long. After a long struggle, they finally managed to turn it around and fold it up inside the warehouse, allowing it to fit. Chen Mang, accompanied by Old Pig Baozi and the others, walked out of the Star Train. Standing on the dusty warehouse floor, he stamped his feet a few times before looking up at the tattered ceiling above and laughing. It's been a while since I've felt this grounded. He hadn't left the star for a long time. Mineral Planet wasn't a good place to walk, it hurt. As for Water Blue Planet, that didn't count, it was considered part of the star. This feeling of groundedness was quite pleasant. The gravity was roughly the same as Water Blue Planet, and the air quality was similar, so it was easy to get used to. At this moment, Jiu Yaseo, who was standing nearby, approached alone and said somewhat sheepishly, "Senior, the parking lot is too expensive. Generally, it's reserved for people from other places. Locals can just find an abandoned warehouse. The only downside is that it's a bit far from the city, so getting there takes a while." Yeah, Chen Mang glanced inside the warehouse before walking to the door, accompanied by Baozi and the others. He opened his arms and gazed out at the desolate countryside before him, taking a deep, relaxed breath. He liked this feeling of being grounded. Then he pulled a cigarette from his pocket, tossed it between his lips, and tilted his head to look at Jiu Yaseo. He smiled and said, "Since we don't have to park in the parking lot, why not just anywhere in the suburbs? Our train won't get damaged by a downpour, will it?" He had originally asked Jiu Yaseo to lead the way to the parking lot, but after hearing Jiu Yaseo say that the locals didn't use it, he followed Jiu Yaseo's lead, adapting to local customs. "That won't happen," Jiu Yaseo shook his head. "But a peaceful and civilized government won't allow trains to be parked arbitrarily in the suburbs. It affects the appearance of the star and doesn't present a good image to the outside world. I have motorcycles on my train. Senior, we might need to ride them, okay, but don't call me senior once we're in the city. Keep a low profile. Just call me Chen Mang." This, Jiu Yaseo froze in his tracks, subconsciously glancing at his brother standing in a group of chambers of commerce not far away, then at the more than 100 fierce-looking, uniformed men standing behind him. After a long pause, he spoke awkwardly. "Senior, it might be hard to keep a low profile entering the city with such a grand display." Indeed, Chen Mang glanced behind him, paused for a moment, then casually said, "Baozi, let everyone get on the train. Just you, Old Big, and the Zhang brothers can follow me." "That's much better now. What about those brothers in your Chamber of Commerce? They usually work separately for the Chamber of Commerce. They only work together when there's a big job for the Chamber of Commerce. Are only these train conductors coming with us?" "What about the people on the train, Senior? You're talking about the people below. They all have long-term employment contracts with the train. They eat, drink, defecate, and urinate on the train. They don't leave." "Understood." Dust rose in the wind. Chen Mang and his group, led by Jiu Yaseo, arrived at the outskirts of this modern city. After driving onto the main road, a long line formed ahead of them as they were about to enter the city. They were waiting for inspection. However, the inspection was extremely fast. Chen Mang, riding his motorcycle, gazed at the fleet of land vehicles ahead and behind him with curiosity. They resembled cars, but flew close to the ground, giving them a sci-fi feel. He'd buy one later to play with. Yes. Another main reason for his visit was to spend money. The currency of all civilizations in the Casa Civilization Federation was identical, iron ore of course. Other resources could be substituted with a merchant's permission. It's not like no civilization had considered currency before, but it was too difficult to implement. After all, no currency was as reliable as iron ore, whether in war or peace. Iron ore wouldn't suddenly depreciate or collapse. While there was no currency, there were tokens. For example, every citizen in Sanchu City had a wristwatch. They could deposit their iron ore in the bank and store it digitally on their wrist, making transactions more convenient. However, this was generally reserved for locals. Most tourists preferred to pay with cash. His spending target for today was 10 million units of iron ore. He planned to buy a lot of things, like crop seeds and other miscellaneous items. Soon, as the team gradually moved forward, Chen Mang arrived at a place resembling a highway toll booth. The lights on either side of the checkpoint cast a series of red lines on him, and then, a number of lines of text appeared on a screen on one side of the wall. Scan completed. Uncivilized wanderer, life level 0, no need to lock. Entry granted. Seeking peace and civilization, the 8th main city, Sanchu City, welcomes you. We wish you a safe journey and a happy life. Please abide by the laws and regulations of the Seeking Peace and Civilization, and respect local customs. If there are any emergencies, please call the mayor's hotline 2,377,998 through your watch or a public phone for assistance. As the number of lines of text appeared on the screen, the lights on either side of the wall turned green, and the gate ahead opened, signaling normal passage. Chen Mang slightly twisted the throttle and rode his motorcycle out of the checkpoint. As Chu Yiseo had said, his status was that of an uncivilized wanderer. Civilization was unacceptable. For example, if he wanted to join the peace-seeking civilization now, he couldn't. After his own civilization was destroyed, he became a wanderer. To reintegrate into civilization, he had two options. The first was to rebuild his own civilization. The second was to have a child with someone from another civilization. The child would automatically inherit the civilization's imprint, and subsequent generations would be fully integrated into that civilization. The civilization imprint, derived from the laws of the universe or as a part of the normal operation of the universe, could not be forged. The leader of a civilization possessed a seal, usable only by him or her. This was called a civilization seal. Stamping a planet with this seal declared it to belong to their civilization in the universe. This would be reflected on the galaxy map as belonging to Civilization X. It was incredibly simple. Any unowned planet could be stamped. As long as you could afford to avoid being killed, you'd be fine. The civilization imprint could be used in many other ways, such as during wormhole construction. Once a civilization reached level 1, it would be granted this seal. He had no plans to rebuild his civilization yet. Rebuilding a civilization in this area requires review by the Casa Civilization Federation. Passing the review allows one to join the Federation. Failure, if deemed too risky or useless by the Federation, will result in its immediate destruction. This seal of civilization effectively marks one's place on the chessboard of the cosmic civilizational struggle, a true participant in this grand conflict. It's a ticket to splendor, but also a ticket to hell. After leaving the checkpoint, it wasn't long before they arrived in the city of Sanshu. Chen Mang stood there, leaning on his cane, gazing at the bustling crowds and the throng of traffic. He stood there perfectly, not because his attire blended in perfectly. It was simply that with so many different kinds of people here, he seemed inconspicuous with his cane. Across the street, someone was walking with their head down, hopping. Huh? After a long pause, he sighed softly, his expression a touch complex. He had witnessed the destruction of a civilization before. It was over a year ago. The sky-slaying civilization, newly promoted to level 1 civilization, was instantly destroyed by the Zerg. Seeing it on the galaxy map, he hadn't felt much. It was merely a planet gone. The name of a civilization vanished. Planets like this were countless across the galaxy, and no one cared if one was missing or more. But when he actually stood here, in a city where a level 1 civilization was seeking peace, he felt firsthand the cruelty of the conflict between civilizations. Everything here, the tall buildings, the pedestrians on the streets, the trains on the streets, would vanish in an instant, vanishing from this world, taking billions of lives with them. This civilization's history, culture, technology, everything would be completely wiped out. No one cared. Blue Water Planet had done a good job rebuilding over the past year, but it would become a dead planet in 2 years. He needed to use those 2 years to find a new, habitable planet to fit on the train. Chiyaseo and the others had already left. After such a long separation, he told them to go back and reunite with their families and contact them if they had any questions. Before leaving, Chiyaseo left him a phone number. It could be reached through this civilization's wristwatches or shared phones. Let's go. Chen Mang didn't pause, but leaned on his cane and walked forward along the street, following the crowds. He gazed at the dazzling array of shops on both sides of the street. Zhang Yi and Zanger, carrying refrigerators on their shoulders, scanned their surroundings with vigilance, alert for any potential crisis. Everyone could die. But Master Mang couldn't. If Master Mang died, everyone would be doomed. Not to mention the star train itself, its power source cut off. Without the star module, the Blue Water Planet would face imminent doom. Their sister would also die. The Q civilization was actively promoting tourism, but not all cities were tourist destinations. Sanshu City was one such destination. It had many people from other civilizations, with humans making up the largest proportion. A full 60% of them resembled humans, varying in height and skin color, but still generally human. The remaining 40% were a mix of species. Is that the Scallion civilization? Chen Mang turned to look at a man he just passed, quickly flipping through the information on his tablet until his gaze finally settled on a single page: Scallion civilization. Creatures within this civilization grow scallions on their heads, which are extremely sensitive physiological organs. Extracting and consuming them at critical moments can quickly heal all injuries. This effect is limited to the individual, and the scallions cannot regenerate. Creatures within this civilization often have a deep love for scallions, even going so far as to break through technological barriers. Currently, according to statistics from the Casa Civilization Federation, only 3 scallion-based train parts exist. One was discovered in relatively small quantities at the ruins of the mechanical civilization. The other 2 were painstakingly developed by the Scallion civilization to ensure sufficient fresh and plentiful scallions for trains on interstellar journeys. 13 years ago, the Scallion civilization attempted to create a batch of blueprints for these parts and launched them on the market, with dismal success. This civilization has 2 planets. One is habitable, the other is dedicated to the research and cultivation of different varieties of green onions. How amazing, Chen Mang muttered, dazed, looking up at the receding man with a green onion on his head. He wished he could capture one and keep it on the train. He had just bought this tablet at a store. It contained basic information about most civilizations. For example, this civilization was incredibly united, almost terrifyingly so. He admitted this. After all, according to the information on the dashboard, it was extremely difficult for a level 1 civilization to create component blueprints. This civilization not only could create one, but they could create 2, demonstrating their strength. Without unity, this wouldn't be possible, even though they were all white-grade components. In addition to the tablet, he also bought a watch and 4 translators for Biozi and the others, spending a total of 6,000 units of iron ore. The watch was quite expensive, costing 2,000 units of iron ore. Master Mang, Biozi at the side, suddenly thought of something and said with a strange look on his face, since the scallion is their most sensitive physiological organ, does that mean they have to choose between death and eunuch if they are seriously injured? That's not it. Lao Tzu shook his head. It's just the most sensitive. It doesn't affect fertility. At most, I won't say that in the future. In other words, the creatures of this civilization can only use scallions for themselves, otherwise I don't think they would survive until now. Not really. Chen Mang flipped through the information on the tablet and said softly, the reason why the Scallion civilization did not perish is purely because the means of mechanical civilization were too gentle. According to the information on the tablet, the Scallion civilization has a very humiliating history, which originated from the mechanical civilization. A long time ago, after the mechanical civilization knew this characteristic of the Scallion civilization, it captured many Scallions. The people of the Scallion civilization conducted many brutal experiments. Combined with other technologies, they developed the original drawings for the yellow-grade medical warehouse. The medical warehouse is an accessory that all trains gain upon upgrading. Its existence has elevated the medical capabilities of tens of thousands of civilizations across the region to an exceptionally high level. The Scallion civilization has made an invaluable contribution to this. Brutal experiments don't sound very benign, relatively speaking. Chen Mang leaned on his cane and walked to a seat on the street. He sat down, flipping through the pages. After all, the mechanical civilization didn't directly destroy the Scallion civilization that day, but instead allowed it to continue. In the universe, this can no longer be described as benign, it could even be considered foolish kindness, leaving behind a seed that will seek revenge in the future. The tablet contained information on a vast array of civilizations. While there was no information on the Casa civilization, there was also a fair amount of information on the mechanical civilization. He finally understood why trains had become a dominant system in the universe. It was inevitable, a trend. The original drawings for train parts were something any civilization could create and could be perfectly integrated into trains. The train is like a mobile phone. Each civilization can download different apps from the market, or develop their own, seamlessly integrating them into their phone. The fully open interface. Most importantly, it can absorb the essence of other civilizations. A mechanical civilization cannot possess the characteristics of the Scallion civilization. This is a civilizational characteristic. Unless reincarnated, they cannot plunder. However, by developing the original blueprints for train parts, they can achieve disguised plunder. Over time, when a civilization possesses the characteristics of all other civilizations, its power will undoubtedly be terrifying. The train is the carrier. This includes immortal cultivation civilizations. So-called immortal cultivation civilizations cultivate the self rather than external forces. In the universe, this elevates one's life level, placing them on the same level as the giant beasts of the galaxy. However, only those in this civilization can become immortal cultivators. Those from other civilizations cannot. Even if they acquire the same skills, they cannot cultivate. This is also a civilizational characteristic. Therefore, the mechanical civilization once again captured a large number of immortal cultivators and developed a virtual combat training space. Using numerous map chips and other means, they improve their overall physical fitness until they break through a certain limit and raise their life level from 0 to 1. A great power in one. According to the records, the train system wasn't developed by the mechanical civilization. It seems to have existed long before. It was simply developed and expanded by the mechanical civilization, producing numerous original designs for train components and continuously refining and improving the system, gradually becoming the dominant civilization in this region. As for further afield, he wasn't sure. It now seemed that the train was the last remaining means of transport. Cars and heavy trucks were too small to accommodate sufficient vehicles and people. Aircraft and starships couldn't be upgraded from level 0 and were initially unusable. Only the train could achieve this perfectly. Starting from level 0 on land, it could be upgraded step by step, continuously installing various components according to its needs, building more carriages, and upgrading specific components to create a train that was completely unique and tailored to its needs. Chen Mang sat on a public bench on the street, flipping through the information on the tablet about various civilizations, especially those about the mechanical civilization, which he often paused to examine carefully. But it was half true and half false. It wasn't official history, but rather unofficial. But it wasn't entirely hearsay either, it had some source. On his galaxy map of Aquamarine, the westernmost region belonged to the Zerg civilization, the easternmost to the Cassar Federation, a peaceful zone in the middle, and the northernmost to the Machine civilization. It's now largely destroyed. The Great War that year left that region in utter chaos, and traces of the massive attack still remain. Countless beams of light energy are still whizzing through the area, unable to stop until they hit something. The Cassar Federation possesses a permanent, two-way wormhole leading to the ruins. Every year, scores of people explore them. The mortality rate is as high as 78%. Of 10 trains that pass through, only 2 or 3 return alive. The constant flow of people is due to the fact that bringing anything valuable out of the machine ruins is essentially a surefire way to fortune. After all, ancestry is key. In this region, the train civilization's ancestor is the machine civilization. Finding the original blueprint for a useful component is a surefire way to strike it rich. A sudden wave of wealth. As long as one has the resources, the corresponding component blueprints can be infinitely manufactured. The price is predictable, as long as they aren't some scallion-like component blueprint. After a long pause, Chen Mang raised his head and rubbed his aching neck. He had once obtained a component blueprint, a blue-grade deep-sea shield. However, that blueprint was a small blueprint, not a true blueprint. It was a small blueprint placed in a shuttle by a mechanical civilization. Once dropped on a Doomsday planet, it would grant that planet multiple copies of that component blueprint. It wasn't a large blueprint that could be infinitely replicated. He sat there for a long time, his neck aching. Gazing at the crowds thronging the streets, he still vaguely realized that he was already on the territory of a civilized planet. Only when one stands high can one see more. For the past half day, he had been mostly browsing this kind of information, gaining a general understanding of the civilizations in the area. But then he suddenly discovered something very interesting. According to the records, many powerful individuals in the immortal cultivation civilization are quite arrogant, believing that great power must be inherent, not borrowed from outside forces. Otherwise, they can't be called truly powerful. The mechanical civilization, however, doesn't argue with this. Mine, all mine. They seize everything, compress it into components, and install it on the train. I want it all, whether it's external or internal. Regarding cultural inclusiveness, the mechanical civilization is undoubtedly the best, perfectly accepting the characteristics of different civilizations without a trace of discrimination, viewing them all as good. Initially, the immortal cultivation civilization was proud, as the mechanical civilization acknowledged the strength of their civilization's characteristics. But soon, the immortal cultivation civilization began to regret promoting their own unique characteristics. Let's go. Chen Mang lit a cigarette and brought it to his lips. After stretching his body, he continued walking down the street. Let's find a restaurant and see what kind of messes other civilizations are eating. Delicious food? He had no expectations. He had a feeling they'd be eating something strange, like scallion sashimi. The streets on both sides were lined with tall buildings that looked like office buildings, but it was unclear what jobs were inside. In pursuit of peace and civilization, most people continued to work routinely. Only a few with assets would take a gamble, spending everything they had, taking out loans, and emptying their pockets to build an interstellar train and venture out into the world. After all, trains generate iron ore much faster than jobs. A convenience store clerk in Sanchu City earned about 5,000 units of iron ore a month, something he had seen on a job advertisement posted outside a convenience store. On mining planet number 1, he had obtained over 1 trillion units of iron ore, and that was only half mined, not fully mined. The Star Train was still slowly mining. He increasingly felt that the Star Train was a bit like a mechanical dragon, swallowing mining planets and slowly digesting them. He wondered when it would devour another one. He did the math. Over 1 trillion units of iron ore, based on the salary of a Sanchu convenience store clerk, assuming he didn't spend a penny and saved it all. It would only take 25 million years to accumulate that amount. Not bad. Although trains earn iron ore faster, they also lose money faster. The price of each component upgrade is simply unaffordable for the average person, and losing money is the worst-case scenario. A careless mistake could result in a train wreck and death. The phrase emptying one's fortune to take a gamble refers to the nouveau riche, not the middle class. They'd empty their fortunes and be practically broke after just a few component upgrades. And it doesn't refer to the wealthy either. Which wealthy family doesn't have a train business? The road ahead is laid out before they were even born. Society has become incredibly harmonious, completely free of anxiety. Many of the people he met looked quite healthy. Class tensions are completely absent. The main class conflict isn't one of one group crushing the other, but rather the opportunity for those at the bottom to climb up. Every now and then, someone makes it, leading to anxiety and a desire to be among them. However, this inability to achieve this creates conflict and anxiety. The train perfectly solves this problem. Those at the bottom saw no chance of climbing up. With no chance at all, they simply accepted their current living conditions. From a certain perspective, one way to resolve social contradictions was to exaggerate the gap between the rich and the poor. That way, there would be no contradictions. That was good. Just then, bang, the door of an office building on the right, facing the street, was flung open. 2 or 3 security guards kicked a young man with messy hair out. A middle-aged man behind him mercilessly spat a mouthful of thick phlegm at his feet, his eyes filled with sarcasm and a cold voice. To be honest, the company hired you purely for tax cuts. Do you really think your crap ideas are valuable to the company? You're useless. Do you really think you're that smart? You're still competing with me? You didn't really think you could beat me, did you? When I started doing this, you were still in your mother's womb. Do you really think your outlandish ideas are groundbreaking? That's not groundbreaking. That's stupid. Get out. Your severance pay will be deposited into your personal account within 15 working days. The young man with a messy haircut got up from the ground without a word, picked up his scattered file bags one by one, hugged them in his arms, and pushed through the crowd to the other side of the street. It was dusk. The man lowered his head, his expression invisible, only the rays of sunlight falling on him, making him look a little downcast. It was obvious. No matter what civilization, people tend to watch the show. In just a dozen seconds, a crowd had gathered at the company's entrance. I found out. Old Big, standing by, handed Chen Mang his tablet and explained, Master Mang, this company is called Sanchu Fiang Technology Company, Limited. Its primary business is developing component designs. The Q civilization government holds a 51% stake. It's a semi-official enterprise. It's been established for 79 years, and it hasn't developed a single component design yet. The remaining 49% is held by 7 companies, which have since passed through numerous other companies, ultimately ending up in Sanchu Kakao Investment Company, Limited. The shareholders of this company all share the same surname, Zhang, and the Q civilization also has a policy whereby all companies hiring uncivilized vagrants receive a certain tax subsidy. Developing component designs, Chen Mang gazed thoughtfully at the information on the screen. He had always wanted to form his own R&D team. After all, his team would have the greatest advantage, unlimited detection of supermetal effects, an absolute advantage no other civilization possessed. However, he lacked so much to build one. Since the idea was proposed, there had been little progress. "Follow," Chen Mang said softly, looking up at the young man disappearing into the street. "Follow and see." He was a little curious about the young man. The middle-aged man's words had intrigued him, a strange thought. He loved strange ideas. Hidden within the bustling city lay a slum nestled within the city's sewer system, a secluded corner of the city. It wasn't hard to find. It was simply unnoticed. People only looked up at the imposing skyscrapers, never down at the manhole covers. A little girl sat by the city's underground sewer ditch, vigorously rubbing clothes in a basin while repeatedly glancing up at a beam of light streaming down from the surface to her left. It was the only entrance to the area. Sunlight, once ordinary, had become a luxury here. Finally, after countless glances, the girl finally spotted a familiar figure. She dropped her work, excitedly ran towards him, and threw herself into the boy's arms with open arms. Her eyes filled with joy as she gazed up at the familiar, angular features. "Brother, you are finally back. How was it? The boss must have praised you today. I knew you could do it. I picked up a really nice coat today. I will wash it and hang it up later, and you can wear it to the company tomorrow. It's a big company. You should wear nice clothes. After today you will be officially hired as a full-time employee, and you will not be far from realizing your dream of sailing." The young boy held his sister in his arms in silence, and let go of his sister after a long time. He looked at the girl's hands full of foam raised in the air, took out the file bag in his arms and threw it into the sewer ditch beside him, with a hint of finality and forced strength in his tone. "I'm unemployed. That company is a scam. They hired me just to get the 3-month contract to qualify for tax subsidies. They didn't even listen to my ideas, and they didn't even care if I could create the original component blueprints. 3 months in, I haven't even seen a lab or R&D factory. Everyone's sitting at their workstations, churning out one fantastical PowerPoint after another to ask for more R&D funding. They're not developing blueprints. They're developing PowerPoints." On my way back, I saw a convenience store hiring clerks. I chatted with a boss, and he asked me to go in for a 7-day trial tomorrow. The sister, who had been smiling just a moment ago, was suddenly at a loss when she saw the disappointment on the boy's face. But before civilization collapsed, my father was the best scientist at the institute. You, brother, inherited everything he taught you. This is what you love most, working as a clerk, but soon. The younger sister waved her fist with a serious expression. "It's okay. Even if it's just a shop assistant, I'm sure you can do it. In a year, I'll be 14, and then I can go out and earn money to support the family." "Yeah." The boy forced a smile and pulled out a small cupcake from his back. "It's not that there's no good news. It's 3 months compensation. I figured if we save up a little more, we can rent a small house on the ground floor." The moment she saw the cupcake, the girl's eyes filled with surprise, but then she whispered, "Brother, aren't you saving money to build a train? You don't have to waste money on snacks for me anymore. Today is your birthday. Did you forget?" "Really?" The boy walked to a nearby ditch and sat on the ground. He looked at the numbers he had calculated with chalk on the wall. He sat there in a daze for a long time in silence. Then he pulled out a half-smoked cigarette he had found on the street, lit it, and smiled bitterly in the swirling smoke. In fact, he hated his sister. If he didn't have a sister, he wouldn't have to force a smile back here, but could simply leave this bewildered world. Sometimes, worry is a painful existence, and with it, death is hard. Sanchu City is large, accommodating travelers from all cultures. But it's also small. So small that there's no place for them, his siblings. Perhaps, he was wrong. All his knowledge came from his father's notes. His ideas might truly be unrealistic, lacking any systematic training. He might be better suited to working in a convenience store. A half-smoked cigarette quickly burned down. The boy silently fished the soaked clothes from the nearby laundry tub and walked to the wall, ready to erase all the data. It was better to focus on the groundwork from now on. The man was right. Just then, "Wait, don't move." The boy paused, looking sideways. He saw a man walking towards him with a cane. His clothing was distinguished, and he was followed by several burly men. He clearly wasn't someone you'd see in the slums. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately placed his hands in his arms to shield his sister behind him, while pulling out his employee ID. "How many people are there?" "I'm a researcher at Sanchu Fiang Technology Company, Limited," a company owned by the Q civilization and highly protected by the Law Enforcement Bureau. What can I do for you? Chen Mang said nothing, simply striding to the wall in front of him, looking at the words and large amounts of data on the wall. He pulled out a pair of glasses for translating the text from his pocket and put them on. He studied it carefully for a long moment. Then, with a hint of surprise in his eyes, he turned his head to look at the young man beside him. Little brother, who is Uncle Lee to you? The concepts on the wall were the concepts of several accessories, even including the source of extraction, such as pointing the sword directly at a specific civilization, which was extremely aggressive. He didn't understand many of the technical terms, but he did understand one. Zombie manufacturing cage. What a coincidence. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.